Good morning, guten Morgen, bonsoir, buenos dias, dobry dzień, ciao everyone in Europe and Africa and Middle East. I'm super excited because today is Notes. But yesterday was actually also a really good day because GitHub added Cipher highlighting support as first-class support, and the Artemis mission launched as well, which made me really happy. But I'm not really sure which one is actually rocket science, and I think they also took almost as long, each of them. The other thing that also became available yesterday was Neo4j Workspace, which is now available on Neo4j Aura for all free and pro users. And you have the option to switch between Workspace and the classic 3-app experience. And it comes with educational guides that we worked on. And I hope you like it. And all the people that are starting out with Neo4j are also really excited about it. And as Emil just mentioned a few minutes ago, Neo4j 5, is generally available and on Aura on desktop, including the Graph Data Science library with APOC Core and now also APOC Extended being released for Neo4j 5. And I'm really, really excited about it. User tools as well. And what else happened? Oh, Node started yesterday. Yeah, so that's a pretty big thing. So I still remember when in 2019, our team came together in the Swedish countryside to run the first Nodes event. Back then, we hadn't dreamed that it would become such a massive and big event with so many participants, speakers, and so many hours of talks. So I'm really happy, and it's really close to my heart that we all come together to learn, to connect, and to share as well. So speaking of all of you, so this is a graph for Neo4j attendees. So you're in there somewhere. If you really squeeze, you can find yourself. But we wouldn't be here if not all the people that contributed to it. The speakers, all the speakers that submitted sessions, that already gave talks. We already had 16 hours of talks or something like that. The Neo4j team behind the scenes that kept everything running, the moderators, the producers, and of course our community partners as well that helped spread the word. And you attendees, without whom a conference wouldn't make any sense, thank you for being here. So Nodes this year is a 24-hour event. So we started 8 a.m. Pacific, then I slept for an hour or so, then at 3 a.m. my time, 8 a.m. Indian time, we started the APEC section. And now at 10 a.m. GMT, 11 CET, we're starting the EMEA section and such. We have more than 100 talks by 113 speakers, really good technical content. There are more than 9,000 people at Nodes, which is so exciting, really, really cool. And we want to make Nodes a really inclusive and educational event. So there's a lot of focus on education and inclusivity. So that's why also the tracks are kind of organized in this way, that we have a beginner track for people that are new to graphs, intermediate track for people who have had already some Neo4j experience, and an advanced track for really deep dives for the experts in you. But we also have a lot of lightning talks in between. And I'm especially happy that Anton agreed to run a mindful meditation session in each of the regions, which has been pretty successful so far. And I think the one in Europe will be as well. So you're already seeing this layout. In the middle, there's the speaking slot. On the right side, you see the chat. Ask your questions in the chat. You can also get the polls there to rate the talks as well. And the speakers and the moderators and the other people in the chat can also answer your questions there. And you can upvote and like things as well. In terms of topic, we are really broad. We have developer topics, application development, Java, Python, things like that, GraphQL. We have data science topics from graph machine learning, link prediction, graph algorithms, applications of graph data science. We have topics from operations and deployments, basically Kubernetes topics, Docker, deep dives, and so on. And then, of course, use cases from cryptocurrencies to healthcare to cybersecurity, lots of different things. Here's just a little selection. Of course, the 3 most important questions of the day is basically, will it be recorded? Can I watch it later? Can I get the slides? And yes, to all of 3 of them. And you can watch all the talks from every time zone, of course, as well. Because we really want to make this kind of an event where you can also connect and have these hallway conversations, please use this networking tab on the left side to connect with other attendees. So you can join them for 30 seconds to 3 minutes, and based on your interest that you can put in there, you can be matched up and spend a few minutes with each other and learn something from each other. And, there's always something new that you can learn. That's kind of also my credo as such. We also have a really good goodie bag. So we have a second ORB free instance that you can get. The GraphQL book is freely available, and you can get a chance to win a special t-shirt. I'll talk about this in a few seconds. Especially here in the EMEA section, the Neo4j product and engineering teams are really interested in your feedback. So we have set up 4 sessions on different topics over the day, where you can join them live. You can go live with audio and video, discuss, give feedback, propose changes, things like that. So please use this opportunity. That's kind of once in a year opportunity to give really this kind of in-person product feedback as such. And those of you that were here a few minutes ago, Andreas and Emil have been running 2 of these, Emil and Andreas on the coach session already, an AMA for Emil, and they have been really awesome, both of them, and I can't wait for the third one. And just use the Ask Emil tab on the right side to ask a question, upvote existing questions, so that we have a lot of things to talk about as such. And because I mentioned the t-shirts before, we are running a Twitter contest. So if you see a talk and you really like what's been shown there or shared there, take a screenshot of the slides, add some of your own commentary, add Notes 2022 and live tweet to the tweet, and then tweet it out, and you can win one of 30 special t-shirts from the conference. More about this is also in the goodie bag section, as I already mentioned. Okay, and now I basically can leave you for the conference. Enjoy the conference, watch all the talks, enjoy what you've learned. And I'm really, really excited to close the loop here because the keynote this time, which we gave in the US, but we wanted to share it with everyone, is actually about this book here, Connected, which is about the impact of social networks, or of impact of networks on society and humans. And the first author, or one of the authors, James Fowler, gave a talk, a keynote at the Graph Connect in 2012. And now, 10 years later, at Notes, we have the second author, Nicholas Christakis, who is also a social network researcher and society researcher, giving the keynote on the application of networks on humanity. And so with that, let's switch over to Nicholas and enjoy the keynote. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you so much for having me at Nodes this year. I'm very grateful to be here. So human beings are embedded in social networks, and these networks obey very particular biological, psychological, sociological, and mathematical principles. And taking this into account offers us tremendous opportunities to gain new insights into behaviors and also to change them. We can use an understanding of social network structure and function for good, to intervene in both online and offline worlds in order to enhance our health and our well-being, our public policy, and our business objectives. And in the broadest possible sense, taking human embeddedness in networks seriously shifts our focus to the externalities of interventions. That is, it engages us in the exploration of how it is that when we intervene in a group, we affect not just the people that we target, but also all the other people around them. I'm interested in real social networks, the kind we humans have been making and embedding ourselves in for tens of thousands of years, and not just the recent online variety. Real social networks look like this. Every dot is a person. Every line connecting them is a relationship between two people. Who's whose friend, who's coworker, who's sibling or spouse or neighbor, for example. And these social networks are intricate things of beauty. And they are so elaborate and so complex and so ubiquitous, in fact, that one has to wonder, what purpose do they serve? Why are we embedded in them? How do they form? How do they work? And how do they affect us? And I've spent the last 20 years researching how and why human beings form social networks and how they affect our lives, our health, our desires, our feelings, our thoughts, and our actions. Now, part of this work has involved exploring the biological predicates and consequences of social networks and the evolutionary basis for social network structure and function to begin with. Social networks, you see, afford the people within them different possible structural positions. And I'm going to introduce these ideas right now, and we'll return to these basic points. There are a number of mathematical ways we can understand what it means to be in different parts of a human social network. But three of the simplest ways are illustrated on this slide. First of all, there's the number of connections that an individual has. So once again, this is a network. Every dot is a person. Every line represents a relationship between two people. And if we look at this network, we can see that node B in the upper left is different than node D on the far right in that they have different numbers of connections. B has 4 connections and D has 6 connections. This is known as the degree of a node, this number of connections, and people know this about themselves. People know how many connections they have, for example, or at least they can know it. But now we, with this bird's eye view, can see that there are other possible structural locations within the network that individuals might not be able to appreciate about themselves. For example, if you compare nodes C and D, C is in the middle of the network and D is on the periphery, they both have 6 connections. And if you talk to those two people, that might be the limit of their understanding of how many connections they have. But we, with this bird's eye view, can see that C and D are very different. And I can cultivate this intuition in you by asking you, who would you rather be if a deadly germ was spreading through the network? You should have the intuition that it's better to be D, that D is going to get whatever's spreading later in the course of the epidemic, if they get it at all. Conversely, who would you rather be if a juicy piece of gossip were spreading through the network? You'd rather be C. And because you have the intuition that C's in the thick of it, they're going to get whatever's spreading sooner in the course of the epidemic and are more likely to get it. So this property is called the centrality of a node, how central the node is in the network, and this can be quantified mathematically in a number of ways as well. Last, if you look at the nodes on the far left, A and B both have 4 connections. But the difference between the two is that B's friends are not connected to each other. They're not friends of each other, but A's friends are connected to each other. This is known as the transitivity of a node, whether your friends are knit together or not. And this might also affect your fate in life. Your ability, for example, to work together in a group might depend on whether your connections are in turn connected to each other. Now, one early project that we did in my laboratory was to look at the extent to which these 3 properties are heritable. This graph shows the extent to which this is the case. On the y-axis is the percent of the variance that's explained, or the heritability, by your genes, to what extent your genes explain these properties. And on the x-axis is the 3 properties. And on the far left, what we show is that 46% of the variation in how many friends people have can be explained by their genes. Now, this is not very surprising. People vary. Some people are born shy. Some people are born gregarious. People vary in their taste for friendship. But we also found that 47% of your transitivity can depend on your genes. And this is one of the more bizarre results to come out of my lab in the last few years. Because what I've just told you is that if Tom, Dick, and Harry are in a room, whether Dick is friends with Harry depends on Tom's genes. Whether those 2 people over there are friends with each other depends on my genes. How can that be? Well, we think the reason is that people vary in their tendency to introduce their friends to each other. Some people knit the networks around them together, and some keep their friends apart. And last, if you look on the far right there on the centrality, 29% of the variation in how central you are in the network can depend on your genes. We think this is related to whether you have a predilection for befriending popular or unpopular people. If you befriend popular people, then you want 4 popular friends, I want 4 unpopular friends. That'll put us in different positions within the network. So the fundamental reality of our desire for connection and our susceptibility to social influence, it turns out, has always been with us. Where you are in this vast fabric of humanity depends in part on your genes. And our lab has been amassing evidence that it is indeed not a coincidence that we form social networks with particular mathematical properties. We've shown that there is an evolutionary significance to and heritability of social network structure and function, and that phenomena like peer influence, how we affect each other, and homophily, the fact that we tend to prefer the company of people we resemble, are of fundamental significance. Across evolutionary time, it seems that the benefits of connected life must and do outweigh the costs. Now, if social network structure has genetic antecedents and significance, it begs the question of how ancient this structure is and whether we might be able to document such structural features in human populations living in non-industrialized settings. In other words, the fantasy experiment we would love to do is to say, well, okay, could we fly back 10,000 years ago and map the social networks of our ancestors and see what kind of networks they made? Obviously, we can't do that. So we hit upon what we think is the second best thing, which is to map the social networks of the Hadza hunter-gatherers. The Hadza live in around Lake Eyasi in Tanzania in the ancestral human environment. They live like we did during the Pleistocene. They hunt and they gather for their food. They have no material possessions to speak of. They sleep out under the stars. And there are only about 1,000 of them left that live in this very ancient way. So what we did is we prepared a photographic census of all living adult Hadza using 10 years of field photographs. And we printed them onto these posters like a kind of Hadza Facebook. And we went into the field, and every time we could find a Hadza person, we asked them to tell us who their friends are. And we therefore painstakingly mapped the social networks of the Hadza. And we found a number of things. First of all, we found that Hadza networks look, both mathematically and visually, just like ours, just like modernized networks. In other words, despite the fact that in the last 10,000 years, we've invented agriculture, we've invented cities, we've invented telecommunications, the networks that we make are just like theirs. You see, network structure likely, and this is consistent with the very ancient origin of network structure and consistent with its partially genetic basis. Now, while we were there, we also found something else. This is an image of the Hadza network among women in the Hadza. Every dot is a person. Every line, again, represents different kinds of social relationships. We make the dot size and color related to how generous and altruistic people were. We had the Hadza play what is known as a public goods game. We gave them some resources and we said, if you share these resources with your neighbors, we will double those resources and you'll get back a fraction of what you shared with others. So you have to pay a little sacrifice. You have to make a little sacrifice, but everyone else will benefit more. And so the yellow dots are the high donation people, the more cooperative people. The red dots are the low donation people. They're known as defectors. And if you look at this, you can see that there are clusters of nice cooperative people and mean defector people located within the social network. And this clustering of cooperative behaviors within the social network is also consistent with the ancient significance of human social networks. I'll come back to this with some experiments in just a moment. Now, in a parallel and early stream of work that we also did in my lab, using both observational and experimental methods, we and others have provided evidence that a variety of behaviors and phenomena beyond germs spread within our networks, beyond just dyadic ties. In other words, when you affect your friend, when you influence them in some way, your influence doesn't stop there. It keeps rippling through the network. And the challenge is to document that, to document the extent of that and the reasons for that. And across a wide variety of phenomena, we found that people's influence tends to spread to 3 degrees of separation, to your friends' friends, and your friends' friends. And that this happens for a variety of phenomena, like obesity, smoking, drinking, and drug use, with emotional states like happiness, loneliness, depression, or behaviors like altruism, like I just showed you in the Hadza, or with things like criminal behavior or voting or purchasing behavior or ideas. People's attitudes, decisions, and behaviors depend in quantifiable ways on the attitudes, decisions, and behaviors of others to whom they are directly or indirectly connected. A key idea about networks is that networks magnify whatever they are seeded with. If you put something in a network, the network functions like a kind of social magnifying glass. It makes more of it. But the network is agnostic. It doesn't care what you put in it. Networks will magnify Ebola or COVID or fascism or violence or fake news. But equally, they will magnify love and kindness and happiness and productivity and ideas. But something has to impinge on the network to get the process started. Now, of course, there's more going on than just this kind of social contagion I just alluded to. For instance, in the case of the contagion of obesity, several things might be happening. For example, the first thing that might be happening is straight up social contagion, or what you might also call induction, or a social domino effect. I gain weight, it makes my friend gain weight. My friend gains weight, it makes my friend's friend gain weight. There's a kind of spreading process in the network. Another possibility is that it's not my weight gain that causes your weight gain. Rather, it might be that birds of a feather flock together, or homophily, which is love of like. Maybe I befriend other people because they have a similar body size to me, or a similar taste in exercise or in foods, for example. A third possibility is that it's neither that my weight gain causes your weight gain, nor that we form a connection because we have a similar body size, but rather that we share an exposure to something like a gym that makes us both lose weight, or a fast food joint that makes us both gain weight at the same time. And all three of these are typically present in any social phenomenon. For example, why are people buying a particular product? Are they buying a product because their friends are buying that product? Do people who like that kind of product preferentially form attachments to each other? Or is the marketing campaign of the firm really effective at getting many people to buy the product? So it takes effort using diverse statistical and experimental techniques to tease these sorts of effects apart. Here's one early experiment that we did to isolate social contagion. In this experiment, groups of college students were brought into the laboratory and they were randomly assigned into groups of 4 strangers, these little boxes of letters shown on the left-hand side here. And they were given a little bit of money, and they were told that if they gave $1, let's say, to their group, we would double that dollar so that the group would gain $2 of wealth, and each person would get a fourth of that because there are 4 people in the group. So you give $1, you get back 50 cents, but your group gains $2. So obviously the best thing is for everyone to give maximally. This is called a public goods game. It's an economic model for human altruism. The best is for everyone to give maximally. But of course, from a selfish point of view, what you really want to do is give nothing and hope that everyone else gives. But of course, if everyone thinks that way, nobody gives and then nobody benefits. So what we did is we put these people into this type of a challenging situation, and they played one round, and then a bell would ring, and they would play another round, and a bell would with new people, then they'd be randomly assigned to new people. Then a bell would ring, and they'd be randomly assigned to new people and play again. And as a result of this, we were able to create simple artificial linear networks where we could trace back the sequence of interactions that previous individuals had had. And what we were able to find is that this kind of altruistic effect could spread from person to person. So for example, what we found is that if Eleni is kind to Lucas in period 1, Lucas is kind to Erica in period 2, Erica is kind to Jay in period 3, and Jay is kind to Brecken in period 4, a kind of cascade highlighted in red on this slide. And this is another one of the most bizarre results to come out of my lab in the last few years. Because what I've just told you is that how Jay treats Brecken depends on how Eleni treats Lucas, even though neither Jay nor Brecken ever saw or interacted with Eleni or Lucas. How 2 members of this audience treat each other may depend on how 2 other members of this audience treat each other, even though neither pair ever interacted with any other member of the other pair. So this is an experimental documentation of social contagion. And this geodesic, through the network spread of altruism, is distinct from the temporal persistence of altruism highlighted in yellow. In other words, if Eleni is kind to Lucas in period 1, Lucas learns to be kind. And he's kind to Erica in period 2, and Lysander in period 3, and Bemi in period 4, and so on. In fact, if you fold back all the downstream benefits, for every extra $1 that Eleni gives Lucas, the network functions like a kind of matching grant, doubling the downstream benefit. Or one other way of thinking about this is that pay it forward is real. Now, to be clear, we are affected in another way by social networks. It's not just what's happening around us that matters. The actual structure of the network also matters. Think about these two objects that you all studied in high school chemistry. They're both made of carbon. And on the left, you have graphite, which is soft and dark. And on the right, you have diamond, which is hard and clear. And there are two key intellectual ideas here. First of all, these two properties of softness and darkness and hardness and clearness aren't properties of the carbon atoms. They're properties of the collection of carbon atoms. And second, which properties you get depends on how you connect the carbon atoms to each other. Connect them one way, you get one set of properties. Take the same carbon atoms and connect them another way, you get a completely different set of properties. Similarly, the pattern of our connections affects the properties of our social groups. It's the ties between people that make the whole greater than the sum of its parts. New properties such as cooperation and violence, health and happiness, innovation and productivity can emerge because of the connections, because of the ties between people, and not necessarily because of the people themselves. So it's not just what's happening to the people around us that matters, whether they are happy or rich or thin, for example. Our experience of the world also depends on the actual structure of the ties around us, near and far. Let me give you one of my favorite examples of this. This is some work done by my colleague Brian Utsi, who became unaccountably interested in the success or failure of Broadway musicals. And he put together a data set of 326 Broadway musical production companies. And he mapped the social interactions of the teams producing these Broadway musicals. You know, the director, the producers, the musicians, the actors, and so on. And he computed something very similar to the transitivity that I introduced a few slides ago. So on the far left, you have, let's say, 6 people. You have the person in the middle. There are 5 people to whom that person is connected to. And there are 5 times 4 divided by 2, 10 possible connections among those people, but none of them are present. So you have 0% density on the far left. In the middle, 4 of those 10 connections are present, so you have 40% density. And then next over, all 10 of those ties are present, so you would say there's 100% density. And then he plotted in the cartoon on the far right, he plotted the density of the social structure of the ties among the members of these Broadway musical production companies on the x-axis, and on the y-axis, he quantified the success of these Broadway musicals. Now, Broadway musicals take hundreds of millions of dollars to make. They're high stakes, high risk business ventures. And he quantified the success either in terms of the money that they made or the fraction of positive reviews. And he found this parabolic shape. In other words, towards the lower end, towards 0%, if nobody knew each other from before, the show was a flop. And at the upper end, if everybody knew each other from before, the show was a flop. Optimal innovation and productivity was achieved in the middling range of density, where maybe some people knew each other from before and could work together effectively, and other people were fresh, brought in fresh ideas, and created a new chemistry in the group, which allowed the group to be more productive. So these sorts of observations have suggested to us 3 broad ways to intervene in networks so as to enhance public policy and in various ways, to use social networks for good. We can manipulate connection, which is change the structure of the network. Or we can manipulate contagion, which is to change the flows through the network. And finally, in a way I'll come to in a moment, we can manipulate position, which is to change the location of individuals within a network. And there's expanding science in all 3 areas using both online and offline settings. And I'd like to give you a feel for some of our results. These results are all from experiments, but we have other findings as well that from observational studies that I won't be presenting today. So over the last few years in our lab, we've developed software that we call Breadboard that allows us to easily recruit test subjects, including on Amazon Mechanical Turk or other settings, and create temporary artificial societies of real people. So we can, in a kind of godlike way, socially engineer different social arrangements, seamlessly recruit research subjects, drop them into these little worlds, have them interact with each other, pay them money for their trouble, and and then experimentally manipulate these in order to test ideas experimentally about social organization. By the way, we've made this software publicly available. It's at breadboard.yale.edu. Here's some work involving the manipulation of connection that I mentioned that illustrates both the use of the software and this principle of the importance of social connection. We took hundreds of research subjects. We randomly assigned them to different worlds in which they were dropped into networks which obeyed different rules. On the bottom, we dropped, and then they played multiple rounds of a public goods game across time. 10 rounds, for example, is shown on the bottom, where it says 1, 2, 6, and 10. That's the round number. This game took about 40 minutes to play. So in the bottom row, people were dropped into a fixed network. They were dropped into one of the network structure was determined, and they were assigned a location as shown by the blue and red dots. And the color, and then they were given some money, and they were asked, would you like to share this money with your newly assigned neighbors? If you do, we'll double the money, everyone will benefit, but you have to pay a little price. Of course, you hope that your neighbors will reciprocate, or you can defect. You can be a red dot and not contribute and hope that others contribute. And what happened in that branch of the experiment was that about 2/3 of the people were nice blue dots, cooperative, altruistic, kind people at the beginning, but they were taken advantage of by their red neighbors who abused them. And so why should you keep contributing if your neighbors are mean to you? You start defecting as well and also not contributing. And across time, what you find if you trace out the lower row is by the end, everyone has converted into a defector. You've got a sea of red dots, except a few blue dots on the edge of the network, keeping civilization alive. In a different branch of the experiment, however, in addition to asking people whether they wanted to, and by the way, that branch of the experiment is typical of the kind of experience many of us had in high school when the teacher randomly assigned you to be with some people and in a work group to do a project and said, you're all going to be given the same grade, you have to work together. And if you were assigned with people who were lazy or incompetent, you had two unpleasant choices. Either you could do all the work because you wanted a good grade, and they would get credit for having done nothing, or if that annoyed you, you would also stop working and then everyone would get a bad grade, including you. That's the dilemma faced by the people in the bottom row. In the top row, however, in addition to giving the people the option of whether in this public goods game, whether to be generous to their neighbors or not, we also gave them a little bit of ability to manipulate their social connections. At each time step, they could cut ties to people who were defectors or form ties to people who were cooperators. And in that branch of the experiment, as you can see, cooperation persists. So in other words, I could take a group of you and randomly assign you to one regime of social connection, and you'll be really sweet and nice to each other. Or I take the same people and assign you to a different regime of social connection, and you're mean jerks to each other. So it's not who you are that matters. It's how the network is organized and structured that might elicit this property of cooperation, just like the carbon example I mentioned a few minutes ago. In a subsequent experiment, we explored the parameter space of the rewiring rate, this social fluidity that I mentioned a moment ago, whether you could break or make ties using hundreds of subjects in dozens of groups. And on the y-axis, on the x-axis here, we put the rewiring rate from 0 to 100%. 0% rewiring means you're in a rigid network, you have no control over your social connections. 5 and 10% means a little bit of control. 100% means every time step, every one of your social connections is up for renewal or can change or does change. And then in the middle is everything in between. And on the y-axis is a regression-based estimate of how cooperative the groups are. And here you see a parabolic shape. What this says is that if you're in a rigid social structure, cooperation is low. And if you're in an overly fluid social structure, cooperation is low. And the optimal cooperation is achieved in a middle range. This sounds like the result with transitivity that I told you earlier, but it's completely different. This is not transitivity, this is social fluidity, which again has this parabolic shape. And I can cultivate an intuition in you in this by asking you to think about different kinds of institutions we have in our society. For example, the kind of institutions related to marriage. If you live in a society in which marriage, no divorce is possible, on the far left, social rigidity, once you pick your spouse, you're stuck with your spouse forever. If your spouse is mean to you, your choice is to be kind to your spouse forever and have them take advantage of you, or to also become mean, both of which are unpleasant. But meanness rises and sweetness declines in that kind of regime. At the other extreme, if you constantly have a new spouse, if every day you're assigned a new spouse, there's so much fluidity, you have no incentive to be nice to your spouse because they're not going to be there tomorrow. So what you want is a regime in which divorce is possible, but not too easy. You want a set of institutions that move people into middling levels of social rigidity. And I would suggest the same kind of thing happens with work groups in businesses and firms. You don't want overly rigid work groups, but you don't want overly fluid ones either if you want to optimize cooperation and actually other properties like innovation within these groups. Here's still another experiment of ours, a more recent experiment. This was published in 2015, manipulating another feature of our social interactions, namely whether we can see each other's wealth. This is a complicated experiment with many results, but let me give you some highlights from this experiment. Once again here, we dropped people. We recruited hundreds of people into dozens of groups. Actually, there were 1,400 people in this experiment who were put into these artificial societies. We gave them real money to play with, and we randomly assigned them to be rich or poor, and we have a lot of money or little money, and we randomly assigned them to be in either unequal, very unequal, slightly unequal, or very equal social worlds. For example, here on the left, we assign people into a very unequal social world, which is measured by the Gini coefficient, which is a number that goes from 0 to 1, and it's 0.41 on the lower left. That's a very high Gini that has a high level of inequality, like Morocco or the United States, for example. And then the dot size is proportional to how much wealth people have. And then we put a little letter, R for rich and P for poor, which is what you're assigned at the beginning, the amount of wealth you're given. And then in one branch of the experiment, in the invisible condition, people now start playing the same public goods game I've been telling you about. And the color of the dots indicates the blue dots are the nice cooperative people, the red dots are the mean defectors. And they play multiple rounds of this game. And you can see in that on the left-hand side of this slide, in the invisible condition, that by the end of the game, many things have happened. The inequality has plummeted from 0.41 to 0.14. That's actually below Scandinavian level of inequality. All the dots are big. Everyone has gotten rich. And most of the dots are blue. Most of the people are cooperative. That seems kind of nice. In a different branch of the experiment, we flipped a switch and those people were put in the visible condition where they could see their neighbor's wealth in addition to their own wealth. And in that branch of the experiment, none of those outcomes obtained. The inequality stayed high, 0.38 and 0.36. Most of the dots were red defectors, and you don't have as many wealthy big dots produced on that branch of the experiment. So making the wealth of others visible was bad in this situation. And here's a summary of some other results from the same experiment shown differently. On the x-axis, we have the rounds across time as people play these games. And on the y-axis, we have the average wealth produced in these societies. And we had a 2x3 factorial design. We had 6 branches of this experiment where there were 3 different initial inequality conditions: no inequality in blue, low inequality in red, high inequality in yellow, and then 2 different visibility conditions: dotted line, the wealth was invisible; solid line, the wealth was visible. And if you can look at this slide, you find that actually, unexpectedly actually, in my case, the inequality didn't seem to corrupt or affect the ability of the group to produce wealth. But the visibility really did. When you made the wealth of others visible, you decreased the ability of the society to produce wealth. And the same kind of finding was obtained with respect to how cooperative these societies are. Here again on the x-axis is the round number. Now on the y-axis we put the proportion of people who are cooperators, and you find the same results where inequality doesn't really affect people's cooperativity, but visibility really does. Now, these findings have implications for all kinds of policies in our society, everything from pay secrecy in firms or sports teams or school uniforms in schools. I used to be very much against school uniforms for various reasons. They struck me as kind of fascistic. But when we did this experiment, I began to kind of think of school uniforms as a kind of cloaking device, a kind of invisibility cloak that, maybe had the students focus on other things rather than on competing in terms of how wealthy they were, manifesting their wealth, for example, or social status. Here's another result on the importance of network structure, because we become interested in the sharing economy and in ways to optimize it. And we built a game that captures, now this is a more recent experiment, that captures some pertinent features of the challenges of sharing. Imagine wireless routers in people's homes, and that people can share the excess capacity when they don't need it. They leave their house, the neighbor can use their wireless capacity, but then when they come home in the evening and their neighbor's away, now they can borrow some of their neighbor's capacity. And in this game, people had to choose whether to share a resource that was essentially useless to them with their neighbor in the hopes that their neighbor would reciprocate. And using this scenario, we assessed how satisfied people were, and we randomly assigned people into two different network structures. And again, this is a complicated experiment, but the gist is kind of powerful in my view. Here, there are two different networks that are drawn on this slide. Both of these networks have 15 people. Both of these networks have 18 total connections. Even more than that, both of these networks have the same distribution in the degree of connections between people. For example, that little figures that are shown on the left there, if you look at how many people have one connection, 6 people have one connection in both networks. How many people have 2 connections? 3 people have 2 connections in both networks. How many people have 3 connections? 3 people have 3 connections in both networks. And how many people have 5 connections? 3 people have 5 connections in both networks. You basically couldn't tell the difference in which of these two worlds you were in. Same number of people, same number of ties, same number of people with the corresponding number of ties. And yet, when we drop people into these networks and have them play the Wi-Fi sharing game, you get completely different levels of satisfaction according to whether or not the network is organized to be assortative or disassortative. In an assortative network, popular people are connected to popular people and unpopular people are connected to unpopular people. In a disassortative network, it's the opposite. It's like an airplane network. Hubs are connected to small cities. So in a disassortative network, popular people are connected to unpopular people and vice versa. And what we found was that the assortative organization which is what humans do, humans are organized in assortative networks, was optimal for satisfaction in this situation. So structure again matters, just like the carbon example. And we can engineer different structures of human groups to optimize different outcomes. Now, moving on, we can also perform experiments that manipulate contagion. For example, this is a paradigm of experiments we're conducting that illustrates how you might manipulate contagion, for example, in sets of villages, or in sets of firms, or in factories, or in work groups, or in classrooms, for example. Imagine you have 2 villages, the one on the left and the one on the right, and you have just enough money to target 6 people, the 6 yellow dots, with a public health intervention. For example, to teach people how to use a latrine, or a vaccine intervention, for example. And the ordinary perspective in public health is you give those 6 yellow dots the intervention, and you come back a year later and you ask, well, how many of those 6 people adopted the intervention? Maybe 3 of the 6. But that's not what I'm interested in. I'm not interested in response to treatment among the treated. I'm interested in response to treatment among the untreated. When you go into this village and you give those 6 people the intervention, I want to know what everyone else in the village does. Maybe you target those 6, you give them the public health intervention, 3 of them adopt, and maybe 3 of their friends also adopt, for a total of 6 people in the right-hand village, and in the control village, maybe 2 people adopt the practice. But now you should be thinking, well, maybe I shouldn't pick the 6 people at random. Maybe there's an intelligent way to pick the 6 people so I get more bang for my buck. And the answer is that that's true. Instead of, for example, picking 6 people at random, maybe you should pick 6 central people. Maybe you target 6 people again, maybe 3 of these people adopt, but maybe they persuade 30 of their neighbors to adopt. Same village, same intervention, same number of people targeted, 10 times the effect, because you have shrewdly used mathematical algorithms to target structurally influential people within the village. And then you can experiment with all kinds of algorithms, which is one of the things that my lab does. For example, one of the algorithms we use is an algorithm known as the friendship paradox. And this is the idea that your friends have more friends than you do. This is a mathematical fact about social networks. And I can cultivate this intuition in you by asking you at least to consider the people on the periphery of a network. For example, that person on the very far right there has 1 connection. That's why they're on the edge. They only have 1 tie, but their friend necessarily has more than 1 connection. In this case, 2 connections. And in fact, if you look at the bottom yellow dot at the bottom of the slide, their orange friend has 8 connections. And so for everyone on the periphery, their friends will have more friends than they do. It turns out this is a mathematical fact everywhere in the network. On average, your friends have more friends than you do. So if you pick the 6 yellow dots at random and take 1 random step to one of their friends, to the orange dots will have higher degree and higher centrality on average. And the reason this is fantastic is that you can find the orange dots without having to map the network. So now you don't have the cost or headache of doing it. You just pick 6 people at random, ask them who their friends are, and you give the intervention to their friends. And we've been doing this in a number of settings around the world. For example, in Honduras, where we work in the western highlands of Honduras, it's a very poor part of the world. People live on less than $2 a day. We have mapped the networks. We have another kind of software that we use called Trellis. This is which we make publicly available at trellis.yale.edu. This is tablet-based software that can efficiently map human social networks in the field. And in our first experiment, we had 32 villages, and we mapped the networks, and we randomly assigned the villages to 3 different targeting algorithms. And in 1/3 of the villages, 5% of the people, in all the villages, 5% of the people were chosen to get the intervention. In 1/3 of the villages, 5% were chosen by chance, randomly, to get it. In another 1/3 of the villages, 5% were chosen who had the highest degree. And in another 1/3 of the villages, 5% were chosen with the friendship paradox technique. And what we found is, so the question was, if you want to move a whole village and not just individuals to change their behavior, how do you do that? Who do you target? Who creates the most externalities for behavior change? And how can you exploit that? So for example, here is how the targeting of 2 nodes might vary in one set of villages. The orange dots are 5% chosen at random, and the yellow dots are 5% chosen so as to be the people with the highest degree. So same village, different targeting algorithms, you can get a visual sense of the different people that would be chosen. And what we found in this experiment is that by using the friendship nomination technique, here on the x-axis is the days since they were targeted with, in this case, a multivitamin intervention. On the y-axis is the proportion of people that adopted the multivitamin intervention. And you can see that the nomination targeting strategy dominates the other strategies. So this is an illustration of manipulating social contagion. Finally, here's a recent experiment that involves manipulation of position. Now, just to give you an intuitive feel of what this is about, imagine you're a teacher and you have 20 desks nailed in front of you, and no one's seated in those desks, but the desks are nailed to the floor in a particular arrangement, and you have 20 students outside of the classroom with varying abilities. The question is, given that structure of interactions that the nailed desks on the floor allow, which student is near which student, where should you position the students in this network of desks to optimize learning in the classroom? Maybe you should put all the better students in the front or in the rear, or mix them up, for instance. This is a position intervention. How should workers, for example, be organized within a firm, given the same workers, given the same job functions, given the same organizational arrangements? Who should go where to optimize the performance of the groups? So this experiment explores this idea of a position intervention, and also explores some other ideas involving artificial intelligence. So here what we did is we're exploring the ability of a group of people to solve not a cooperation task, but rather a coordination task. They're dropped into networks, and they are told they have to pick a color dissimilar from their neighbors, orange, yellow, and purple. And they're told that if they work together in this team over the course of 5 minutes, and they can change colors as often as they want, and they can all of them work together to converge in a solution where everyone has a color dissimilar from their neighbors, they'll be paid as a group. Otherwise, they get nothing. The point is they have to coordinate, they have to work together. And so on the upper left, at the beginning at 0 seconds, you can see that people are dropped into the network. They're given initially a random color. The red lines indicate who's in conflict with their neighbors. The purple connections indicate that there's no conflict. If you look in the upper left, you'll see there are 2 orange dots that are connected, and they have a red line showing that there's a conflict. You should have the sense that the dot on the very far left, that orange dot, if they turn to purple, they would eliminate the conflict with their neighbors. That's a smart move for them. At the bottom, we show the progress through the game. Time is on the x-axis. The number of color conflicts is on the y-axis. At the beginning, there are 12 color conflicts, and that everyone starts picking their colors and working on the game. And by 105 seconds, they've almost solved it. And you can see in the middle, there are 2 yellow dots, and now the group is stuck. They can't make a move that allows them to solve the problem. If one of the 2 yellow dots either picks orange or purple, they will increase the number of conflicts in the graph. But interestingly, that's what they have to do. They have to make a counterintuitive move. And in fact, that is what happens. And by the end, at 245 seconds, the graph is colored and the people are able to solve the problem. Now, in this experiment, what we did is we evaluated what we call hybrid systems of humans and bots, of humans and artificial intelligence players, and how it might be to work together, and how we might be able to add bots with certain kinds of programming to human social systems to make them perform better, and how the position of those bots within the system might affect what happens. We manipulated a couple of things in this experiment. We manipulated how the position of the bots, and that's shown on the rows. On the first row is the bots were put at random. So we dropped 3 bots into these systems. There were about 15 or 20 people. I'm sorry, there were 20 people and approximately 3 bots in each group. We had over 4,000 people in 210 groups in this experiment. Sometimes we dropped the bots in a random position. Sometimes in the middle row, the bots were put in the middle, in the central position in the network. And sometimes in the bottom row, they were put in the peripheral position in the network. In addition, we manipulated the behavior of the bots. In the first column, the bots had what we call 0% noise. At every 1.5 seconds, they looked at their neighbors and they picked the color with the least conflict with their neighbors, every 1.5 seconds trying to minimize conflicts. In the middle column, we gave them a little bit of noise. So every 1.5 seconds, they picked the color with the minimum conflict, but 1 out of 10 times they picked a color at random. And in the final column, they had 30% noise, which is 3 out of 10 times they picked a random color. Now, on these 9 squares, on the x-axis is the time in seconds, the duration of the game, and on the y-axis is the probability that the group has not solved the coordination game. The orange line shows the sessions with humans only, the control group. And you can see that at the beginning, the humans, and the orange line is the same in all 9 of these squares. At the beginning, 100% of the human groups have not solved the problem, but they work their way through, and by the end, 2/3 of the human groups have solved the problem. However, if we add 3 bots with a little noise, 10% noise, in the middle, we can substantially improve it, as shown by that purple line in the middle square, which a larger fraction of the groups is able to solve the problem. So bots with 10% behavioral noise added into the middle of social networks, a little bit of kind of random behavior in the middle of this group helps this group of people solve the coordination problem. And in fact, the humans learn to play better by having bots among them. And what's happening is that the bots are helping humans to help themselves. And we're building on this work to design and add simple bots to these and other situations involving social dilemmas and collective action problems. We're looking at ways to enhance the ability of groups' coordination, cooperation, communication, evacuation, navigation, and sharing by experimentally adding bots to these groups. And by the way, it's not just about inventing bots to add. When we do these experiments, we gain insights into what humans could do in human-only groups to make it easier for humans to function in these types of situations. What we're doing in my lab, in a sense, is exploring simple kinds of programming, what we call dumb AI, that might make human groups more effective. We're not focused on developing super smart AI to replace human cognition. We're inventing dumb AI to supplement human interaction. And because these dumb agents are added into collections of smart humans, the agents don't have to be that smart. They just have to help a little to help the humans to help themselves. Okay, I'd like to close with one final idea that'll take a couple of slides. And it has to do with what it means to intervene in a social network, because I think such interventions provide us with a way to manipulate social capital. And to understand one sense of this, consider this idea. What's a point of a connected life? Well, how does it help us as individuals and as a species? And it turns out that networks are a resource that we can all use. Networks are a kind of social capital. Now, most people, when they think about capital, think about money. But really, capital is any stock of resources that can be put to productive use. So capital is a reservoir of wealth that you can produce something with. And 2 further key ideas about capital are that in order to create capital, you have to invest skill and effort. You have to know something and do something in order to create capital. And second, and more subtle, and an idea that's been keeping me awake for 20 years, is that in order to create capital, fundamentally, what you have to do is make changes in a substance that make it yield a higher rate of return than it otherwise would. That fundamentally, the capital creation process is actually about the transformation of the natural world. What do I mean by that? Well, look at this idea. A farm is a stock of capital. By investing skill and effort to clear the forest, you make the land more productive of fruits and vegetables and grains and flowers, for example. And so you've transformed the natural world. You've transformed a forest into a farm, and you've endowed it as a reservoir of wealth, as a source of productive power. So land, especially improved land, is a form of capital. Or you can take this tree and you can invest skill and effort and mill it into lumber. And the lumber is more valuable than the tree because you can do things with the lumber you couldn't do with a tree. Namely, invest still more skill and effort and make a violin. And the violin is more valuable than the lumber because you can do things with a violin that you couldn't do with a lumber. Namely, make music. So at each step of the way, you invest skill and effort and you transform one thing into another thing, and you make it a stock, a reservoir of wealth and a source of productive power. Well, a key innovation in thinking took place in the 1960s to see people and their skills and talents as a form of human capital. And the chief example of this is education. If you endow someone with skills and knowledge, you change them and you make them more productive. Like you can take this dissolute former graduate student of mine on the far left, who's a drunkard, and you can invest skill and effort and clean him up And now he's more productive and able to do things he wasn't able to do before. Or you can invest still more skill and effort and give him an education. And now he's still more able to do things than he was able to do before. Well, just like physical capital is created by a change in the material world, and human capital by a change in persons, social capital in organizations, in companies, in villages, in communities, indeed in our whole society, is a change in the relations among persons, a change that renders the group more productive and capable of doing things it was not previously able to do. And that is the deepest account I can give you of what social networks mean for our lives and why it is and how it is that we can use them to make the world better. Thank you very much.
Wow, what a cool and thought-inspiring keynote. That was great. Thank you for this great start of the day. We are live now across all stages. So welcome to Nodes again from my side. And we will quickly go into the next session already. So if you want to stick around for the beginner's track, stay here. If you are looking for the sessions in advanced or intermediate, please go back to the reception and pick a different stage. Obviously, we'd like to have you all here in this stage, so just stick around and it's all going to be fun for the next few hours. So next up, I have John Sigeman. John is Senior Manager Graph Database Product Specialist at Neo4j, and his session is What's New in Neo4j 5 and Aura 5 for developers. So John will go over in this session about the new features of Neo4j 5 with obviously a focus on developers, practitioners, and we'll do a sidestep into Aura as well, so you know what has been released recently with Aura Neo4j 5. Yeah. Well then, John, stage is yours.
Yep, thanks, Alexander. Good morning, everyone, and good evening for those of you who may be straggling over from earlier sessions. My name is John Stegeman. People call me Steggy sometimes, or Stegosaurus, which was my nickname as a child. But I was thinking, as I was telling a colleague on an earlier session, the first programming language that I used in a commercial setting, in other words, I got paid to write code, was Fortran. So you could probably just call me an old dinosaur and it would fit right in. So hello, everybody. My talk today is going to be to talk about what's new in Neo4j 5 and Aura 5, specifically focused on developers. Now, if you are more of an administrator, you'd like to find out about things like clustering and Neo4j Ops Manager. My colleague Stu presented yesterday at a session Neo4j 5 for administrators, so you can always go back and re-watch that presentation. We're going to move along at a pretty good clip. I've got a lot of material here to go over, and those of you who see the chat, that's a great place to ask questions. Some colleagues are here answering questions, and I'll be looking over there to see what we can see in questions as we go. So just in broad brushstrokes, to give you an idea, kind of the direction that we are taking the product in. I'm not going to read through everything here, but the things in bold are things that I want to cover. And I want to focus specifically, as I said, on the developer community, the practitioner, the people who are putting their fingers on the keyboard and writing applications and developing analytics with the database. So what does that mean? We're going to talk about support, talk about performance, scale, and security in broad brushstrokes. So let's dive right on in. So supportability. Let's talk first about our prior model of how we rolled out changes to Neo4j. And in the release 4 days, we used what was called a branch model. You know, we'd release 4.0, and then we maybe make some incremental bug fixes or security patches to that 401, 402. You've seen this before in the software world. Then we come out with a 4.1 and a 4.2, and eventually we'd have, a long-term support. We'd stop releasing those new versions and then just release patches to that. And the new model is really going to be more like what you would expect from a cloud-first vendor, or a vendor that releases software in a continuous fashion. And in fact, this is always what we've done with our Aura product, which was which is our cloud deployed database that you can sign up for. And that is, we continuously are releasing new features over time. And you can think of there's a 5.1 and a 5.2 and a 5.3, etc. But those features are coming more or less on a continuous basis over time. So what's changing in Neo4j5 is we're bringing that experience to the what we would call self-hosted community, people who are running Neo4j in their own data center or are self-managing their own deployments on the cloud vendors. And what this means, there's really a couple of key things that this means for you as a developer. Number one is new features are now going to come on a much more regular basis. So rather than waiting potentially 6 months between a point release like 5.1 to 5.2, those releases are going to come about once a month. So you'll have the capability to take on new features as you see fit. Of course, we're not going to force you to do this, but you'll have the ability to take on new features on a much more regular basis. But also a more, I think, more interesting thing that we're doing is, rather than making you upgrade, let's say you're on release 5.1 today and you stay on that for 6 months, and so now release 5.7 is the current release. In the past, what we would have done is we would have asked you to upgrade from 5.1 to 5.2 to 5.3, etc. You needed to do 6 upgrades to get to release 5.7. However, today with release 5, you're going to be able to upgrade or migrate from any version of Neo4j5 to any other version as long as you're moving forward in time. So you can't move backwards, go from 5.7 to 5.1, for example. But if you're on 5.1 today, and then 6 months from now you want to be on 5.7, you'll be able to do a single upgrade from 5.1 to 5.7 without having to go through that intermediate steps. And those of you who've been around for a few years, like I have, know that in organizations, especially large enterprises, upgrades can be a painful process. There's a lot of vetting that needs to happen and so forth. So this change, while it seems like it may be fairly minor, in my view, it's a pretty big change in terms of how people are going to be able to take advantage of Neo4j5 in a corporate environment. So in short, continuous releases, about once a month, new features will come out, and any-to-any upgrades. And the other thing that I think this enables, maybe I mentioned it on the previous slide, is that it will allow companies to go from a self-hosted environment to a DB environment, because those environments could be pretty close in sync, right? Rather than having to do a chain of upgrades before a migration into Aura. All right. Just a few things to mention about things that have been removed. I'm not going to go through everything on the list here. You can certainly go over this and see some changes. There's also some breaking changes that we call, and I would say the most significant one is that we no longer run on Java 11. We're now running on Java 17. Excuse me. So those of you who are on Neo4j4 or perhaps an earlier release, have a look here. You can always go online and read the documentation and find out some of the more details here. If you see me looking over in the corner there, I'm just monitoring the clock to make sure we can get through everything. All right, so let's take a look more specifically about some of the features. We talked about the upgrade lifecycle. Let's talk about the tools that support the database. In the release 4 realm, we have 3 primary tools that we publish for using with interacting with the database. First one is called Bloom. It's used for visualizing and visually interacting with the nodes and the relationships between them in the database. We have Browser, which is a query tool that lets you write Cipher queries, see those results visually or in a tabular format. And then we have the Data Importer, excuse me, which allows you to take data from delimited files and import that into your database in kind of a visual, graphically designed way. Now, we still have all 3 of these tools going forward. Today, if you are using Aura, you have the ability to use a new experience. The same 3 tools, same three fundamental ways of interacting with the database, just with a slightly different name. This experience we're calling Workspace. And Workspace is available for AuraDB today in what we would call a preview or beta mode, and I'll explain why it's in beta in just a moment. But what it does is, rather than force you to go to 3 separate tools to interact with the database, you can now go to one tool that's called Workspace. Everything lives under one roof. From a practical perspective, what does that mean to you? Well, first, it removes a little bit of friction because you no longer have to sign in to a different tool each time. You just sign in once and then you can navigate freely. But in my experience, the thing that I like about it is that it lets you work with those tools in a more fluid fashion without doing a context switch in your brain. So I'm in Bloom, I found something interesting, you know what, I need to go over and run some Cipher queries, so I better go log into desktop, for example. So this gives you all of those tools under one single user interface. And you can see on the top, you see Explore, Query, and Import. So Explore is what you think of as Bloom, Query is what you think of as desktop, and Import is obviously what you think of as the data importer. Now, why is it in beta? The primary reason it's in beta is that the query tab, the one in the middle here, it's not quite feature parity yet with Browser. So as we continue to finalize that polish and get the features up to date, that will come out of beta and be available as the primary experience. So if you'd like to use this today, I'm not going to go into the Aura console, but the way you would use it, go into the Aura console. Up over in the upper right, you see your profile link, a little circle with your picture in it if you've logged on with Google, or otherwise just a link with your initials. Pull that down and there'll be a little box at the bottom that says switch to the new experience, and that new experience is Workspace. If you do use that, be sure to click on the feedback link, give us some feedback, let us know what you like, what you don't like, and go from there. So Workspace. Let's talk a little bit about the changes from some of the drivers. First couple of changes that I'm going to talk about are specific to the Python driver. The first one is we now give you a very quick, simple, one line of code ability to take a result set from the Python driver and expose that as a pandas data frame. Those of you who are data scientists or who work with Jupyter notebooks all the time will know that pandas data frames are a really, really common way of working with data in Python. We now give you a really simple and straightforward way to do that. Little code example here, you could see the next to last line of code in there. Just take the result from the query and convert it to a data frame. It's really simple and straightforward. The second change in the Python driver that I'm going to highlight is adding support for the async IO functions. Again, we're just aligning it with what the rest of the drivers that we have do in terms of providing this. This was a really popular request, by the way, a lot of upvotes on GitHub to add this in. And again, without going through the code here, you can see down at the bottom the ability to use this in an async with async IO. Now, all of the drivers have added this capability. And when you get an error back from the driver, something has happened on the database, syntax error in your query or something else, maybe a transient problem, we now have a flag that you can interrogate on the error object to indicate this is what we would do if you are using the automatic transaction management that the driver provides. Would we retry this, or would we not retry this? So in case you're trying to interact with that in a more fine-grained manner and maybe roll your own transaction management, or implement a custom retry strategy, we now we expose what we would do if we were going to retry that or not retry it on our own. Thanks, Richard. I noticed in the chat you've referenced an upcoming presentation about the Python driver, or about Python, if you'd like to find out more. And again, an example, it's just a flag that you can query. Now, my colleague, Andy, is going to be presenting in a few hours here about some changes that are coming. Okay, so what I'm going to show you here in the next couple of slides is not something that's there today, but I want to give you an idea of where we're going with the drivers in general, and some new capability or new way of interacting with the drivers. And I could use an analogy here, and I'll tell you my personal experience as well with the drivers as I learned them. If you think about the two types of cars. I'm an American here, so we call it a stick shift and an automatic shift, or manual transmission, automatic transmission. The drivers today are really like a manual transmission, to use an analogy, and that is you have very fine-grained control and power to decide when you're going to shift that. And with the drivers, you have very fine-grained control of how you use bookmarks and and how you interact with the database in general. Now, my personal experience in coming to the drivers was that there is, for a lot of people, a pretty big learning curve when trying to use our database drivers today. And I'll tell you why. Remember, I said I'm an old dinosaur. So I learned Java back, when it was first coming out. I remember writing code in Java 1.2. And a lot of things have changed since then. So my mind is still kind of back in the dark ages of programming. And when I came to use the drivers in Java for Neo4j, I had to learn arrow functions and lambda and asynchronous IO patterns to interact with that driver. So there was a big learning curve for me in learning how to use the drivers, because not only did I need to learn our driver API, which is, to be honest, fairly simple, I also needed to learn a bunch of other programming paradigms that I wasn't particularly used to. Now, if you're younger and more recent experience, that may not be an issue for you, but it was certainly for me. So what are we doing is we're giving people that automatic transmission way of interacting with the driver. So rather than need to deal with all of those underlying details, we give you a very simple way of getting a session and then executing a query against that session and getting the results back without having to learn all of that those other techniques that go with the language that you may have otherwise had to learn. So if you've taken the class on Graph Academy on programming in your particular language, we've got 5 drivers that we support. I was doing the Java one at first because that was my most familiar language. You'll find that this is much easier and more straightforward way of interacting with the database from a programming language. So this is coming. Our intent is to have a beta release of these drivers out shortly, within a few weeks. So that's not a promise, but as you know, with engineering, sometimes timelines change, but that's generally the kind of direction we're going in. Okay, monitoring the questions. It's a pretty quiet audience. Jump over to the chat if you have questions. Jump right in. Let's talk a little bit about changes to the Cipher language and some other things that are happening inside of how you use Cipher or use APOC, which is our a set of procedures within the database. So a couple of things that I would say are syntactical improvements. This one in particular is actually comes with the performance improvements. So if you think about doing a query where you're trying to find a node in the database that could be one of several labels. You know, to use a simple example, if you think of the movie database that we've had, those of you who've used the movie database that we provide as an example know that we have a person node. But you also know that those nodes might be able to have other labels like an actor or a director or a reviewer. This new syntax allows you to bring that disjunction, or that conjunction where you say it could be an actor, it could be a person, it could be a director, you know, any of these labels is a new syntax that you can see on the left for being able to do that. And not only is it a new syntax, there's also a new operator in the query planner that makes that more performant. This is more syntactical. It's not necessarily a performance improvement, but this is syntax where you are able to take predicates or conditions that apply to a relationship and move them right into the relationship part of your match query, as opposed to doing a match query and then adding a where clause at the end. To me, this is really nice because it kind of matches how my mind thinks about queries. And that is, like I'm trying to match this node, the relationship here, and I want to qualify that relationship in some way. And again, here you can see an example. I'm trying to match two nodes where we've got a relationship between them, and the protocol is HTTP within a certain port range. Now, you can do this in Release 4. Obviously, you just match the relationship, and then you add where clauses for the protocol and the port number. This brings it all in line to that. More expressive, I think, in some ways, less verbose. Just kind of brings that together in a more concise way. And then finally, another syntactical thing along the same lines is label expression. So not just disjunctions where you say or, but you can also do negations, nots. You can do conjunctions with ands and, you know, groupings and so forth. Again, syntactical sugar, if you will, but again, making the language more concise and easy to express. While we're here, we have a question. You know, workspace is good. Can we enterprise non-Aura have workspace future? That's the plan. Right now it's out there for Aura users. The plan is in the future you'll be able to access it even for self-managed. So just to summarize some of the syntax changes here. On the left side you see syntax from v4. You can still use this syntax, by the way. We're not deprecating the existing syntax. But on the right side, you could see how you might express the same query using the new syntax. And I think you'll agree with me. It's much more concise and probably easier to read and easier to understand at a glance. A couple of other things in there. You see some breaking changes, and you see the traversal API on the left side. The traversal API is an API that we had removed. We reintroduced that back into the product. So if you've used that in the past, we're disappointed that we've removed it. We've now reintroduced it. We haven't made dramatic change to that. We've just gone through a code review to make sure that, you know, it's secure, it's performant, etc. We've kind of brought that into the database as a first-class citizen that we've committed to supporting. As I say, no real new features and no plans to add new features at this time, but we've brought that back in. You know, you see in the middle of breaking change around privileges. This was, I think, probably just an issue where, you know, having an executed boosted privilege was forcing you to have another privilege, even though you weren't explicitly granted that. So now you can see we've made that change there. And then finally, on the far right, some of the semantic errors were being incorrectly reported as a syntax error. So now we've fixed that and portray that error in the appropriate way. So if you're using any of those or relying on any of the behavior in V4, just be aware that there's some changes in V5 that will change how you do that. This to me is a big one, and there's been, to be fair, a little bit of confusion on the community about this to date. People who've downloaded V5 and said, "What's happened to APOC? I can't find APOC anymore." Well, what we've done is we've taken the two parts of APOC. We've had APOC core and we've had APOC extended. And what we've done is we've taken APOC core, this group of procedures, and brought it into the product itself. And it's being supported by the Neo4j engineering team. We're not going to be making changes to that other than fixing major bugs or fixing security issues. But we've brought that in. We've committed to supporting that as a company. So if you're using APOC core, you can rely that those APOC core procedures will work and that any security exposures will be rectified. The remaining part of the APOC library, what we've called APOC extended, is going to continue to be a community supported project. It's not something that we will support officially with the engineering team, but it will continue to live in the extended repository. And you can see as well, one of the other changes that the APOC core library will be supported in Aura. There's a few exceptions in there, and I'm not going to go to the link here. You could see a link if you'd like to download the slides after the presentation. You'll be able to follow that link and find out which of the procedures would not be supported there. Stu, thanks for the comment there. It still ships in the labs directory, but fully supported as part of the database. Okay. We're doing okay on time. Let's talk about performance. Now we have this concept, called a K-hop query that you may have heard. And to me, what K-hop queries is basically a query where you start from a node, you make a number of hops, K of them, and you're trying to find that end node within a specific range. In version 4, we would attempt to solve those kinds of queries or plan those kinds of queries doing what we would call a depth first type of traversal of the graph. In other words, we would go as deep as we can in order to find the answer. In release 5, we have a new query planner method called breadth first to be able to prune that. Now, why is that so important? Well, it's important from a performance perspective. For specific types of queries, and I'm going to give you some examples in just a moment, this can be dramatically faster than the old method of applying these kinds of or executing, these kinds of queries. And as I say, it can be pretty dramatic. In our internal testing, depending on how big K is, you could see anywhere from a 2 times to 100 times or more kind of a speed up, especially as that query chain gets longer. So without you needing to do anything other than to ensure that your queries follow these patterns for this kind of a query, you don't need to do anything to take advantage of this. It's something that's built into the query planner and will happen automatically. Basically, if you look at the queries here, you can see the relationship part of the query. They are all multiple hops, so it's not a single hop. You need to start from 0 or 1, and you need to have an endpoint or a maximum number of hops in that query. I tested this the other day with someone on the community. Our community forums had asked a question where they didn't have a limit, but there was a practical limit. So I tried it with 1 to 1,000, and as long as there's a limit there, we can use this new query planning or this new query step in the plan. So you could see here, you need to start from 0 or 1. As long as you do that and you have a limit and you're interested in the endpoints, right? You're not so much interested in the path, but you're interested in where you get to along those hops. This query planning method will take effect. And I can see the question over here on the right-hand side. If you're interested in the path today, this new operator is not going to take effect. You could see this quite simply by profiling the query in question to see if it's used, and if the thing to look for is that BFS in the query plan that would indicate that we're using this new operator. Right. Let's talk about indexing, because we've made a significant change in indexing in release 5, and you'll see the first one is kind of the headline here. We've deprecated or taken out B-tree indexes. So V5 no longer supports B-tree indexes, and we've replaced that with range indexes and point indexes. And you can see range indexes, equals, greater than, less than, starts with, those kinds of query operations are supported by the range index. And point indexes, you can think of, I like to think of them as spatial, distance, multi-dimensional XYZ coordinate kinds of indexes. Now, if you're using V4 and wanting to move to V5, you're going to need to pre-create range indexes and point indexes that will replace your B-tree indexes. So as long as you create those indexes in V4 before you do the upgrade to V5, that upgrade process will automatically drop the B-tree indexes for you. If you don't have those, to refresh my memory here, I believe that upgrade will actually stop and tell you, hey, you need to do this before you move on to the upgrade to V5. So what does this mean? It's a change. I would call it a breaking change. If you're in V4, you'll need to pre-create some new indexes before you move to V5. But going forward, those range and point indexes become the supported way for indexing. And you can see also some changes to the full text index, where we now support lists and arrays in terms of the values that we index, as opposed to just a scalar text, and some performance improvements as well. Okay, last topic is security. And some of you may think, okay, why are you talking about impersonation here? I'm a developer. Well, in my experience, developers sometimes write scripts that you might run on a regular basis. What the capability that we brought into Cipher Shell, which is our command line query tool that lets you run queries or runs scripts, as long as you have the appropriate permissions as a user. And here we can see we're logging in as the Neo4j user. And in this example, a Neo4j user has been given the appropriate RBAC permissions to impersonate another user, Stu. You can do that right here when logging into Cipher Shell and impersonate that user. So you don't need to know Stu's password to impersonate Stu and run the query or run the script as Stu. You need to know your own password and have the permission to impersonate. With that, I think we've got 1 minute left. Question, Rick, how do you choose between range and point indexes? I think to me it's a relatively straightforward question, because point indexes tend to be fairly obvious, I think, when you're looking at multi-dimensional types of things that you're indexing. So if you have an x and a y coordinate, or latitude and a longitude, or three XYZ coordinates, those tend to point me towards a point index, whereas range indexes would be everyone else. And if Stu or anybody else in the on the chat has any further on that, but to me it's a fairly binary decision, unless I'm missing something of the question.
Cool. Thank you very much. We have now, John. You can come back. We can do maybe one more question on stage
No
here.
worries, Alexander.
Yeah. So Agung had the question. I don't know. Workspace is good. Can non-Aura have the workspace feature? Can
Yep,
you
and
access
as I
workspace?
mentioned as we were going through the presentation there, today it's available on Aura. The intent is in the future you'll be able to use Workspace on self-managed instances, but the short answer is not today. But yes, it should be coming in the future.
Okay.
Thanks
Great.
for that question.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Thank you very much, John. As ever, John will be probably around for a little bit longer afterwards. So in chat. So if you have any other questions, take them there. Also, some team members will be always there for questions and answers. Obviously, if nobody, due to time, it's obviously not out of spite against you personally asking the question. You can always take your questions to the community, community.neo4j.com, or to our Discord server. There is a huge active group of people that are asking questions, are also answering questions and helping out with your problems. So yeah, the overflow between Keynote and the first session is always super tight. So that's why I didn't have the time to properly welcome everybody to Notes 2022 EMEA, Europe and Africa time zones in what is basically day 2 of Notes. So there's still one event. Yeah, thank you very much for joining today. Hope you have a great time. Hope the keynote was as cool. I mean, I think it's a pretty exciting session, and obviously with the Neo4j 5 roundup now, I'm pretty excited to the rest of the day. Don't forget to use the other features from the notes during Notes. So you can, excuse me, you can go to the goodie bag for a couple of freebies. You get the GraphQL book from my colleague Will. There is your chance to get a second or a free instance for you. So that's also pretty cool, and some other goodies there. And as Michael said in the beginning, there is now exclusively for this time zone slot of Notes, we have a couple of sessions, feedback workspace workshop sessions with engineering team from Neo4j. So if you are interested in talking to actual product developers, actual people that are working with Neo4j, developing Neo4j, adding new features into the product, this is your chance for praise, feedback, criticism, positive or negative. Everything's welcome. So you find those under sessions. So in the left-hand side, you have like this little bar of links you can click, and there's now a new one added in that's called sessions, which throughout the afternoon has a couple of these going. So do that. Also, when you are in chat, please don't hesitate to ask questions. We will, as I said, not be able to answer all of them, but we will try, if there is time at the end of presentations, to squeeze in one or two. So obviously, it's nice if you type in some questions. And obviously, more important than anything else, it's a virtual event. So if you like something, if you virtual clapping, heart emojis, smileys, anything, there is a little emoji button there. Use it, put it in. The speakers will appreciate. Everybody will appreciate. So it's a little bit hard, obviously, to speak to your webcam in your room if you don't get feedback. So try to make use of this. Yeah, and so we can, I think, move over to next session. Anton Persson. Anton is software engineering on the kernel team at Neo4j, and also a mindfulness teacher. The mindfulness part comes later. Now we talk about software engineering. And the session he will now present is called Index Changes in Neo4j 5. So we heard a little bit about these in John's session. So I think Anton will give a little more insight into the new index types. So we have range, we have point, we have text, when to use them, how to use them, and how the upgrade works. And also the full text indexes have received significant upgrade, and how does that work as well. So we look into those changes in those new features during the next session. All right, Anton, take it away.
Thank you so much, Alex. I actually didn't catch so much of John's presentation, so I hope I will not be a complete parrot here and just repeat everything that he said. Hopefully there is something new here for you. But yes, like Alex said, we will look at the index changes that are in Neo4j 5 so far. My name is Anton Persson, but of course I haven't done this work all by myself. It's been done together with the rest of the kernel team and the wider engineering organization. So I just want to sprinkle some credit there. And I also want to encourage you to ask any questions that you might have about the indexes. I will do my best in the end to answer them, and I hope that we will have some time for that. So questions and comments are super welcome. All right, so let's dive in. In Neo4j 5, we introduce a few new index types, range, point, and text, as I think John mentioned. So we'll talk a little bit about that. We will also talk about a new implementation of the text index type and the benefits of that. And in the end, we'll talk about what's new with full text indexes. So starting from the top, the new index type. So this part of the update in Neo4j 5 is, you can think of it as a spring cleaning or a realigning of the surface that will better serve us in the future. And what we've done is we've taken the B-tree index type and we've split it into its functional components, namely range, point, and text. So let's dive into this a little bit, what that means. So the B-tree index type is kind of, or was kind of, it's removed now in 5, but in 4.4 it was a kind of all-in-one type. It has support for range scans like greater than, less than, equality, starts with. But it also has some spatial functionality, and it can answer distance and within bounding box type queries, and also some advanced text functionality like contains and ends with. And this seems great, of course. However, the standard implementation of like our native implementation of the B+ tree, the tree structure, it doesn't support those kind of queries like out of the box. So we've added the spatial and the text capabilities kind of glued on the side of the B tree, and this has some problems. For example, the kind of fundamentally, those parts have different data layouts. So we need to work around those in the code. For example, we need to sort points in memory to deliver ordered results. We have a Lucene component that lives kind of side by side with our native tree implementation to have support for contains and ends with. Also, there is no separation of concerns here. So, which means that if we want to improve the contains performance, for example, by changing something, suddenly all indexes need to be rebuilt in order to support that. So even if you have an index or a B-tree index that only uses range functions, maybe you only have points in there, you still need to rebuild that index because one part of it has changed its structure only to support contains better. And that just seems very unnecessary and expensive. And also the surface is kind of confusing. Like we have support for range scans efficiently, except for points, which are sorted in a different way. We have kind of support for contains and ends with, but only if you use a special index provider. So the B-tree type comes with all kinds of problems like that, and basically it's not a very good surface. And since we're transitioning into a new major version now, this is the perfect time to clean that surface up and to change it into something that serves us better in the future. Okay, so if we were to redesign index types, the index type surface, how would we design it then? That was the kind of, how would we like it to look? That was the question that we asked us when started working on this. And I think this sentence from like one of our internal one of our internal documents describes it pretty well. So based on the kinds of predicates that an index can evaluate, indexes form capability classes. And we refer to the capability class of an index as the index type. So the index type in itself describes what predicates does the index support. So for example, we have the range, the point, and the text type here. And the point type has support for equality on point values, bounding box queries, and distance queries. The text index has a bunch of other predicates, for example, contains the predicate. Or like you can think of it more simply as range does equality in range scans, point do spatial queries, text does specially advanced text type of queries. And we'll dig into this a little bit more. But here you have a picture of how I think of it as the B tree being split out into its functional component. And in terms of choosing what index type to use, my recommendation would be that range is the one that you want unless any of those three conditions apply. If you use distance or within bounding box, then you want to use the point index. Even if you have point values, but you only do equality search on it, range will do that perfectly fine. You don't need a point index to support equality, just for distance and bounding box. Or if you have contains and ends with predicates, then you want to use text. Or if you have very large strings. So if your strings that you store are larger than 8K and you want to index them, they will not fit in the range index, and you will need to use the text index instead. And of course, range is the default option. All right. So let's talk a little bit about upgrade of indexes from 4.4 to 5.0. So we wanted to make sure that you could migrate without having any downtime of your constraints and indexes. So it would be a sad case if you upgrade from 4.4 to Neo4j 5, but when you are like back up and running, your constraints are not keeping the integrity of your data. So that would be a sad story. So as a preparation step before you start the migration, you need to replace all of your B-tree indexes with those new types. And note that it's possible to create those new index types in 4.4, but they are only there to make the migration smoother. They will not be used actually by Cipher in 4.4. The text type being the exception there, which is actually used. Okay, so once you have replaced your B-tree indexes and B-tree backed constraints, you will be ready to do the actual migration. And during that migration, the B-tree indexes will be removed automatically. let's step through a simple example of what this might look like. So here we're sitting in Cipher shell, and we have our show index command, and we list all of the indexes that we have, and we see that there are a bunch of B-tree indexes here that needs to be replaced. And we have the properties born, last seen, name, and an ID, all of them on the person label. So the index on born, we want that one to be a range index because we want to do range seeks on this property, and the property is a number. So we create a range index to replace that one. Next one, last seen. This is a point property that tracks where the person was last seen. I'm not sure what application this is, some kind of surveillance maybe. But since we want to do within VBox queries, we create a point index as a replacement. And finally, the name. We want to search by for names containing a certain substring. So we create a text index for that. So this should be pretty fairly straightforward, I think, as long as you just keep track of what type of predicates do you use for your respective predicates. And I should maybe also say that if you have a property where you both do lots of range scans and you do bounding box queries, for example, on the same property, then you can create both a range index and a point index. That's completely possible. Okay, so now we have replaced the first three. We see here, for example, that we have a B-tree index and a range index on the same label and property combination here. But we still have the constraint left. We have a uniqueness constraint, and in 4.4 you identify that from the show index command in the uniqueness column here. In unique, it says unique here, which means it's backing a uniqueness constraint. So in order to replace that constraint, we use the standard create constraint statement, but in the end we append options, index provider, and then the range-1.o provider. This will create a constraint backed by a range index instead of a B-tree index. And I should maybe also say that out of the three new types, only range can support constraints, because it's the only one that will contain all different property values. Text index only deal with strings, and point index only deal with points. So they will not be enough to back a constraint. All right. So now we have replaced our constraint with a range index here. And we are ready for the migration. And the B-trees will be automatically removed in that process. And when you wake up in Neo4j 5, your indexes and your constraints are up and running. So we hope that this will make the migration slightly to help you have less downtime of your indexes and your constraints. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the text index type. We have introduced a new implementation in Neo4j 5 of this type, but for that to make sense, I wanted to take a tour into some technical details about how it works in Neo4j 4.4. And this will be kind of technical, so strap in, but I'll do my best to keep it understandable. So the text index type was introduced in 4.4, and it's basically an evolution on the B-tree type. Basically, we've taken the text index part that was glued onto the B-tree and broken it out into a separate thing. And the purpose of it is to supplement the B-tree for operations that cannot be effectively done on a B-tree, such as, or specifically, contains and suffix queries. So we see here like a wildcard star and then something and a wildcard, or just with a leading wildcard. Okay, so the following slides is about text index for how they work in 4.4. Let's talk a little about a minimum Lucene understanding to see what we find here. So in Lucene, the center, like the most important concept, is the term. And the Lucene index answers which documents contain these terms. And a document, in our case, would be a node or a relationship. So what nodes contain this search phrase that I'm looking for? And the terms are the result of the tokenization process of the indexed text. So we, for example, if we have the hello world text, this string will be tokenized in some way. And depending on, and to illustrate that this can be done in different ways, we'll look at the full text index as an example. So the default analyzer for the full text index will tokenize hello world into hello and world. The white space is removed, and the exclamation mark is also removed. But the text-1.o, which is the 4.4 one, it will just keep the entire string as it is. And note that like full text index and text-1.o, they fulfill completely, they meet completely different needs. So it's not like a comparison for those two types. It's more to illustrate that the tokenization process can look differently. We'll talk a little bit more about full text index later on, but for now we don't need to care about that. Okay, so we take strings, we tokenize them into terms, and the terms point to documents, which means nodes and relationships. Lucene stores those terms in a term dictionary, where each term, each unique term is stored once, and it points to all of the documents that contain that term. And we see here, for example, that document 8 here belongs both to term 1 and to term 3. So this document contains both of those terms, and it will be stored twice. And this structure is flat. So how can we then search in this index if the structure is completely flat? Doesn't that mean that we will just need to look at everything? And that's a great question. So there is another part of Lucene here, which is called the finite state transducer, which basically is the structure in which the terms are indexed internally in Lucene. So how do you find the term you're looking for? And this is what it looks like. So if there is a way for you to go from the greenest node to the left to the black node to the right, and you find your word that you're looking for along the way here, that means that the term you were looking for is actually in the index, and the aggregated value from the numbers here, if you take the upper route here, you get 2 plus 5. So 7 is the aggregated value. That's the place that you will find the term in. So for example, if we search for pint, we will follow the P and then the I and then the T, and the aggregated value will be 4, which means the ID of the term is 4, and then from there you'll find what documents that term belongs to. Okay, so we have the term dictionary, and we have this finite state transducer thing that we can search in. But how can we support contains and suffix queries in this structure. See, the finite state transducer always start with the beginning of the word. So how can we search for like internal strings here? That seems crazy. And it is. It doesn't actually support this kind of queries. We actually have to iterate through all of the terms in the index. So this is still in 4.4 space now. Okay, so yeah, and remember that in 4.4, the text index uses the complete property value as the term. So we kept the hello world and we kept the string as it is, right? So this is going to be one of the terms. Okay, so how does this perform then? So we have a synthetical data set here with UUIDs. They are 36 characters long, and we have 10 million nodes. And we look for 6-character substrings. Using the range index, the new one in EMEA 5, it takes between 2.2 and 2.3 milliseconds. The text index from 4.4 is a bit better, around a second. The text 1.0 in 5.0, we have shaven away a little bit of the overhead, but it's still in the 3-digit milliseconds. And we're going to take a detour now to talk about duplicates, how duplicate property values are stored, and we're going to see how that impacts performance. So in the B tree, in our native B tree implementation, the duplicate keys are stored in its entirety. So the foo key here is stored in its entirety and point to the documents. Lucene does it in a bit more clever way. It just stores the key once and keeps the documents like together with one of that only key, right? So already there is some indication that there should be some sort of performance difference, given that both of the indexes will need to scan all of the values and filter out on the contains predicate. Okay, so let's return to this same example with the IDs. Now we have still have 10 million nodes, but we only have 1 million unique IDs, which means every ID is assigned to 10 different nodes. So in total, we will have only 10% as many terms in the index. For the range index, this doesn't make any difference. We still have a search time for 2 seconds. But for the text one, this actually cuts the performance, or like cuts the time to only 10%, which is great in a way, but it also points to a problem here. It means that the time it takes to search the index for contains scales linearly with a number of unique values. So if you have more unique values, it will scale linearly, and that's not a very good thing. That's going to be problematic as you scale up. Okay, so now we've kind of outlined the problems that in Neo4j 4.4 for the text index type. So let's talk about how can we find substrings more efficiently. And ta-da, here comes text-2.0. Very shiny and fancy name. So this one uses a trigram index under the hood. It is the default implementation for the text type in EFJ5, and you recognize it by the index provider text-2.0. And this iteration to re-implement the back end, so to speak, of the type is made possible by this decoupling of the index type. Right? So what is a trigram index? Well, a trigram is a group of 3 consecutive written units, such as letters, syllables, or words. So 3 letters, basically. And a trigram index is something that turns the text into all of its trigrams and index the trigrams. So if we have this text, trigrammed text, and we turn it into trigrams, we will have all of those kind of groups of letters. All of those will be terms in Lucene. All of them will point to the same document. And if you want to then search for it, you take your search string. Here you have the wildcard, so the wildcards on both sides. So this is a contains query. We want to find everything that contains a gram. So you split the gram into its trigrams, which is gra and ram, of course, and you find all of the documents that contain both of those trigrams. And the index itself will give some false positives here, right? So, for example, this string will also contain gra and ram, but it doesn't contain the entire substring gram, right? So after we get the index result, we filter it through the store to verify with the actual strings, not only the trigrams. And then we return the result to you as a user. Okay, so this is a little bit about how it works, the trigram index, but let's see what it does for performance. So we have the same data set still here with the UUIDs and the previous results. And we see that the trigram index is in the single digits here. So in this case, it was more than 100x faster, which is fantastic, of course. But more importantly, it scales better. It doesn't scale linearly, which means that when you scale up, the time it takes to search the index will not scale in the same with the same speed, so to speak. Okay, but this this is a benchmark. It was run on embedded on our local laptop. There's no network, no driver, no Cipher, but the numbers point to some ballpark expectations of the performance, right? But we all know that benchmarks lie, right? So, but what about the index size? It seems crazy to just split the string up into all of its components and then index that. It should be like 3 times larger than the index. But that's not necessarily the case. In this case, it's only 6% larger with the UUID example. But we wanted to explore some other more real data sets as well. So we imported some film titles and actors from the IMDb movie database and imported into Neo4j, created a text index, and we searched for substrings of movies and actors. And searching for among 31 million movies, the performance is kind of similar. We're down in the 1 digit, so like plus 100x faster. But the index, it's actually 68% larger. So there is some trade-off here to be aware about. And for the actors part, the index is 23% larger. So there are some examples, and you'll need to try it out on your workload, on your store to get the exact values. But here are some ballpark numbers at least. Okay, so to conclude, Neo4j has this new text index implementation. You identified by the text 2.0 string. The performance has improved a lot for contains and ends with. It is the default that you will get when you create a text index. And to upgrade your existing text indexes that you have in 4.4, you need to drop and create them again in Neo4j 5. There's no automatic migration there. Okay, and I noticed that I don't have so much time left, so let me just kind of skim over what's new with text index. It's not so complicated, so I think we'll be fine. Basically, it has support for string arrays. Yeah, so let's read what the documentation says. If the indexed property contains a text array, each element of this array is analyzed independently, and all produced terms are associated with the same property name. So, for example, the property paragraphs, if you have five strings in that array, all of those elements will be associated with the paragraphs key. And this is important when you use the property key value in your search query, right? So this means that when querying such an index node or relationship, there is a match if any of the array elements match the query. So here we have some data. We have the paragraphs value here. This is an article about turtles, and this is an article about Renaissance artists, and it also has the paragraph property. We have a full text index on those properties, and we can search for this paragraph property, and we'll get some results. So that's kind of the update to full text indexes. Full text index, it has support for string arrays. To upgrade your full text indexes, you don't need to do anything really, unless if you have full text indexes and the properties that you have indexed also contain string array values. If that's the case, then those are not yet indexed in 4.4. So in 5.0 or in Neo4j 5, you will need to drop and recreate those indexes in order to have a consistent index. Otherwise, you don't need to do anything. Okay, so that's the end of what I wanted to present here. I'm super happy to take any questions, and I hope we have some time left for that.
Hey, Anton, that was great. Thank you very much. We have a few minutes left, so I think we can take a question or two. One from Dave from earlier about the size or larger index. Can you do larger indexes now instead of just 23,000? Has that limit been changed? Do you know?
So the limit for in 4.4 the limit is 32K, if I remember correctly, and that limit is the same in Neo4j 5.
Okay. And then a question from Rick. I'm still confused about when to use which index type. Could Anton maybe share his views on this? Do you have a 30-second summary? So, which index, which goes where?
you always want to use the range index unless you have contains or ends with queries. In that case, use text, or you have distance or bounding box queries. In that case, use point. So or if you have very large strings, larger than 8K, use text. It's a simple answer.
Okay, cool. Got some love for Text 2.0 for the name. Teresa likes that name, so I think that's
It's a beautiful name.
It's a beautiful name, yeah. And we have time. One more from Dave. Does the new text index do regexp by default now? Hence the trigrams.
No, and the reason for that is because the index need to do like the same thing as Cipher does. So the index should not change the result, right, that you would get from a Cipher query. It should only enhance the performance. So Cipher doesn't have support for regex, which means there is no point for the underlying index to support that either. For those kind of more complicated queries, you would use a full text index.
All right, cool. Well, thank you very much, Anton. That was great. We'll see you later on this track as well for some meditation and mindfulness. So looking forward to that in a few hours. Until then, have a good rest of your day and see you later.
See you later.
Yeah, cool. And with that, we have another couple of minutes left. So to talk, here in the breaks before the next speaker gets ready. So I'd like to take this opportunity to do a little advertisement for our Neo4j live streams that happening regularly. So if you are interested in watching content from technical content throughout the year, subscribe to our YouTube channel or follow us on Twitch, where we regularly share interesting sessions. I'm hosting most of these, but this is hopefully won't keep you off from subscribing there. So we do these with community members where they share apps and tools they are developing around Neo4j, but as well as give insights into various other things around the world of graphs. So if that is something you're interested in and you think this could be cool, check out the Neo4j YouTube channel, or like I said, the Twitch channel. This is probably the easiest two ways to follow and to subscribe to the channels. And there you can see regular updates. Also check out the community page where we combine this all and we have a good summary of what's happening currently and what's scheduled for the next few days or weeks. So I think that's a great place to find all these informations. And yeah, repeating again, everything is recorded here throughout the days, every track, every single stage across all the time zones. So if you missed something, because obviously you cannot be except from Michael, who has showed me a picture earlier, he has 3 windows open at the same time with all the tracks in parallel. I think anybody else will focus on one stage at a time. And if you do that, you will obviously miss some other stuff, or you have slept through the night where stuff happened earlier. Everything will be recorded. Everything will be put on YouTube later on. So if you are watching this later, then or would like to watch some other content, you will have the opportunity to do so. It will take us a week because or a couple of days. We need to segment everything and then reshare this on YouTube. But it'll be there. Give us a little time. Yeah, when will the recording exactly will be published on YouTube? Will also be available here on Hopin, so you just come back in the backend and check it out under the recordings tab, which should be there shortly. The channel on YouTube will be neo4j.com/neo4j, youtube.com/neo4j. And there you find a notes playlist. Currently, it has just a beginner's track in full force of 8 hours. The other ones will be there throughout a week or two. Yes. So next up, we have Luke. So here we go. Luke Gannon. Luke is a product manager at Neo4j. And the next session is called What's New in Graph Data Science Land. So in this lightning talk session, Luke will discuss what's new with Graph Data Science since the release of Neo4j Graph Data Science 2.0. I think 2.0 has been released early this year. I think it was the big announcement during our Graph Connect show in Austin, Texas earlier this year in summer. So a few things have probably been added to this. I think the currently version is 2.2, if I'm not mistaken. I think we'll go into that, and Luke will show us all that's happened. So yeah, Luke, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Alex. Welcome to my session, which is What's New in Graph Data Science Land. My name is Luke Gannon. I'm a product manager here at Neo4j, and I look after Graph Data Science and ODS, our Graph Data Science as a Service. So just to give a quick outline of what I'll be talking about for the next 15 minutes. For those that are new, we'll be talking about what is graph data science in general. So giving you a quick 101 and a quick overview of what Neo4j graph data science is. I'll do a 2022 wrapped as well. So what's been going on in our 2 series of releases and quick highlights as well. And then a sneak peek into what's coming next. And then to round it off, I'll be talking about how you can get started with Neo4j graph data science. And so to begin with, what is Neo4j graph data science? Well, first we need to answer the question of what is graph data science. So graph data science is when you want to answer questions, not just with your data, but also the connections between your data points. And this is really important because when you have these connections, they allow you to answer new questions like who is the most important, or what's the best choice for someone, or what might happen next. And now if we're looking at importance, we might want to look at who has the most connections. Or if we're looking for the best choice, we might want to find out who else has bought the same item. And if we're looking for what might happen next, we might want to find what's the most common path for someone. And so in terms of importance, we can use graph algorithms like PageRank to then find importance within the graph. Or if we're looking for best choices, we can use things like shortest path. Or if we're trying to predict what's happening next, we might want to use who's in the same community to then predict with. And so this allows us to answer the big questions of like, who's an influencer within my network? What's the most likely purchase for this particular person? Or where relationships might form in the future? And with Neo4j graph data science, it allows you to apply graph data science and machine learning to graphs at scale. And the way that we do this is that you can use your graph projections, and you can take this either from the Neo4j database, or you can use some of our new procedures in the Python client that allows you to construct in-memory projections using the construct function and bring that straight into memory. And we give you an immutable in-memory workspace where you can run all the algorithms, machine learning, and we also have some auxiliary utils. So you can run classic graph algorithms like centrality, pathfinding, community detection. You can do feature engineering from algorithm results or generate node embeddings from your graph. You can build in-graph native machine learning pipelines using link prediction, node classification, and property regression. And this can all be integrated with external machine learning frameworks using our Python client, our blazing fast import and export using Apache Arrow, and it's all formatted to data frames, so you don't need to do those conversions for you. Now, Neo4j graph data science has a host of algorithms. We have over nearly 70 plus algorithms. And just to highlight some of the categories that in particular, things like pathfinding and search, centrality and importance, community detection, supervised machine learning, heuristic link prediction, similarity, and graph embeddings. A lot of people always keep on asking for our graph embeddings. And we've got lots of other kind of auxiliary procedures so that you can do collapsed paths, graph sampling, one-hot encodings as well. And we take care of that ETL from the database into in-memory for you as well. So just to do a recap of the 2022 wrapped and what we've been up to, I think it's always good to kind of start off with where were we at the end of 2021? And we had done all of our supervised machine learning pipelines. We'd also introduced more graph embeddings and enhanced our machine learning ops as well. So in April 22, we launched 2.0, which included the Python client, as well as loads of new algorithms and other bits. We had also launched ODS Professional on GCP, and we added lots more administration and ops for larger teams of data scientists. In June, we added more AutoML features so you can do auto-tuning for hyperparameters. We added Apache Arrow support, as well as our graph data science integration to Neo4j Bloom, which was announced at Graph Connect this year. And then in October, we launched 2.2, which had things like multi-layer perceptrons, graph sampling, and graph topology export. And I'm going to dive in a little bit deeper into all of these areas of what we've been up to. But if you want to know more, head over to neofj.com/release notes, and you can check out what we've been up to release by release. So in terms of graph data science in Python, we launched our native Python client. And this allows you to interact with Neo4j graph data science just like it was any other Python library. So you can take data frames from pandas, you can integrate with scikit-learn, PyTorch, and TensorFlow, and it's easier than ever to get started, and it's pre-configured to support AuraDS. Our doc link is at the bottom if you want to find out more. In terms of AuraDS Professional, we've made it super easy for you to have graph data science, but as a service. And so we take care of all of that administration hassle for you. We give you sizing guidance. So all you need to do is tell us the number of nodes, the number of relationships, and what algorithm categories you'd like to run. And we'll provide you with the right size instance for your job. You can scale up and scale down on demand, as well as get access to metrics. And you can migrate and clone those instances if you want to do different types of analyses. It's enterprise ready and it's fully managed. So we take care of all the infrastructure, all the updates and security patches, so you can just focus on doing data science. And of course, and I think this is the coolest thing that we did launch this year, or one of at least, graph data science inside of Bloom. So now you can now run some of our algorithms on the perspectives in scenes. So this scene is the London Tube network. We're going to run between us on it, and it's going to compute that for what's in the scene now. And we can apply rule-based styling, and so it will change the size of the nodes and the color of the nodes based on the score that Between Us gave us back. If you want to find out more, head over to the Bloom docs, and it will tell you what's available and how you can do some of these bits. In terms of connectors and drivers, I mentioned our native Python client driver, but now we've also added the data warehouse connector, so you can get data to and from Neo4j from things like Snowflake, BigQuery, Redshift, or Synapse, as well as our Apache Arrow integration, which is available with Graph Data Science Enterprise Edition. So you can move lots of data and really high dimensionality node embeddings really, really fast over the network using Apache Arrow. We also added some community detection algorithms like Leiden and K-means. So Leiden's like Louvain, but way better because it's less likely to create disconnected communities. So you get this hierarchical modularity-based community detection. And lots of folks were asking for K-means clustering directly inside of Neo4j. So we added it so it allows you to then cluster data based on properties like graph embeddings. And you can also specify the number of communities that you'd also like to expect as well. In terms of our in-graph machine learning, we added property regression. So now you can predict what's the value for this missing property. And we also discover what's the best model for you. You just simply supply the data and we'll take care of it for you. In terms of model candidates, we added multiple new options as well. So we had logistic regression for node classification and link prediction. And in 2.1, we made random forest even faster. For node property regression, we added linear regression. And for node classification and link prediction, we also added multi-layer perceptrons too. So you can now create more model candidates with those. In terms of auto-tuning, you can now use a combination of manual and fixed as well as auto-tuning. And so here you can specify the ranges in the model candidates configuration that you would like to do, as well as specify the trials in terms of the new auto-tuning steps that you would like to add. Definitely go over to the docs, check it out and have a play around because it's super cool and easy to basically start generating bigger models and different models using auto-tuning. And one of the great things about 2.2 was our graph sampling. So it's a way to sample a representative subgraph from a graph. So now you can scale more sophisticated machine learning to big graphs by training it on smaller subgraphs. And this isn't a trivial thing. So this is the reason why we brought it into the product. So you can now use the graph sampling to scale native embeddings and machine learning pipelines, whether you're using GraphSage or link prediction pipelines. And you can prepare subgraphs for export, which I'll talk about in the next slide, so you can integrate with your machine learning libraries or graph neural network libraries. And graph topology export is super simple using a relationship stream function. And what it does is it returns to you a nested list of source and target node IDs, and you can use this to basically generate and create graph neural networks either in PyTorch, TensorFlow, or DGL by exporting those smaller subgraphs. And last but not least, my favorite thing of all is Neo4j AuraDS Enterprise. Oh, I think my slides are just slightly messed up. I apologize. You get all of the features of GDS with none of the administration hassle. So we give you access to 24/7 support, as well as larger instances. You get a dedicated environment, as well as enterprise security. So things like VPC isolation, VPC Private Service Connect, and VPC Private Service Link. So I want to talk a little bit about what's coming next in the future as well. And so I'm going to look out into 2023. So Happy New Year, we've hit it, and we're in now releasing 2.3. And as part of 2.3, we'll be looking at adding HashGNN, so a way for you to create heterogeneous graph embeddings using HashGNN. We'll also be enhancing our Neo4j fabric support, so you can do shard local or shard global, and you can bring these together and compute your algorithms across all of your estate of clusters. In terms of algorithms and machine learning, we're going to be promoting some of those through our product tiers, as well as adding new algorithms, things like minimum directed Steiner trees. And for you folks, we're adding more notebooks and education so that you can get started quicker and have a look and understand how you can apply this to your use cases. In terms of AuraDS availability, we're available now with AuraDS Professional on GCP. And if you want to have a look, head over to neo4j.com/AuraDS. Or if you're interested in AuraDS Enterprise, reach out to us at cloudsales@neo4j.com. We're looking at adding AWS support, and we'll have an enterprise EAP in Q1 of 2023. And shortly afterwards, we'll be adding Microsoft Azure with an EAP for AuraDS Enterprise in the first half of the year, as well as adding support for the professional tier as well later on. So if you're really excited and want to get started, here's a few resources for you to get started with. If you want to read more, we've got tons of use cases over at neo4j.com. So you can either look at our use cases, how our customers are using graph data science and what they're up to, or if you want a bit more insights into the products, you can also look at the product briefs for AuraDS as well. If you want to know what you can do with graph data science, we've got a host of examples available as well, from fraud detection, recommendations, logistics and supply chain, and we'll be adding a brand new Customer 360 one, which shows you how you can do entity recognition with it as well. So head over to some of these shortcut links, or you can find it on neo4j.com if you want to, and we have a whole GitHub full of product examples. So you want to get your hands dirty. Well, if you want to get your hands dirty, the easiest way is to get started for free with neo4j.com/sandbox. And we give you a guided tour so that you can basically get started with graph data science on a nice data set. And if you want, you can apply your own data set as well. And if you're looking for larger instances and enterprise features, you can head over to neo4j.com/AuraDS, and you can sign up and get started straight away. And of course, there's the documentation to guide you through how do you create graph projections, run your algorithms, and we've got tons of examples as well in the docs, as well as our GitHub. So I'm going to leave you with a lovely link of what we have in terms of where you can get the downloads. Head over to neo4j.com/download center. If you want to look at what's in all of our releases, we've got our release notes up online as well. Documentation link. You can also find your DS documentation around in the docs. And if you want to give us some feedback, maybe some new algorithms that you want to see us adding, or if you found some bugs, etc., head over to GitHub and submit your issues as well. I just want to say thank you for listening to this quick lightning talk. And if you want to contact us, feel free to at sales@neo4j.com. Thanks very much. I'm going to hand back over to Alex.
Super good. Thank you very much, Luke. I hope I can see some applause emojis in chat for Luke. That was great. Thank you very much. The slides. So first question here. Can you share the books with us? I think the slides will be shared with everybody else as well. And there you find the links to everything that Luke just shared. All the resources will be available through there. So be patient a little bit so we can share the slides with you all. We have time for one or two questions. So maybe I'll start with one, and then maybe the audience has a couple as well. You mentioned it before, just when you finished up new algorithms. What is coming up? Can you share a little glimpse to the future? What's next?
I can share a little glimpse to the future. HashGNNs, the teams are working on that at the moment. We're also looking at adding minimum directed Steiner trees, and we're also going to be promoting some of the algorithms up into the product tier, such as minimum weight spanning trees. So I'll leave that there for the moment, but as we look to the new year and as we get into it, I'm sure we'll be launching more blog posts, etc., to the community, so they can find out more.
Cool. Maybe do one more about availability of graph data science. Where can you use it? I mean, you showed Sandbox is the free way to get going and to give a first, hands dirty impression. But if you are ready to deploy or to work it as a proper, as a properly use it exactly
deployment,
production, exactly. Thank you. Then what's the option?
So if you want to do self-managed, we have available marketplace images across all of the big free clouds, so Amazon, GCP, and Azure. However, if you don't want to do the self-managed and you're looking more for something that is a fully managed service, we have AuraDS Professional and AuraDS Enterprise. If you're kind of looking at experimenting locally, obviously there's desktop and there's Docker if you fancy that, which is great for just getting started. And of course, if you want something free and you just want to play around, head over to Sandbox, because that's the best thing to get started. It's a full guided tour, shows you how to get started with graph data science.
Yeah, cool. While speaking about this, are there big differences between the community and the enterprise branch?
There are, yeah. So between the community version of GDS and the enterprise version of GDS, enterprise offers unlimited parallelism as well as unlimited model, basically persistence as well. We also have some other features like the enterprise compression, so you can use less memory while you're running your algorithms and your computation. And there's some other bits like arrow support is an enterprise only feature. If you want to find out what is the differences between the community and enterprise features, head over to the docs. I think this is one of the first chapters, or the first chapter, which highlights some of these differences between the community and enterprise edition.
Cool. Sounds good. All right. Well, then with that, I'll let you go. Thank you very much for presenting, Luke. And yeah, I think you'll stick around probably some more so people can talk to you. Yeah.
I will do. Thank you all. Thanks for having me. Speak soon.
Thank you, Luke. Okay, so we have, this is following really step by step, one hit after the other. So we're really quickly approaching the next session. I'd like to remind you all, take some time, snack time. It's here in Munich, Germany. It's already almost 1:45. So snack time is already, lunchtime is already gone. So if you are tuned in since the morning, don't forget to eat a little bit, have a little sandwich or a soup like I did. I had a quick soup in between. so that don't forget about that. And yeah, the links, yes, again, Garima, links will be shared. And in the slides, I think, so everything will be available. I hope the recording is also, so you can potentially rewind in the recording space and copy and paste the links from there. I hope that helps you to quickly discover what you need. Yeah, with that, I think we are almost ready for our next session. So I'll let's get on with this. So next up is Florentin Dörre. Florentin is a graph data science engineer at Neo4j. So you see we have a little graph data science segment that just kicked off with Luke and is now continuing with Florentin. His talk is link prediction with graph data science at scale. So supposed to be a very interesting session. As a short summary, I'd like to give you this. So predicting links in graphs is a common use case. So for example, to predict future trends, but for bigger graphs, it is very difficult and very computationally hard to do, because you have to consider every node pair to find the best prediction for this. So here in this talk now, Florentine will show us how to use Neo4j graph data science to predict this on large scale. So I'm very excited about this. Sounds super exciting. I'm happy to have you here, Florentine. And yeah, I think we can take it away.
Thanks for the introduction, Alexander. So yeah, as already said, I'm in the team Graph Data Science and working on the Graph Data Science product. And to start off, I want to explain to you what is actually Neo4j Graph Data Science. Maybe you've already talked and heard from Luke of what it is, but here a short summary. So this Neo4j Graph Data Science you can do in-memory graph analytics. So we are taking the data that you might have persisted in a Neo4j database, or maybe also some other data source, and loading it in memory in a very graph analytics friendly format. So there you can then run traditional graph algorithms, which you might already heard of, like PageRank, which is a centrality algorithm. We also have community detection, for instance, Louvain, or the path finding like Dijkstra, where you try to find the shortest path between two nodes. So various use cases that we cover there. But what I want to focus more in this talk is our graph native machine learning capabilities. So there were previous talk by Mats and Adam already about node classification and node regression, which are problems that I won't go into much detail here, but you can apply models, for instance, to classify a node. And the machine learning part that I want to talk about today is link prediction. And as this is a beginner talk, I will also give you now a short introduction of what actually is link prediction. So the question is, when you have your graph, so you see on the left side some nodes and the link, and the links in between, also called relationships, then you might want to know what relationships will there be in the future, or maybe you didn't know yet in your data that already exists, but like you will be. So that part from getting to these new relationships is link prediction, and you can think of different contexts here. So maybe you have a friend network and you want to recommend new friends to people, or it's maybe a user product graph and they want to recommend new items. I'm definitely curious of what you could think of for your problem domain that you're working on where you can apply link prediction there. So now that we know what link prediction itself is, let's go a bit more into what link prediction is in the graph data science context. So on the left side, we have our input data, which is a graph that you also saw before. Then we got a pipeline, which is the GDS concept of how you can define your machine learning workflow. So how to split your data so that you have a train and test set, so that you can evaluate how good a certain model is that will predict these links. You can also define several model candidates, like for instance one based on logistic regression or random forest. That's what we offer at the moment. And then you're putting this pipeline for the configuration into a training. So you're using your input data set and the pipeline to then generate a prediction model, which you can see on the right side. And when we get this prediction model, that is basically there to give them two nodes, how likely is it to predict the link between these nodes. You can apply this on your data again and get these new predictions that we want to have as a result. And so in this talk, I'm not focusing on the training part. There I would invite you to look more into our documentation page where we have an example, and there also, for instance, on the Python client side, we have a notebook. but I want to focus on how can you use a model and predict new links in a scalable way. So to understand of what's actually happening when you have a model and want to find predictions, what we're doing is that you choose a pair of nodes, A and B, we are calling it now, applying this node pair to a model, which will then return you how likely it is that there will be a link between those two. And for our result, we want to have the best predictions, so the node pairs which are most likely to be connected in the future. And in our case, we only care about undirected predictions, so whether the link is from A to B or B to A doesn't really matter. We will treat this as the same, and we are skipping existing relationships because obviously existing relationships, they are no new links, so we don't want to recommend these to users. So after we understood of what's actually happening in the prediction part, let's talk about how does this naive approach of finding good predictions actually scale. And for this, I built a small benchmark where I'm using a random graph because the actual data behind it doesn't matter that much. It's more about how many nodes we have and how fast can we find predictions. So here in our random power law graph, which could be a social network in the end, using an average degree of 5. So each node has 5 relationships to other nodes. And we also have a node property, which is an embedding of 128 floating point numbers in this case. So we don't need to have any node property steps before. It's just to make this benchmark a bit simpler to understand with and not have a very complex pipeline before. The model that we're using for the prediction is based on logistic regression. So it's a rather fast one to give the prediction compared to random forest, which might be a bit slower. And from the parameter side, we are trying to find the best 1,000 predictions in the input graph and using a concurrency 4, which is the maximum of what you can use on community. And on the right side here in the diagram, we can see that with a graph of 10,000 nodes, we can find our predictions in around 10 seconds, but this quickly scales to up to 60 minutes for 100,000 nodes. So maybe 60 minutes is still in the time frame that's good enough for you to find these predictions, but you can easily see that when we want to go into the millions of nodes, we can get into hours of runtime just to find predictions. And this is not ideal, I would say. So maybe you've already had this problem before and didn't know how to continue, but in GDS, we actually have a way how you can find predictions faster. So what we call for this is approximate link prediction. Looking on the left, you can see the main idea that when node A we think is good to link with B or C, then it's might be also very likely that B and C could be a good link to actually check if it's a good prediction. And because we don't want to just find like triangles or so, or we also have some random predictions like between A and D to just avoid being stuck in a optimum local one. So what's actually happening in the approximate link prediction, instead of just picking every combination of node pairs, we are finding k candidates per node that are initially just randomly selected, or maybe we are using a random walk or so. That depends on your configuration. And then over multiple iterations, we improve these candidates step by step. So improving these candidates is like you're looking for what the current candidates are, and then trying to combine these between each other. So like finding B and C as a node pair to try out. And then, as also mentioned, then we want to use some random node pairs as well to explore our search space a bit further. And after each iteration, we check if we improved a lot of candidates, or if we are staying the same. If we don't change much between iterations, then we know we are done. And we can actually convert these candidates into links and return them to the user. So with that main idea of what approximate link prediction is, let's see how fast can we actually get. And what I did then was use the same benchmark setup that I showed you before on the exhaustive one, now applying it with the approximate search strategy. And as parameters here, we are trying to find the best 5 candidates per node, so it's a bit different than just returning the global best 1000, but you could see of transforming this result also to the best thousands. Having a sample rate parameter of 0.5, which I will go into later. And what we can see in this plot is that we actually have a much better scaling factor. So from this plot, it looks nearly constant, but when we look deeper into it, it's more linear compared to the quadratic behavior before. And what it means for runtime is that actually instead of taking a whole 16 minutes to predict over 1000 nodes, we just need 38 seconds, which I think is a huge difference, especially when you want to apply it to a use case. But as always, there is some trade-off with this kind of prediction. You always need to think of, do you want to have the fastest predictions? So fastest could be just the initial set of candidates, run no iterations at all, and then return this to the users. But these might not be the best predictions. So the best predictions are obviously trying out every combination, every single one there is, as we did in the exhaustive one. And you can't get any better with this, assuming that your model is good enough. So what you can do to test your predictions is that you maybe you reserved some existing relationships before, didn't use them in your training. Then you can try to find the overlap with the prediction that the model found, and so you can kind of get an estimate on how good your predictions are. What if it's feasible to run the exhaustive prediction, then I would recommend you that you run this as a baseline once, and then see if the approximate is close enough to the exhaustive predictions, or if you need to run the approximate for maybe more iterations. And as a last idea on how you can test the quality of your predictions, is that you look at the model's confidence. So for each link, the algorithm will also return confidence, which is between 0 and 1. And if the model is very confident in the predictions, then maybe these are already good enough. So with that in mind, I want to show you at last the different things that you can configure with your approximate search strategy, which is maybe you've heard of KNN before. That's another algorithm that we have in our library. We basically use the very similar set of configuration parameters. And there's, for instance, the sample rate, which limits the comparisons that we do inside an iteration. So if you have a high sample rate, then we do much more comparisons in a single iteration than with a low sample rate, which you can also see on the plot on this slide, that with a sample rate of 0.99, we are taking for 1000 nodes more to 40 seconds compared to when just using sample rate of 0.1, we are closer to 30 seconds. So if it's still fast enough to have a high sample rate, probably it's better to use a higher one. Maybe you even need fewer iterations compared to having a lower sample rate. So it's not just always use this parameter. You need to try it out yourself, see what works best for you there. Then there's the delta threshold, which allows earlier stop. So basically it says, okay, I'm fine with having these many changes between the iterations, and always stop instead of really, for instance, only stop when there's no single candidate change. And another knob, which is the easiest to understand, I think, is the max iterations. It's like the upper limit for your time budget. You will never run longer than, for instance, 100 max iterations if you use 100. There are also a couple of more, which I would invite you to look at our documentation. These are just the 3 ones that I want to highlight in this talk. And at very last, to close this talk off of what is next. So we are currently looking into different strategies to predict links. So what we're using right now is based on k-nearest neighbors, but there are also other ideas that 2 master's year students that we're currently having in our group are looking into, which also look very promising, I can already tell you. So maybe you will see in future versions different strategies that you can use. And what you can do today is that you can try out a link prediction pipeline demo that we built for you. So you can just run this one yourself and trust your own benchmarks, not trusting my plots that I'm showing you, but actually just try it out yourself and see how fast you can get. You can also look at our source code. What I'm talking about right now is on our open source code in the repository. So you can just look at the implementation, try to understand it, and of course, you can ask us questions right now or then also on GitHub or on the community forum, and we will try to answer you. And with that, I think we are right on time and happy to answer a question or two.
Cool. Thank you very much, Florentin. That was super interesting. And we have time for maybe one question or so. I'll pick this one here from Ankel. How do you pick the K initial candidates? It seems like a critical step.
So there are 2 samplers that we offer at the moment. There's a uniform where you really just pick randomly across the nodes. And then there's a random walk based where you're basically walking from each node for a couple of steps and then picking one of these. But actually, it's not that important which ones you pick initially. You want to have a good distribution across the nodes so that you don't just be stuck in a single community or so. But as you run over multiple iterations, you're hoping that independent of what you picked in the start, you will find the best ones in the end.
Okay. And yeah, maybe do one more from Sinan, came in earlier. What about nodes with different label where link prediction does not make sense between one label and the other and not within a node label?
That's a very good question, actually, and also feedback that we received from many people. And what you can find in the latest version is that we have a label filtered link prediction. So they specify a source label and a target label and only allow to predict links over the specific combination. So that's actually also a good way to limit the search space and make it much faster.
Cool. All right. I think that gives us enough time for set in for the next speaker. Thank you very much, Florentin. As you said, you are around on the community pages on Discord, on other channels. So if you have questions on this, team will be around to help and to see if we can support if you are stuck with something or have any other question or feedback. So thank you very much
for having me.
Thank you. All right. So yeah, it's like I said, it's going quickly. Don't forget to drink something. I'll have my cup of water here. So I'm taking a sip now. Maybe you do the same as well, wherever you are located. So we are okay. Thank you, Anna. I didn't shout out to the clapping emojis for Florentin. So here we go. Totally forgot about these, but here they are. Nice claps here. Johannes, Mats, Philip, Jason, am I here? Thank you very much. It was a great presentation from Florentin. And yeah, we are ready to dive in to the next one. So this concludes our little graph data science block, I would say. Next up, we have Daryl Ward. He is senior software engineer and GraphQL team lead at Neo4j. So you probably guess at what we're going about now. So GraphQL is the topic. His talk title is GraphQL Federation and Key Neo4j GraphQL Library Features. And Daryl will talk about the latest features that were implemented into the Neo4j GraphQL library and GraphQL Federation. So which is part of this. So GraphQL Federation enables you to define subgraphs and stitch them together using a gateway, allowing them to be queried as a single GraphQL schema. So you hear more about this from Daryl. Hope you are a GraphQL user as well, because then I think this is very interesting for you, and probably maybe at the end we find some time for a couple of questions as well about GraphQL as a whole. So get them ready, type them in, and yeah, Daryl, take it away.
Thanks very much, Alexander. Hey, so welcome to my talk, GraphQL Federation using the Neo4j GraphQL library. I've already had a bit of an intro, but my name is Daryl. I'm a senior software engineer at Neo4j. I've been working in the GraphQL team since January 2021. You can follow me on Twitter. I'm not madly active, or you can email me, daryl.ward@neo4j.com. It's great to be speaking at Nodes again. I remember fondly speaking last year. The London office wasn't even open yet post-COVID, and a few of us went in and did our talks from there. It's a fond memory from my kind of early days at Neo4j, so it's great to be speaking again. So if you've seen one of our team's talks before, we'll always start with a bit of a basic run through of what GraphQL is. Then we'll dive into kind of what Neo4j GraphQL is before going into any specifics that we're going into in this particular talk. So starting with GraphQL. GraphQL is both a language and a runtime, and it allows you to describe your data. So you can see here on the left, we've defined this type project that has 3 fields: name, tagline, and contributors. All 3 of those fields are strongly typed. The name and tagline are a string, and contributors is pointing to another type in your GraphQL type definitions. Once that's loaded into a schema and it has the underlying resolvers, you can then ask for what you want. So you can basically say, hey, I want a project which has the name GraphQL, and I only want the tagline for that project. It's extremely declarative, and you get what you ask for and only what you ask for. And then in your results, everything is predictable. So it's in a JSON structure where you have a project and then tagline, which exactly matches your query. And you can see here that the tagline is a query language for APIs. GraphQL is under the hood, kind of all run by type definitions and resolvers. We'll start at type definitions. You can see here that we defined 2 types. Type movie, very similar to the project before. It's very simple. It has a title and a runtime. One is a string, one is an integer. Then there is a very important type. You can see this is type query. This is one of the root kind of types that the query type must be in every GraphQL schema. There's 2 others called mutation and subscription, which are optional. Mutation is for writing things, and subscriptions, if you saw our talk at Graph Connect, is for real-time data queries to a GraphQL schema. So you can see here we're defining a root level query called movie, which allows you to pass in a title, which is a string, and you'll get a movie back. But type definitions can be even more powerful. You can also link between types, as I said before. So you can see here that acted in this actor type is a type movie, which is another type defined in the type definitions. But then you can also see on the name of that actor that we've added this deprecated directive. Directives are a powerful way of adding in additional functionality into a GraphQL schema or query. Deprecated is one of the built-in directives into the GraphQL language. And this just allows you to kind of say, hey, in the next major release of this API, we're going to be getting rid of this field. And this is the reason why and what you can use instead. And directives are one of the ways that the GraphQL library at Neo4j is quite powerful. And resolvers go with type definitions. They're like an exact match in terms of the maps. So you can see here we have a query, and there's that movie field, which we defined in our type definitions. So you define your resolvers in the same way, in the same shape that you define your type definitions. And you can kind of get the arguments from that query, and you can then do something in some JavaScript function to fetch out data and return it to users. And then there's a query language. The query language is split up into multiple parts. So query, mutation, and subscription are the 3 operations I talked about. You can give a particular query an optional name. So we've called this query find movie. Then you go into the field which you're querying. You pass in some arguments. So we're looking for the terminator here. And then this is known as your selection set. And here we're asking for the title and runtime of the movie matching that filter. So GraphQL basics over. What is Neo4j GraphQL? And credit to Andres and the team for this incredible gift. It fills me with great joy. So GraphQL for Neo4j. It sits in the middle of a Neo4j database and a GraphQL client. And it's a JavaScript library that allows you to write some very simple type definitions, pass them into the library, and we'll do just a bunch of automatic generation of type definitions and resolvers to allow you to execute GraphQL queries. And they will get automatically translated into Cipher to a Neo4j database and returned in the JSON structure that a GraphQL client requires. So one of the kind of downsides of GraphQL as a whole is the amount of boilerplate needed. Whilst you can see here a really simple type, movies are our concern and we only care about the title. But then if you think about if you were defining everything you needed yourself, you'd be defining at least one query. You can see here we've defined one query to get a movie, and then potentially 3 or more mutations if you want to be able to create a movie, remove a movie, or update a movie. This is fine. It can just be very time consuming, and don't forget that you've got to write all of these resolvers under the hood as well when using GraphQL. So we think there's a better way. We think type definition boilerplate is not the way forward here, and automatic schema generation is what we should be aiming for. So with those simple types, type movie, title, string, you will just get a bunch of automatic things generated. So 3 queries you'll get for that particular type, which allows you to query movies, will generate all of the options for sorting, pagination, filtering. You can get all of that back. That's all kind of generated for you. We'll do all of the Cipher translation for that. You can do aggregates. So if you want to do counts and sums and longer strings, shorter strings, a bunch of aggregation capabilities built in there. And then finally, something more specific, which is this movies connection. This is an implementation of the relay specification, which allows you to do cursor-based pagination across your data that you have stored in your Neo4j database using the GraphQL library. We'll generate a bunch of mutations, create movies, delete movies, update movies, all of the inputs generated for you. It will kind of deal with everything you need to kind of do basic CRUD operations of the data in your database. And the Cipher translation just hooks up perfectly into GraphQL. So you can see here that movie field translates into a match clause in Cipher. The arguments go perfectly into a filter where m.title is the terminator. And the selection set will only ever select exactly what you've asked for in GraphQL. Will never return the entire node. So it's about as performant as it can be in terms of the data that would bring it back from the database. So what's this federation thing that you're here to talk about? This is made by Apollo GraphQL. Apollo are kind of one of the leading companies in building GraphQL tooling for the GraphQL ecosystem. And the kind of basis of GraphQL federation is that there's this concept of a graph router. And this router talks to a number of subgraphs. You can see here that this example in this diagram, credit to Apollo, has a user subgraph, a product subgraph, and a review subgraph. They are all stitched together using a graph router, and you can query that graph router as if it was a single GraphQL schema. And things can be related between the subgraphs, so you can run a single query which might run across all 3 subgraphs. The need for this arose, and I've been in this situation where there's a variety of teams. Back in the early days of GraphQL, they would have just all been working on a single GraphQL server, modifying the type definitions as they needed, modifying the resolvers as they needed, all kind of fighting for space within the same GraphQL server and the same GraphQL schema. This meant that things could break extremely easily. There was no clear owner of that GraphQL server. It was shared ownership with no one making the call on what should and shouldn't go in. And it was getting very messy. There was attempts in the early days. Schema stitching is one that comes to mind, which I still believe floats around, which was a bit more simple than GraphQL Federation, which kind of just stitched together multiple GraphQL schemas into one, but then at the end point, it was just a single GraphQL schema that was kind of being executed, and it was not as good as stitching together the different subgraphs as Federation is today. Fast forward to right now, and all of those teams now own their own subgraph. So the domain of ownership is a lot more clear here. The users team owns the user's subgraph, etc., etc. They're now all stitched together using a router, as Apollo now call it, with their most modern implementation of this gateway. And conceptually, this could be owned by some kind of graph team, some governance team, maybe not even a single team, but just a group of kind of nominated people to do governance of that GraphQL schema. And they manage that router and what goes in and what doesn't go in. And each team can kind of operate independently, but there is at the end of it kind of a single GraphQL schema which can be queried by anyone who needs the data. So what about composite databases, you may ask, or if you're still using version 4 of Neo4j, you might know this as Fabric instead. So we quite regularly in the GraphQL team get asked a question like, hey, my customer has 2 databases, so products and reviews. They're using a composite database or Fabric, and they're kind of stitching together all of the data in these 2 databases to be able to query them in Cipher. How can I add a GraphQL schema to that composite database, they ask. Now, this is quite tricky, and you'll see why when I do a demo in a short while. So we've been thinking for a long time, and we believe there might be a solution here which is slightly different to what is being asked for. And that is to put a GraphQL API on each database using the Neo4j GraphQL library, generating all of the type definitions and resolvers for the data in those databases, and then stitch together those 2 GraphQL APIs using an Apollo Federation gateway or router. And we hope then that all users will be happy. We have the GraphQL API users who are writing web clients using the Federation gateway, but then also composite is kind of still available. You know, nothing changes here. And those users who want to use that composite database are still able to do so. And we think everybody should be able to profit off a situation like this. So let's see it in action. But first, a small disclaimer. What you're about to see is the result of some serious CDD or conference-driven development. It's been a very hectic time building this with several kind of trip-ups along the way. So nothing is released yet, and it's still under active development. So things are definitely going to change from what you see now. And we're still figuring out what is possible and what isn't. So let me do some window switching here. So in Neo4j desktop, I have just a completely empty database here. I have APOC installed as is required by the GraphQL library. And we're going to go into Neo4j browser, bring that down onto this screen. I might zoom in 1 click just to make that a bit more visible. So let's kind of create this products and reviews situation that was in the diagram before. So we might create a database, products. I can never spell products right under pressure, so this is a good test. We're going to create a database, reviews. We're going to create a composite database. Let's call it store, you know, which is a store selling products, and some of those products have reviews. And then now with composite databases nowadays, you can configure how that composite database works all in Cipher, which is super nice. So we might say, for instance, I want to create an alias called store.products for database products. And then I might create another alias called store.reviews for database reviews. So right now we have 3 databases created. We have our products, our reviews, and our store, the store being a composite database of the products and reviews database. So now let's just add some data in. So let's use products first. Let's dump in some products. I have some Cipher that I wrote earlier, which I'm going to use for this situation. This is a fruit shop. They're selling fruit. This is great. So let's dump just 5 fruits in here. And then using reviews, let's create some reviews. But first of all, let's kind of, I think putting a stub of your products into this reviews database is going to be essential here. So we're going to create just the fruits which we created in the products database, but we're just going to give them the same IDs. So this ID is like the key between both databases. And then what we're going to do is just create a bunch of reviews for all of this fruit, which is going to be a review node linked to the fruits or the products by has review relationships. So let's create all of them. This has created 15 labels, 15 nodes, as we would expect. So now let's jump into our store database. Because of time, I think I'm going to kind of be a little bit cautious on kind of how much I type and how much I copy paste. So I will kind of copy paste on this in. So when you're querying a composite database, you need to kind of use the use command to kind of say, hey, I want to query this data from this database and this data from this database, and then stitch it all together. So let's just say we want to do products to start with. So you want to match products from the product database and return the fields of that product. And then using union, I want to join together the products also from the reviews database. So, but this time I want to also get the reviews as well. So if I execute this, this should work very well. But you can see there's a slight problem here in that we've actually got duplicates of the data here. So ID 3 of the fruit there, we've actually already got this up here. So that's not a great way of doing it. So what we need to do is kind of some jiggery pokery to kind of get the products. So matching P product, we want to return the fields as product, and then the ID is product ID. And then what we can do is using that product ID, we can go into the reviews database, match the products that match that ID, and then get their reviews. And then at the end of it, what we can do is we can merge our products and our reviewed products together as products using apoc.map.merge. So it's not trivial. And I think I wanted to demonstrate this because it's not easy to do this in the GraphQL library. To kind of, not only are we saying that there is the data in one database and the data in another database, but we need to generate all the type definitions and resolvers for. Being able to kind of say, oh, how does this data join together in the Cipher? It is going to be an extremely difficult task, and we should try to lean on our auto generation, which we have at the moment, as much as possible. But executing this, you can see here, this is much nicer. We have the products as we need them, with the reviews as an array on each one, and there's no duplicates in this. So this is super nice, but let's jump into federation. So I have here a couple of example subgraphs as they're known. This is just an example application, literally on the development branch where I'm working on this federation stuff. And we've defined these type definitions here. You can see that something which you may or may not have seen if you've used Apollo Federation is this extend schema with the link directive, which basically imports the type definitions from the federation specification. And then we're saying we want to import the key directive. And then we define, this is our products database, so we're defining our product type with 3 fields. And what we're saying is the key for this product type is ID, it's the ID field. Then what we're doing is we're doing our usual things that we need to do for the GraphQL library, so constructing some kind of driver. But then there's something new here. So there's this plugin, Neo4j GraphQL Apollo Federation plugin. Now, this is very much part of that CDD and getting something working. We hope that 0 of these arguments will be needed in the future, and you can literally just construct an empty plugin like with 0 constructor arguments. But this is the way we are now. What we then do is we construct an instance of the library. We are having to skip the validation of type definitions for now, once again, because of just kind of time restrictions of this conference. In the end, you will not have to do this. And what we're doing is we're passing in a driver config saying we want to use the products database for this particular library instance. We then want to pass in the plugins, and we're passing it into the federation slot. We're thinking of maybe a generic plugin slot for this in future. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get the schema definition from the library. So this is actually returning the type definitions and the resolvers rather than the schema itself. And then we're going to pass that schema definition into build subgraph schema. Once again, we hope for this you'll be able to just use the Apollo's build subgraph schema from the Apollo subgraph library. But for some technical reasons, we've had to put a wrapper inside the plugin for now. But the result of that is you get a schema, which is a subgraph schema, which can be used to be stitched together using a federation gateway. We then just create a simple Apollo server. We start that standalone server, and away we go. So we have something similar here for reviews, that same extension. This time you can see we just defined that stub product type. And then we've defined our reviews, which have 3 fields: score, description, and then product, which is using the relationship directive from the GraphQL library to go to the products. And then it's exactly the same boilerplate as before, but just pointing to a different database and starting on a different port. So what we can do is we can kick them off. So I'm just using TS node just to execute the TypeScript files to start these servers. That's going to start up the products one. And then I'm going to do the same to start the review subgraph. Products is running on port 4001. Reviews is about to be running on port 4002 when it decides to sort itself out. Wonderful. And what we can do is we can, apparently something is going a bit weird here. Thank you. Cool. So on port 4001, we can see that this is, if you're familiar with the GraphQL library, exactly what you'd normally expect to see. Zoom in a few clicks. You've got all of your generated queries and mutations, but there's some new stuff in here. This has come from that subgraph generation, and also some new kind of enums. And at the top, we've got all of these directives, which are for the federation purposes. However, you can see if we look at some of these types that they look fairly normal. However, if you go into the schema diff, you can see that for federation purposes, we've also added in this kind of federation shareable across the place, which allows this schema to be stitched together with other subgraphs generated using the plugin. This one also has exactly the same. This is still, a perfectly normal schema. You can still query your products in this, and it still works just fine. But then jumping back into VS Code, the cool thing is this whole supergraph thing is quite hands-off. You need to just download what's known as the router, which is using a curl command. You download it from the Apollo website, execute that. That's going to do its thing. There we go, and it's just saved to the current directory you're working in. And then there is a command called rover, which can be used to compose. I will delete that just to kind of show that this is actually working as it does. And what you do is you rover supergraph compose, and you're composing it using this supergraph configuration, which says kind of what version of federation we're using and then where the subgraphs are located. So there's locations on 4001 and reviews on 4002. And then you output the output into a GraphQL file. And then you can see that basically it's joined the two together with instructions on how to get between the two subgraphs somewhere within this supergraph. And then finally, we run the router using that supergraph file. And that's now ready to be used on port 4000. And we can jump into it here, and it's here like this. So we can do queries such as getting the products and their IDs, their name and price, but that's not really using federation as we want to. What we can do is instead, you notice that I put that relationship directive in the reviews type. What we can do is we can jump down that relationship and we can get the name and the price. So notice here that in the reviews, description and score were fields in the review type of the review subgraph. However, only ID existed in that subgraph, but this is allowing us to also query the name and the price. So this single GraphQL query is essentially going to result in multiple queries across the different subgraphs in a really transparent manner to users, which allows you to then execute this query and get all of the data back in that same predictable manner that you've been used to having when using GraphQL. I'm not going to demonstrate any more than that today because I fear that it will break. It's still, as I said, very much in development. We will get a kind of an early access for this out as soon as possible. But far off a stable release for now, but we'll do kind of betas and alphas or whatever, just any way to kind of get it out to users ASAP, really. Cool. So back to slides. I've got 10 minutes and we can kind of accept questions in Discord anytime. So really, I want to spend 10 minutes just going super fast paced. What else has the team been up to? Because we've been up to some really cool stuff. At the Graph Connect, we talked about subscriptions. If you watched that talk, you may recognize this diagram. We just spent time going through the architecture which we're building for GraphQL subscriptions, which allows you to horizontally scale the library so you can have multiple Neo4j GraphQL instances with multiple clients. But then with subscriptions, you know, if a mutation comes from one client, but another client is subscribed, we need to be able to get those events between the two. So there's this whole architecture of that mutation results in a Cipher query. This results in an event that goes to some kind of broker, which then gets broadcast across all horizontally scaled instances, which means that any client can get any subscription event from any other client. Super cool. We've been working towards getting subscriptions stable for a while now. At Graph Connect, this was the state of the subscription type. We had movie created, movie deleted, movie updated. It was fine, but we felt like we're a graph database. We need something to do with relationships before we release a stable release of this. So we're working hard towards these new additional subscription fields, movie relationship created and movie relationship deleted, which will allow you to trigger off connection and disconnection events between nodes with kind of good kind of filtering compatibility to allow you to really start building graphy applications using GraphQL. We will likely do a stable release when this is done. Kind of timelines is probably late this year in a non-committal way. But then we are going to continue working on this beyond there and also do movie relationship updated. So when relationship properties are changed, being able to kind of get events based off that. So we really want to take this a long way and make this a great feature for users. We've also been focusing on speed. We've been having performance kind of in our mind for a long time. And a while ago, we figured it's finally time to dig into this. One key area we've been looking at is optimizing create operations using unwind. So for example, a create mutation like this, creating 5 movies, it would result in Cipher that look like this, with a single call for each node being created. This would reach like 500 nodes and then it would just die flat on its face. It was not good at all. So fast forward to today, we're still working on this because it's not compatible with all features of the library yet, but we're moving towards Cipher that looks like this, where we're unwinding the movies to be created, and they're just doing a single create across each of those elements which are being unwound, and then returning all of those movies. This is just such a great improvement, and we think it's pretty cool. But we have been working on a variety of other performance-related tasks in one of the most recent releases. We kind of increased schema generation by about 50, or reduced the time by about 50%, hopefully. And then we've also been doing kind of a variety of optimizations to the Cipher we generate under the hood to make our queries much faster. And we're going to continue to look at this as time goes on. Now, a quote from the GraphQL team: building Cipher queries is hard. And kind of here's some live footage of us in the office trying to like mash together Cipher into a way that works for what we needed in the GraphQL library. So we needed to do something about this. And this is where the Cipher builder came along. This is a brand new library which has come out of the GraphQL team. And it's what we're using in the majority of our Cipher generation in the library now. So this is available, but this is a quick example of how you use it. You define parameters using cipher.param, and you give the value to that param. You define nodes using cipher.node, defining like things like the labels that you want that node to have. And then you can do things like, new cipher.create, create that node, set that parameter, and then return the movie. And then you can then build that query. And then the output looks something a bit like this. We've automatically escaped the labels, you can see. We've built the parameters out into a JSON object, which can be passed into Neo4j. And this will work to create a movie with an ID. We're still working on this. It's super early access, but it is available on NPM, Neo4j Cipher Builder, which can be installed using NPM, Yarn, or PNPM. Please use it. Give us feedback, but keep in mind that it's about version 0.1.5. So we're probably going to still be making breaking changes to this as we go along. Finally, we've been investigating a managed GraphQL API service as an option for the GraphQL library. So that would be us hosting your GraphQL APIs in the cloud with Aura databases for a cloud-first solution for GraphQL and Neo4j. And we are at the moment running a survey, kind of looking for your feedback on the library and what you'd like to see in this kind of setup. So if you have a moment, please kind of scan this QR code, fill that survey out, or there's a bit.ly link which can be handed around afterwards. We'd love to get your feedback on this so we can just build a great product here. All of this stuff I talked about today is not possible without an amazing team of developers and also an amazing open source community in our GitHub repository and in Discord. So I just want to kind of shout out to the team, shout out to everybody who's worked on the library, participated in Discord, raised issues, raised pull requests. It's really kind of what makes this a great product to work on and make sure we can get these improvements day to day. So please come join us on Discord, send us an email with any feedback. We appreciate everything. And that's it from me. Here's some useful links, slides from today, our GitHub repository, our documentation, NPM links to the GraphQL library, to the Cipher builder, and that feedback survey again. I'm happy to take one question, but very short time, I do realize that. Thanks for listening.
Hi, Daryl. Thank you very much. That was very interesting, very cool. You heard him. If you have a question, type it in. Your chances now. Rick had one, and I'm not so sure because I missed a bit over there, so I'm not sure you covered this or not, but let's quickly go over this again. Rick wants to know, can you explain why you needed the stub nodes? Are they like join nodes between the different databases? This was during your demo earlier.
Yeah, this was kind of done for the purposes of federation in the sense of in GraphQL, we can't, let's say that review type had a reference to the product type. We can't really add that reference to the product type in the review type if we don't have something of a product in those type definitions, because otherwise the GraphQL runtime would just kind of cry out and say, I don't know what products are. So by putting in these stub types, it means that key, defining that key directive is consistent across all of the subgraphs. So that product ID kind of becomes a persistent thing across databases and across subgraphs, which allows federation to work. But we're always open to better ways of doing this if anyone has any ideas.
Cool, makes sense. I see no other question. I see some feedback here. Adam, Cipher Builder is like Knex for Cipher. Awesome. So I think that's I hope that's a praise. I'm not so 100% what Knex is, but
oh yeah, well yeah, that's definite praise. Knex was a big part of my childhood, so yeah, I think it's awesome too.
Sounds good. Yeah, with that, I think you mentioned it all. Community, a Discord forum, Discord server. The GraphQL team particularly is very active there. Send us some clapping emojis. So that's always nice for Daryl to appreciate the talk. Yeah, well, we can do one more. Otakar, what about namespace clashes between databases? Is that a problem?
Unsure what is meant by namespaces in this sense. I can kind of give something on that, which is kind of, it can be quite tricky with federation if there's different fields in each GraphQL type across different subgraphs, because it will basically take the common fields and the federation gate will pretty much like throw away any fields which aren't in everything. So that can be a tricky scenario. But if you could reach out on Discord or something like that, I'd love to kind of
type names.
If it's like the type names, it shouldn't, like if there's differences in type names, they will just operate as different types on different nodes. So there shouldn't be any problems with, like, the whole intention of federation is that type names should be reused across different subgraphs, and that's how everything is stitched together. But if you have any examples of where this might fall apart, I'd be very open to hearing it.
All right, cool. Thank you, Daryl. Yeah, and yeah, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for answering a couple of the questions. And yeah, see you around, Daryl. Thank you for being part of Notes.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and that rounds us up or teases us up for the next session almost. So I'd like to spend the time to obviously, what do I do here? This one, get up and stretch your legs. Yeah, maybe let's do that. Haven't done this for a while. Walk around a little bit through your room, through your flat. Maybe go to the kitchen and grab something to eat or drink. We will continue in a few moments. On the sessions stage that Michael mentioned in his keynote that are happening throughout the day. The next one that is coming will be at 3 p.m. It's a feedback discussion on importing data. So if you are, if you're struggling with the data import with Neo4j, if you have a better idea how to handle it, if you have generally feedback on how the whole process works, this is your chance to give some feedback, talk with other users, and especially also talk with the engineering team at Neo4j and hear about their best practices and maybe they have some guidance for you, or they can share some features that are coming in the future in this regard. Yeah, let's give it a minute or two until we have our next session. So in the meanwhile, I'll put up this and I'll be back in a minute. Okay, let's continue. This is the beginner's track of Notes 2022, EMEA time zone. So I'm very excited for the continuation of this track. Next up, I'm very pleased to have Rui Levy on stage with me. Rui is software engineer at Accenture Cyber R&D Labs. And his talk title is Simple Cipher Modular Pythonic Language Extension. And Rui will introduce in this session, we'll introduce Simple in this next upcoming session. Simple is an open source Python package, and it creates neat reusable Cipher queries with auto-completion in Python. And yeah, he will show us how to use it to write easily Python queries with Simple. So yeah, looking very much forward to this. Rui, stage is yours.
Yes, thank you, Alex. So hi everyone, and thank you for joining this session. Before I begin, a few words about myself. Like Alex said, my name is Rui. I'm a software engineer here in one of Accenture's labs, Accenture's Cyber R&D lab. We're sitting in Israel, and we are doing a lot of very interesting projects related to graphs. And today, I will show one of these very small projects, which we call Simple. So let's quickly go over the agenda. We'll start by a very short background story to have some context in our mind. And then I'll show how Cipher queries are typically written in Python. And once we look at that, we will want to ask how we can improve that, how we can do better. To this end, I will show you basically the main topic of this session, which is Simple, the Python package for writing Cipher queries. And then I will quickly go over the future roadmap for this project and invite you all to contribute. So the background story is very simple. Let's say we have a graph database containing person nodes. And then we ask what kind of actions we might want to do with our database. So one thing we might want to do is create new person nodes, right? Like mutating the database. We might want to get some properties of the persons, of the people that are in our database, for example, a person's age. Or we might want to get some connectivity information about the person nodes that are in our graph, for example, the person's relatives. So for each of these questions, we need to write a Cipher query, and then obviously embed it in our code, in our case, Python code. Okay, so let's see just a very short example of how queries are sometimes written in Python. So for this example, we take the question, how do we, or actually we want to query the database for each person's age. So to do that, we are instantiating a Neo4j driver instance and defining a method called getPersonAge that accepts as an argument the person name. And then we basically use the driver or the session that this driver gives us to create the query right here, and just run it on the session to retrieve the results. Now, the part I want to focus on is the query itself, right? So in this case, we have a string, an F string, and it defines the query, right? We do a match operation to bring all the person nodes and then filter it by the person name and then return its age. Pretty easy. But the thing is that as a software developer, there are a few things that bother me here. So one thing is, for example, that this is like a literal string that's in my code. And, we software developers, we don't really like having strings, long strings in our code. And you can imagine that as the Cipher queries get more complicated, this string can become very, very long. So that's one thing that bothers me. The other thing is that this query is written precisely for the use case it's needed for, right? In this case, obtaining or retrieving a person's age. So it would be difficult to reuse this query in other, perhaps similar but different use cases. And the third thing is that if I want to write this string or query from scratch by myself, I can easily do some mistakes, even just simple syntax errors that will make this cipher invalid. So I'm trying to basically list what things are kind of not so good in writing the cipher as a string in Python. So to improve on that, we can have several requirements. The first requirement would be to avoid having complicated cipher strings that are laying around our code. We might want to have some auto-completion feature that as we write the cipher, the IDE or the auto-completion engine in the IDE suggests how we can continue or complete our cipher clause. We might want to be able to implement the cipher in a reusable manner, right? So we won't have duplication and we will avoid repetition. And we want to be able to manipulate cipher statements, to be able to add them, etc. So these are just a few improvements that we think are very useful if we would have them. To this end, we basically wrote a Python package called Simple, which I'm going to show here. So like I said, Simple is a Python package. And in one sentence, this is a package that is designed for optimizing the process of writing cipher queries, right? It's kind of a productivity tool. And this project is actually open source and available in the link right here in front of you. And I'll say a few more words about it in the end. So before we go into the details of Simple, just as a side note, if you're interested, this package is basically built or created while following a builder design pattern, right? And the Simple interface exposes a fluent API, which means you can chain methods one after the other for building your object. In this case, building the query. So let's see how it looks like actually. So the first requirement we had was to avoid involved strings. So what I did, I took the example from before, and instead of having or defining the string, I'm using here the query builder interface, the simple query builder. If you recall, we had like 3 clauses in the cipher. And instead of writing them literally, we are using or invoking 4 methods, each of which is responsible for creating the relevant part in the cipher query. So we have a match clause, and then a no definition, and then a where clause, which filters the results, and then a return statement, right? So first of all, we can see that instead of having the string, we have a concatenation of functions. The second thing we want to have is auto-completion. So since we're using methods now, or functions, instead of literal strings, we automatically get auto-completion, assuming that our IDE has this auto-completion feature, right? But not only that, we also get a more advanced auto-completion, a context-aware auto-completion, which means that the auto-completion engine will only suggest the methods that are relevant to the current state of your query, depending on what kind of statements you have written so far. So in this example, we're just starting to write the query. Therefore, the auto-completion suggests only a handful of cipher clauses that are relevant or valid as the start of a cipher query. For example, the match, the call, and the merge operations. So this feature I find very useful because you only get what you want to see, and not all a complete full-blown list of all cipher clauses. The third thing is regarding Cipher use. So let's consider a scenario where we want to do two things. One is querying a single person's age, and the other is querying all person ages from our database. So these are the Cipher queries, and like you can see, they are very similar. The only difference being the filtering operation done right here. So, like a good software developer, I might do something like that. I would like to avoid the duplication, and to do so, I will build the query dynamically. So, for example, here I must instead again referring to the getPersonAge method, and this time I'm building my query, my string query, dynamically. I start by defining the match operation, and then if a person name is given in the function argument, then I concatenate the filtering operation. And eventually, I concatenate the return string, right? And again, this is like a pretty short example, but you can imagine that for more complicated strings, more complicated queries, the string become very long, and it's kind of difficult to maintain all these spaces and new lines properly. So with the builder, we can easily implement the same thing or a similar thing, but using builder objects instead of strings. So that's one very nice use case that shows simple Cipher reuse. And the last thing is regarding Cipher manipulation. So considering a slightly different scenario, let's say we want to create or get graph nodes, in this case, person nodes. The Cipher query for creating the nodes would be something like merge p person and then the person's properties. The Cipher query for getting or fetching these nodes would be very similar. Just instead of a merge operation, we would have a match operation. And the common part is the last two lines of the query. So how would we do that in Simple's query builder interface? We could define a function called builder person, which is responsible for creating this second part of the query. And then once we have that, we can easily create or define two other methods, one for each use case, that basically utilizes the builder person method and adds to it the appropriate Cipher clause. So in the create person case, we added a merge operation, and in the get person case, we add the match operation. So I hope that by now I convinced you that using the query builder interface can be much easier to maintain and use. But there are also some future features which are somewhat more advanced. For example, we could have, or we would like to have, some ontological query verification in Simple. For those of us who are using ontologies and want to verify that the Cipher query that we write is actually valid. Things like query complexity analysis, that is very important as our data set grows or scales. And other things like publishing advanced Cipher snippets that we think might be common and usable by others. So I won't go into the details of these topics. It's outside the scope of this session, but if anything here rings a bell to you and you find it interesting, you're welcome to contact. Okay, so I presented Simple. Now what? Like I said, it is open source and available on this link on GitHub. This project is under continuous improvement. Therefore, we invite everyone to contribute and to use it, of course. If you like the project, please spread the word. And for more advanced features that are coming up, you are welcome to contact us or me. Finally, just a few acknowledgements. First of all, Jason Koo from Neo4j. Thank you, Jason, for all your ideas and great insights that helped a lot to this project. And from Accenture Labs here in Israel to Moshe Haddad and Yael Zamir. Thank you, guys, both for the support and contribution. So yeah, that's it. Thanks everyone for joining, and have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Rui. This was great. Super interesting. Can I see exactly Gal, Ruven, Felix? You know the drill. Clapping, virtual emoji clapping. That's that's what we do here after each presentation.
Impressive.
But people liked your presentation a lot. So Prashant wrote, this repo needs way more stars. So I think absolutely go and star it. Give it some love. Michael replies, he just did this and he wants proper Cipher builders in all the languages. So I think that gives some more ideas for future projects. So maybe that can happen. So very cool.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Yeah. Any questions? Yeah, we have a minute or so. So anything particular?
One question.
One question, exactly. So I mean, first come, first served, maybe. So it depends. If you're a quick typer, then I can read out one for Rui. Otherwise, you have the resources there. So here's the link again to Simple, where you can find the team, where you can find Rui, and where you can actually raise issues, chat, and talk about questions or requirements. Here's a question from Michael. Let's do that. Are there any particular features that make it easy to build?
To use it as a DSL? Well, by DSL, I guess he refers to a description language. Description. Can you say what do you mean by that, Michael?
Good question. I'm not so sure what DSL is in this regard. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Cipher builder.
Well, I'm not sure I get the questions. I'm sorry. Domain-specific language. Right. So are there any partial Python features that make it easy to use as a domain-specific language? Well, I'm still not sure I can answer it properly. I think that the main features are what I just showed, but if there is something more specific that Michael refers to, Michael, I will be happy to if you can contact me and describe it, and if it's interesting enough that we can work on it.
Sounds good. All right, cool. Thank you very much, Rui, again for presenting, for being part of this.
Thank you for having me.
And see you soon.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool session. This is it almost half term? I think it's close to it. Must be, because what's coming up next is another nice midpoint breather. Get a little bit more relaxed. Let your brain settle down a little bit after so many. I mean, we talked about graph data science, we talked about Neo4j5, we talked about GraphQL, now about simple Python and all of that. So I think we had a lot of topics. So maybe your brain is a little bit overload. So next session is trying to help you out of this, trying to reset you a little bit, trying to get you calm and also ready for the would almost say the final stretch of what is Nodes 2022. So we have let me quickly have a look at this, because the reception page gives a timer. So 3.5 hours we have left. So that's basically the time we will be spending together. But before we part, here's a little reset, and then we continue with more technical sessions. So next up is Anton Persson. You know him probably from an hour or so ago, when he talked about the new indexes and how they work in Neo4j. Now Anton is appearing as his second alter ego, sort of, as a mindfulness teacher, not as the kernel team lead. and he's doing a space to relax guided meditation. So this is, like I said, find some time to let things land a bit, give your mind some well-needed rest, and recharge and re-energize before kicking off the rest of the notes 2022 sessions. So Anton, thank you for doing this, and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Alex. Let me just clarify one point there. I'm definitely not the team lead of the kernel team, although I'm a long-term member of the team. But we have many other super competent team leads in the team. I am, however, a mindfulness instructor, so that's why I'm here in this session. So the idea is that we will share a kind of short guided meditation session together. This will be a great way for you to create some space in your day, maybe also let some information, some ideas, some cognitive processes land a little bit. It's a great, for the mind to integrate things, it needs some space and some calm to process it. So I hope this will do that for you. And I also hope that it will give you some sort of reset of your body and mind so that you can walk into the rest of your day with more calm, maybe a little bit more centered, and a bit more energized. So if you want to follow along, I invite you to sit down. So I will guess that you're seated on some sort of chair. And try to come away a little bit from the back of the chair so that your back can support itself. When we lean too much, we have the tendency to drift off easier, doze off, maybe even fall asleep. And what we're kind of trying to nurture here is a relaxed alertness. So a relaxed wakefulness, if you will. So sitting a bit away from the back of the chair, feet planted steadily on the floor, letting gravity do its work, pulling you down, allowing the body to become heavy. Spine is straight without being tense. And I invite you to close your eyes if you haven't done that already. So by closing your eyes, you also support yourself in turning more inwards, turning your attention inwards, and taking a bit of a break from the outside world. So sitting here, curious, proud, dignity in your posture, you can start by just kind of gently and kindly move your body, like flexing the spine a little bit, perhaps roll your shoulders, like pulling them up and letting them drop down, maybe roll the neck a little bit. So this is to invite some relaxation to the body. Usually when we sit down, we tend to stiff up over time. So this is kind of just letting go of any tightness in the body. So whatever feels good for you. And slowly but surely coming to a still position. Letting the shoulders drop, allowing the jaw to drop, unclench your jaw. Very often we sit and we bite together, especially if we are a bit stressed. So counteracting that by allowing the jaw to soften. And allowing the face to rest. In this moment, no one is observing you, no one is interpreting you. And we all tend to carry a sort of a social mask. But for now, you can just leave it aside. So just sitting here, I invite you to join me for a few deep breaths. So we breathe in through the nose, down into the belly, filling up the entire body with soft, kind breath, the belly and the chest. And hold it on top, and then exhale through the mouth with a sigh. So first breath into the nose, all the way in, hold it on top, and let go with a sigh. And the sigh helps the body to relax. In again through the nose. Hold it and let go. One more into the nose. Hold it on top and release. Nice and soft, allowing the breath to return to its normal pace. So right now, you're just sitting here. Body soft, curious and alert. And we're taking a break from all doing. There's nothing in this session that you need to understand. There's nothing that you need to interpret. There is no deeper hidden message that you need to look for. There's nothing to perform or achieve. There's nothing to do right. Actually, the main point is to not do anything. Your to-do list, it will be there when you come back. You don't need to keep it in mind right now. You can just leave it aside, leave it, imagine it outside of the room where you are. You can pick it up later on. So just sitting here, allowing all doing to fall away. Allowing this moment to expand. The future is far away, the past is far away. And notice that your body is breathing all on its own. No one is taking care of the breath. So I invite you to feel the breath in your body. Notice where you sense the breath with most clarity. Maybe it's in your nostrils as the air flows in and out, or down in your chest as the chest kind of lifts and falls back down as you breathe. Or maybe down in the belly that kind of inflates like a balloon and comes back in again when you breathe. Or a combination of those. So whatever feels most natural for you in this moment. And the idea is now to just keep your attention on the breath. So you just follow the breath one breath at a time. The inhalation, the small pause, the exhalation, and another pause. Staying with the breath through this whole circle. And whenever you notice that you've become distracted, and most likely you will be many times, that's completely okay. But as soon as you notice, you just guide your attention back again to your breath with some gentleness and kindness. There's no need to be disappointed. There's no need to be self-critical or judgmental or to feel like it's not working or anything like that. The mind will do this automatically. And we are just kind of encouraging the mind to be more present in this moment by guiding it back again to the breath. Each time we do this, it's like a biceps curl for the mind. Just staying with one breath at a time. Any mental images, any thoughts, any other bodily sensations or other distractions, they can still be there. It's okay. You don't need to fight anything or get rid of anything. Let's just leave it in the background and allow the breath to be in the foreground. Just following the breath as though the attention was a leaf floating on a river. Following the breath wherever it moves with ease. It's not rushing ahead and it's not lagging behind. It just follows the river of the breath. Staying with the breath with a non-judgmental attitude. Kind of observing with soft eyes, if you will. By staying with the breath in this way, with kindness, we are also nurturing ourselves with our own love and with our own kindness, filling our own cup. You can let go of the breath, and for a few moments now, just allow the mind to do whatever it wants to do. If it wants to think, you allow it to think, and if it wants to be still, you allow it to be still. And we're about to finish, but before you open your eyes again, I invite you to bring with you this sense of relaxation and presence into the rest of the day, and just see how it affects you and affects your surroundings, the other people that you interact with. Bringing some mindfulness into the next few hours. You're welcome back, and I hope this session has been useful for you in some way. And I wish you a beautiful rest of the day and the Notes conference.
Thank you very much, Anton. Super nice as always. Very relaxed, and I think everybody is now ready for the next few sessions. I don't like to say so much now. I'd like to keep you in the moment for another few minutes before we continue. So take the time, settle back in, and yeah, we'll continue in 5 minutes. Thank you, Anton.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Okay. I hope you all are relaxed, resettled, back in the mood for more notes until end of the day, and hopefully also excited, not too relaxed, obviously, also excited for next session. I'm very happy to have our next guest here already. So next up is James Boquet. James is Technical Delivery Director at OpenCredo. And the next session is called Tracing Your Data's DNI. And in this talk, James will give us a few live demos and coding examples to explore techniques how to create the data lineage graph of individual rows of documents using change data capture CDC in source system. So very interesting topic, I think, and very interesting how he will show us how Neo4j plays a role in this kind of like creation of a data lineage or a lineage catalog that can be used afterwards for queries and for more insights, I guess. So very interested in this topic. James, the floor is yours.
Brilliant, great. Thanks, everybody. So a little bit about me. Don't worry, I don't have a photograph of myself on every slide here as well. As I said, my name's James Boquet. I look after delivery for a small consultancy in the UK called OpenCredo. We're a hands-on software development consultancy, and we help clients deliver more effectively across a variety of different areas. So, but the main theme to our delivery is always kind of data platform engineering. I started my career, or I've spent a large portion of my career as working with kind of data-centric applications. So I often joke that basically my career has been spent kind of shoveling data from one side of the server room to the other side of the server room, but lately it's been kind of via cloud and microservices and big data and the more exotic kind of forms of databases, graph databases, time series, this kind of thing. Now the thing is, over the course of doing a lot of data over my time as an engineer, I've kind of found that actually, if you do a lot of ETL work, actually, there's been times in my career I look back and there's things that I could have done differently. And I think, well, how could I have done those differently? And I think that lineage is part and parcel, or recording the lineage is part and parcel of, if I'd had that kind of tool in my toolbox, then I could have really, really helped stakeholders a lot better. So I've kind of had this itch around data lineage for a good few years in my career. So I kind of decided to kind of bite the bullet and do a conference talk on it, and I've got a prototype that I wanted to show you. So we'll get into that now. So, how does that relate to the problems that we have with data today? So there's this really interesting statistic that's often quoted, and I think it came from IBM, but Forbes point to IBM and IBM point to Forbes, which is a data lineage problem in and of itself. But there's this estimate that there's 2.5 quintillion bytes of data being produced every day in the world. Now, I don't really understand what that number means, so I kind of looked at how what that number might actually map onto. Now, 10 quintillion is the estimate for the amount of insects that are on planet Earth right now. So I apologize for this metaphor, or for this simile rather, but that is, so every 4 or 5 days, we're producing more bytes of data than there are insects on the planet. So that's a lot of data, right? And we're using data in lots of different ways as well. We use it in decision making. We maybe have real time, we have batch, we have historic records keeping. We've got data everywhere, and we're using it in lots of different ways. So data is disparate. It's in lots of different places. It might be in a silo, might be on-prem, might be in the cloud, might be on the blockchain. So it's disparate and it's distributed, but it is also connected together. Data is used to derive other things of data, other pieces of data. And so this is something that is very intrinsic to something like data mesh as well. Now we'll come back to the last point on there, where we're actually going to have to make decisions, or when we make decisions using data, that actually we're going to have to be able to explain those. We'll come back to that when we start to talk a little bit about MLOps. But lots of good talks start with a definition. So this is a definition that I got off Wikipedia, which is the font of all knowledge and the center of the internet universe, as we know. So data lineage, basically what I want for any given piece of data in my world, I want to know about its parents and its ancestors, generally all the way back to something that most likely happened in the real world. Someone did a trade, someone went into a shop and bought something, someone clicked on a link in a web page. This is what I care about. I want to know how is that related to the piece of data that I'm looking at right now? And so can I rely upon it? And if I can't rely upon it, why can't I rely upon it? And if I fix it, how does that affect this piece of data that I'm looking at right now? So if I look at what we can look at now is some practical use cases that data lineage actually solves. Because if data is big and data is disparate, but it's connected and also derived from other pieces of data, then you're going to need some automation to be able to manage that lineage and help make sense of it all. Otherwise, you're just basically collecting data and you don't know quite where it's come from and whether you can rely upon it or not. So I have some examples from my career. So this is something I worked on a few years ago. So this was part of a MiFID II system, which if you've ever worked in finance, so about sort of 5-6 years ago, MiFID II was what anyone was doing in finance. So this particular bank had 5 different client feeds. And what we needed to do was we would need to aggregate those together to create a clients table. I mean, so far, so boring, right? Now, the problem with this is that the client feeds, some of the data in those client feeds would overlap. So James Boquet as a client might be in clients feed 1 and 3. Now, the interesting thing is as well is that my address might be correct in client feed number 1, but actually client feed number 3 had my tax status. And client feed number 2 might have my tax status, but it's actually more accurate than the client feed number 3. So the manner in which the feeds were combined together, were aggregated together, the fields would overlap. So it wasn't just a straightforward thing of saying client feeds 1 through to 5, that comes through into the aggregated clients table, that's its lineage. Actually, for any given record, it might have come from all different sources and might have been combined together in all different exotic ways. So you would only know this from looking at the code at that point in time, not from the resultant data. And so actually, if you want to then kind of look back at something, if you say the end record is wrong, this record for James Boquet is incorrect, it's actually very, very difficult to understand where that data came from. Which of those sources do I need to go and fix to send it through? So that's one use case. Another use case, I used to work in fraud detection and money laundering detection. And one of the things we used to look at was, one of the things we used to detect was customers perpetrated fraud. So a customer is actually acting differently to its peer group. So this was for retail banks. So we would detect, as I said, money laundering, or we detect check fraud or credit card fraud. So what we do is we take the accounts level information and we compare that with a peer group. So how we did that was we'd have a bunch of transactions, your retail banking transactions, whatever it might be, and we would create a bunch of data cubes. So we would then group by accounts, and we group by account and then month, and then we group by account and year. Now, the problem with that is if one of those transactions turns out to be bogus, it then poisons 6 different tables. Now, that's a real problem because actually you're going to make, ultimately, you're going to make decisions of whether the police are going to go knocking on somebody's door. So you kind of got to get this right. So being able to, if I had been able to say, well, this transaction is incorrect and it needs to be restated, these are all of the people, these are all of the affected parts of the data, then I could have done incremental changes. Because sadly, what we used to do in this system is that we would deal with it. We would just let it ride and hope that it wasn't we hope that it wasn't the worst transaction. It wasn't the most fraudulent transaction that actually turned out to be corrupted. So we just lived with it. So one transaction had one entry in a data file had the opportunity to actually poison 6 downstream tables, regardless of the actual underlying transaction table as well. So you see, this is where a source system problem then starts to ripple out throughout your data estate, whatever that might look like. So my requirements for the prototype that I wanted to put together, I had some core use cases and I had some design constraints. Core use cases was that lineage could change over time. It wasn't that sources A and B then go to source C. It's actually, I wanted it on a per document or per record basis. I wanted to be able to restate incremental changes, things that change over time or things that are poisoned over time. I want to then be able to restate those and resend those and re-amalgamate them together in my upstream processes. I want to be able to track those changes in data over time. And we live in a world of continuous delivery. Open Credo, everything that we do is pretty much continuously delivered. So we want to be able to do blue-green in production. And for data-centric applications, that's notoriously difficult. If you've ever worked on a big risk system in a bank, that's not something that people like to do. They say, well, you can take a dump of data, you can take a dump of production, and then you can run it in test for 3 months, and then you can do your release a little bit after that. And I want to be able to track that data all the way through the system. What's the impact of it? Why, if this data is poisoned, what has it poisoned downstream of it? And finally, I think when we talk about security of data, if we're going to start democratizing our data in a data mesh or something like that, and I'm going to have my data flying all around my enterprise, I need to be able to make sure that the data principles and the security principles that I put in place right at the bottom at the start are taken all the way through wherever that data ends up. In terms of the design constraints, I've got them there, but I didn't want it to be too invasive into the application. And the application just says, hey, I'm publishing this piece of data out, this is where it came from, and that's all the application needs to do. But what about existing tools? Surely there are existing tools out there. Now, there are existing tools out there, and there's a lot of them that are great, and I know there was another graph-based data lineage talk this morning, which I had a meeting clash, so I wasn't able to go to, so I am really interested in those folks as well. But the problem with a lot of those cataloging tools that I find is that they're great at keeping your data structures in sync with the catalog. That's great, that's a fighting start. You're already off on a head start there. But the problem is it doesn't really offer you much in terms of branching or labels or version control. It's a very static. This is what your database looks like in production. This is your catalog. It doesn't tell you anything about the content of those rows or where they may have come from, and being able to kind of trace on an individual resulting row, document, or data perspective. So, and that's just not ideal in the world of continuous delivery and multi-feature development and things, because we need to do that. I'll just take you on a very brief detour. All databases, graph databases, everything works with a commit log. It's a sequenced, immutable log of changes that happen to the data. If you've ever seen me give a conference talk before, does that remind you of anything? Should remind you of a well-known streaming platform that begins with a K and rhymes with Schmafka. So a database will have lots of changes happening to it, regardless of the database kind that it is, whether it's a SQL store, NoSQL store, no Neo4j or whatever. That will then turn that into a log of the changes, and then we can use Debezium, which I believe there was version 2 that came out very soon. It's either coming out soon or it's just come out, actually, which will listen into that change data capture log and will send it along on Kafka, which we can then do stuff with without having to know anything. So the source application that's entering data into that database doesn't need to know anything about the people that are consuming the events from that. Change data capture, really interestingly, when I've kind of given this talk before, people kind of begrudgingly put their hand up when I ask kind of, hey, who uses this thing? Lots and lots of people use it. They find it a little bit brittle in places, but it does have its use in the landscape, I think, these days. The example application that I put together is a bit of a trade simulator. So I then have some trades get done, and then we create some summaries, and then all the way through we're going to listen in on those in Debezium. They get shoved down onto Kafka, and then we have a little piece of software that I've written, a little Spring Boot app, which listens in, called the CDC listener, and then it will then publish that out into our data lineage catalog, and it publishes it both to Neo and to Postgres as well, because I had a Postgres database knocking about. And one of the things that I'll show you as well is that you can do graph-ish style queries using Postgres, but you are much better off, way better off doing that in Neo4j, because that's what it's built for, unsurprisingly, being a graph database. This is a little piece of Java which shows you the record descriptor. So this is the descriptor that the applications will need to publish out. Now this gets turned into a piece of JSON, and what happens is that if you insert this piece of JSON in with a piece of SQL or something happening in the source system, this will then work its way into the payload from Debezium, and then our CDC listener can listen to this, turn it into the graph of nodes, because as you can see that it's a recursive data structure. As you know, you've got a child table names, you've got parent table names in there, and it will then turn that into the graph. So I realize I only have about 20 minutes left, so we'll go on to the demo, or as my notes say here, career suicide. So I have here, I have Debezium running, Kafka with Zookeeper, I've got Postgres, and I've got Neo running there. So that is in this window here. So I've already run those Docker containers up. It uses Flyway for updating the database, creating the database and everything. So hang on, where am I here? So I have a little script here which sets up the connectors, which just calls the Debezium world to actually just sort of start up the connectors, which will start listening into the source database, which the host application is running in Postgres. So we have here. So I will just, oh yeah, that's the right screen. So so if I give you a little bit of a tour of the CDC listener, let me find it here. So the CDC listener, it consumes from the CDC events. So it's a Spring Boot app, so all the magic happens using using annotations. So this is the events coming from the different tables within the application, and this is what we're listening to on within Debezium, and then this then persists it and it shoves it into the Neo persistence, which turns one of those records into one of these, and so it turns one of these into a Neo descriptor instance, which can then be submitted down into Neo and persisted. Yep. So the other thing to show you is, so if we start the CDC listener, so that will start up, hopefully. And it's actually found a bunch of records already to save, because the commit log within Postgres already has records committed into it, so therefore it already has some changes which Debezium is able to already pick up as well. So these were entries into the participant table, because it seeds the data to start with. So that's sitting there, that's waiting for some changes to happen to that Postgres database, and then it will submit them into our Neo4j instance, which I don't have open. Hang on. Oops. That's that. So I can peel that off, bring that in here. So I'll show you this. So I can see this is all that's in my. So I'm just selecting all of the nodes in my graph, and bear in mind that this is not the actual data. This is the lineage record. So therefore, this participant, this is a thing in the real world. It's a record of somebody in the real world. This is not something that's actually got any lineage associated with it yet. So then what I can run here is my order creation thing, which is something that will just basically start pumping into my Postgres database, into my application database, some new orders. So you can see they're order created. And what we'll be able to see here is we're doing some saving as well. So if I then rerun this bad boy, then I can see, look, I've got some orders in here, lovely, lovely, lovely. But what you can see is actually, these are not connected. These are just, I've got a participant here, you might not be able to see that. So I've got a participant here and I've got an order here, and there's nothing connected to them because they're not, because they're in two different tables. So if you think back to my prototype application, what I was talking about was that actually I have these summary records, or these summary processes. So I actually have piece of SQL here. So I'll run the participant summary, so that doesn't take too long. But this is actually just an aggregation piece of SQL here. Now, SQL has actually become a little bit cooler in the last few years. I know it might be difficult to believe at a NEO conference, but you can actually do some really interesting kind of JSON aggregations within Postgres. So actually what this does, this piece of SQL here, is that it creates one of those lineage catalog descriptors within the SQL query itself, so that basically there's no other kind of application logic for it. It's just created that and said, here's a new piece of data, here's its lineage, and then that comes down our change data capture pipe. So if we look at the whole graph now, we can actually see that these things are linked together. So I can see that this participant has done these orders. So actually I know now, so this is, again, this is not the actual data. This is just the lineage of that data. I just know that these records are related to each other. So this participant is a parent of this order. But I don't have any kind of concept of what is in that order or anything like that, because that is stored in a different database. That's stored in Postgres. Now, if I run one of our, actually I'm going to kill this one. It's the order creation, because we don't need any more orders, because I'm now going to run the participant type summary, which is the next aggregation in our pyramid. And so that should give us, is that finished? Yes, that's finished. So that will give us, that should give us some more, even more lineage. So if we look here, yes. So here, then we have an order has a parent of the participant, and then the participant summary, that should be. I can't see if I can show you that anywhere. That's a participant summary record. So all of these records go into this participant summary, along with the participant itself, and then this is then aggregated together to create a participant type summary. And so we can see, it's really interesting actually, when I was writing this, as a little application, is that you could actually tell when I could tell when I'd made a mistake, because actually viewing the data like this, I could see, well, actually, I've got this guy here, and he doesn't have the same shape as these ones here. So you're actually able to tell what's going on in your application just by inspecting the metadata around some of your records. And you know, as a sidebar, the reason this doesn't have a participant type summary is probably because it doesn't have enough orders related to it yet. So I've got some about. I need to hurry. So if we look at, so let me show you this then. So if we look at this, this is a, so let's look at some of the individual records here. And I can show you, I've got, I'll take the name, participant, I'm not sure which way around this is. Let's have a look at this. So let's look at this. So if I take this and we take a participant type summary, so this now shows you. So if I go back to that piece of Cipher there. So this is using APOC here. So I don't know if everybody uses this, but APOC is awesome procedures on Cipher. Also a really nice, I don't know if this is a backronym or not, but APOC was also killed by Cipher in the original Matrix film as well, so on the Nebuchadnezzar. So, but what this says here is, I'm going to get all the parents of a type summary, i.e., what are all of the records that have been that have given rise to this participant type summary. So, i.e., what is its lineage? So this actually tells me this is the universe of records that have gone into this particular into this particular record. So if I can also then show you participant type summary. So this is also stored in the Postgres database as well. Oops, and I'll just do this. Oops. Oops, that's it. So this is another example of kind of a cool piece of SQL as well. Is that actually it's got a recursive call here, which is how you get that. So this is a self-join, which carries on self-joining back to the table until it finds records that don't have which don't have any parents. Okay, so this is woefully inefficient if you compare it to the way in which Neo does it. But it's to say that actually you can do this in SQL, but you really shouldn't. You should probably use a graph database instead. But it's interesting to compare and contrast the ways in which the two pieces of data retrieval technology do it. So going back to the whole of our graph again, if I find a, what am I going to need to do? So we need to find all of the records within a, so maybe we've loaded one of these orders and they're bad. So if we take this one, and we take this row ID here, so this is coming back to so this says, I want to find this order that was poisoned. Now tell me where that order has ended up. And so that then gives me all of the records that are then basically tainted by that bad order. Yeah, all through querying that catalog within Neo. And this does really nice things where you use APOC to match the child record, and then you walk backwards through the graph, which is one of the great things that APOC gives you. So if I can then put that into here, and I can do the same thing as well. Well, but this, you see how the graph is a much more natural data structure for this, rather than a table of results as well, because I'm going to have to then write some code that iterates over this and so on in a way that understands that null is the bottom of the lineage. Right, I will need to speed up now. So that's our demo. So as I was writing this prototype, it actually occurred to me, actually, there's other features that I might be able to do with this now. and I've got a couple of examples here. So hang on. Oh, sorry, I am not looking. I'm not showing the slides properly. There we are. There. So what are the other features that the data lineage enables then? So cell-based security is one of them. So DBMSs can restrict data from certain columns, but they can't do rows because that is a business level concern. You know, as the author of that data, what a row or a document or a node in the graph actually pertains to, and what is the security level that should be associated with that. Right, I'm just checking on my, I need to check on my time. 10. Oh, right, okay, 5 minutes. Thank you, Alexander. So in terms of how to do that, thank you, right. In terms of how to do that, you'll have some kind of principle there. You'll have a data service, you've got some security rules, maybe you've got OPA doing that, you've got some source data, you've got your lineage catalog. So you receive the request, then you go and get that data, consult the catalog, then for this piece of data and for its lineage, is the principle allowed through all of the layers, all of the ancestors of this piece of data? And if it is, then that's good, we can return it. If not, then we might want to throw an error or something like this. Now, you can cache that data because it's immutable, so you'll be fine with that. But you might want to consider maybe some naming conventions in the row IDs to show the ultimate lineage, something like this, that will make that a little bit more algorithmic on retrieval rather than having to go, and consult 2 databases on a per row basis. But it's entirely up to your individual use case. I did promise talking a little bit about MLOps as well. So MLOps, basically everything needs to be code. You've got your code, your training set, and your resulting parameters. That's all code. You need to be able to track that. You need to be able to say, right, any prejudices or biases are a result of this particular training set. And not just the training set, but also where did that training set come from as well? It's not that we've coded this thing to have biases and to be, inherently prejudiced against a particular group of people. It's because we gave it the wrong set. Change the set, and this is why it's better. Because this will enable you to have reproducibility and explainability on your code base. You don't necessarily have to have all of your resulting params, because some of the params are, the weights are, millions, if not billions of data points in there. But you might want to have a manifest entry that is able to just basically encapsulate that. You make your data, you store that in cold storage, S3, something like that. And then you have a manifest entry that says it's this data here, and that becomes a much more workable solution. I won't go through blue-green because you don't need lineage for blue-green, but it does definitely help. I will go through that and I will finish up. So my key takeaways are knowing where your data comes from is really important. The current tooling doesn't cope very well with the history. Where data comes from, in my experience, is not static, changes with the code. It can change just in the lifetime of the data coming through. And once you start to track the lineage, there are some really interesting and helpful use cases. You can do incremental and historic deltas of your loading applications, and you can track tainted rows from an input source or a version. And you can track that data as to how it related to a decision, something that you then did, so that you can then explain that. And as data gets bigger, that's going to get more important, and it's going to get harder if you don't have something in place. You can do cell-based security, and you can do blue-green deployments as well. So sorry for rushing the last piece there. I wanted to kind of really spend some time on the demo. The code for the demo is all available on GitHub. The QR code there takes you to the GitHub as well. So, but I believe the slides will be available, and that's all, folks. I've got a minute to spare, I think.
Oops. One time is enough. Yeah. Thank you very much, James. Very interesting, very a great presentation. So again, asking everybody in chat to use these emojis to virtually clap for James. So gets at least, if not audible, but at least a visible applause. So very cool. If you have any questions, also that's we have a couple of 1 minute 60 seconds or so left. So if anybody has any questions, that would be the time now. Yeah, the demo here, question on the demo. So the demo, the code, everything. I mean, the video obviously will be available afterwards, so you can rewatch it. The code is on GitHub. So what James just shared. So that's all available. So you can rework through the example that was just presented for everybody.
Yes, yeah. Please do. And if you've got any feedback or anything, please just please you can reach me on LinkedIn or Twitter or any of those things. I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear if you're using it. I would really love people to use it. I did speak to some people about this before, and they said, "Oh, what are you selling?" I was like, "No, actually, I'm not selling. I'm just like people to use this code, really." So, so yeah, I'd love to see if it's actually helpful and you're using it, really.
Yeah, that's very nice, and yeah, super cool. Yeah, thank you very much, James. I don't see any other questions for now. I guess it might come later on. So thank you, James. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the demo and the presentation. And see you another time, I guess.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for sticking with it. Cheers.
Thank you. All right, cool. Thank you. That was that. So next session is coming soon. Before we head over there, I'd like to remind you that the feedback sessions are open. So in an hour from now, we have 2 sessions coming in the sessions segment where you can talk to actual Neo4j engineers and product team members to discuss things, have questions, have problems, maybe also give them some feedback on what to improve. And there will be 2 sessions coming up in an hour. One is about the Neo4j Ops Manager. If you stick to this track all the way since this morning, we have talked about the Ops Manager in the very beginning when John gave his Neo4j 5 overview. So this is your time to learn more about it, maybe, and also discuss a few things. And in parallel of this, there is an API automation in Neo4j drivers session. So it's if you're working with Neo4j via a driver, if you're using drivers, if you have any feature requests, any feedback on how drivers behave or work in Neo4j, then this is I think your the place to be for this session. And yeah. Don't forget the goodie bags. So, I mean, the doors close on this in 2.5 hours. I don't know if the goodie bag will be, or maybe it will be open a little bit longer. So it's not going to be a hard cutoff. But if you are interested in grabbing a few of those things, like the GraphQL book that Will wrote, the free T-shirt you get by live tweeting, or the second AuraDB instance, which is an exclusive for nodes, then head there, do what you need to do. It's just fill in a form. I think for the Aura instance, please be aware that it only works if you already register for Aura 1. So you have to have one Aura instance under your name, under your email address. So otherwise you can't get another one. But shouldn't be a problem to do that little requirement beforehand. So that that is the only thing to do there. But yeah, I think that leads us into the next session. I'm very happy to have Veronique with me today again. I think it's been a couple of months now. So at the very beginning of this year, so obviously it's been almost a year now, we talked about geospatial and geo information systems at the in January, I think, or in February it was. So very, very interesting session back then, and now a different session. So great to have you back, Veronique. Veronique is information design and data processing is her forte, and the talk title is Genealogy with Different Graph Technologies for Data Collection and Visualization. And yeah, in the next minutes, Veronique will share a project to collect and display genealogy information. So she will present the data collection and export-import process done via Neo4j, and also discuss a few graph models, how and why graphs are a very interesting structure to get to use for this specific use case and application. So I'm very excited about this. I hope you are as well. And yeah, with that, I'm handing it over to Veronique.
Hello, everyone. I'm Veronique Gendner, and I do what I call information design full stack. That is, I cover the different aspects of structure and representation of information for database structuring, programming, and script writing, web applications and digital documents creation, as well as data analysis. This presentation is about a genealogy project. Genealogy is a great use case for graphs. I mean, graphs as a structure for humans to represent themselves complex information. A genealogical search usually starts out by asking parents and close relatives what they know about our ancestors and the pictures and documents they have. That is how you may get the name and year of birth of a great-great-grandmother, for example. Later on, you may find her birth certificate and be able to complete her day of birth. Then someone in the family sends a picture where she's represented, so you want to associate the picture to her name, but you also want the picture related to information you already have about all the other people on the pictures. Which means you're facing a very common issue in information design, that is, information gets to you in a very unordered sequence, and you do not even quite know what the structure is. It's pretty obvious that a table is not an appropriate structure in this case, because for closed generation, you have a lot of information and pictures. So keeping as many slots for older generation for whom you often don't even have a name would be storing a lot of empty cells. Also, searching information in such a table would be difficult. Very intuitively, we think of a family as a bunch of people who are related to each other. And the formal representation of things related to other things simply is a graph. But you should not expect a family tree to be a strictly formal hierarchy. Lastborn sometimes marry, oh, I was a bit too quick. Lastborn sometimes marry the next generation. And if you start collecting information for your family for some generation back in time, you'll see that cousins, if not siblings, used to marry each other much more than you think. So what you need in this case is, and in a lot of use cases, where you need to manually collect unordered information, is a tool that allows to manually build an expandable graph structure. So that at any time you can collect whatever you get about a person, then complete as details come in, and simply represent relations as you learn about them. The Brain technology has a licensed application that allows you to just do that. Let's see, here's a short demo of the Brain functionalities applied to the use case. Let's say you get married, a husband and their son's name. You first create a node for married. In the Brain terminology, nodes are called thoughts. By clicking on the appropriate dot, you can pull a link to another thought. Here's a child thought of Mary's. Thoughts or nodes can have one and only one type that is visually associated with a text color and an icon. You can set a relation type. The node can also have parent thoughts. With a semicolon, you can create several nodes at once.
Veronique, there is only a
Yeah.
white screen. You see this as well? Okay. Not sure if this is.
Yeah, I'm afraid maybe PowerPoint didn't like the inserted video. Let me try plan B. I'm going to, let's say you get married, the husband and their son's name. The first rating note for married. In the brain terminology, nodes are called bars. Can you see now?
Yes.
Okay. Let's move a little bit forward. No, I was too quick. Okay. Relation type. The node can also have parent spots. In the semicolon, you can create several nodes at once. So parent and child relations allow to represent a hierarchical structure, which is very good because we use the hierarchical structure much more than the complexity of graphs. But then you have a third kind of relation that is called jump, and that can relate the node to any other node with no structural constraint. So you can have the hierarchical structuring, but you are not restricted to it. It is out of the scope of this talk, but I think this ability to have a body gesture that actually connects ideas with the mouse is valuable in the cognitive process by which we build our inner representation of a subject. Thoughts can also have tags. This is what you can choose to represent the fact that all these people are deceased. Tags are displayed by an icon on a thought, so you can use them to quickly visualize some information. For example, I use a tag to encode and quickly see when I'm done listing someone's children. Types and tags are encoded as nodes, so you can display them to get a list of all nodes with a specific type or tag. Then let's say you get a picture where Mary is represented, so you want to relate the picture to her. To do so, you just drag and drop the file, which will create a child to the current node with the image attached. You can actually add any kind of file in this way, PDF, spreadsheets, sound, video, etc. And you can type the code by linking it to the desired type. Here is a note editor where you can add comments. If Mary's parents also are on the picture, you want to relate them to the picture. And now that the picture is in the database, you want to relate it to every person on it. To the right, you have Charles. And as you type, you immediately see you already have Charles in the database. So you can just link the picture to that existing node. This is a very useful functionality to avoid duplicates. Now, whenever you focus on Charles' node, you will see that he is related to this picture. Then we add Julie. Since we can see he's not in the database yet. And Jules is George's brother, so let's go ahead and quickly encode that as well. Let's say this is Mary's page on Genealogy, a very good genealogy website to collect information. With this, I can add that Mary was born December 29, 1749 in Clan Frankenheim. And died November 17th, 1793 in the same place. Of course, in the real database, I also put people's last name. To keep track of the source of this information, I can just drag the URL in the web browser and drag and drop it into the brain. The same if this is Mary's death certificate on the Civil Register Archive website. You can even download the PDF and add it to your database, just like we've just added an image. The brain is an excellent user interface for manual data collection, especially because of easy drag and drop of documents and links. Anything you can put on a computer, you can put in the brain. So besides the graph structure, the great advantage of the brain is that there is no format limitation. So you can focus on the subject, put everything about it in one place, no matter the format, and then be sure of which application to search, no matter what you're looking for. It makes it easy to structure incoming information without having to follow a strictly formal order. You can collect as it comes according to your own user agenda. In this genealogy use case, for example, at some point I'm talking with one of my parents' cousins, so I want to work on the subgraph around her. Another day I'm reading historical information and I want to work on people of my genealogy who might be related to the historical figures I read about. With the brain, I can be sure to put things in the right place, and it is no structural problem if some parts of the genealogy go faster than others. To find the people you want to relate new information to, the brain offers several search strategies. So if one fails, you always have another. And easily find the right place to put new information is very important to help keep the structural coherence of manually collected data. First, you can instantly go anywhere in the graph with index search. This demo brain only contains a couple of nodes, but it is as quick in a 20,000 nodes brain. When you don't remember the name, but something related to what you're looking for, you can go to the node you remember and then follow relations. For example, if you remember Mary has an uncle, but you can't remember his name, you can go to Mary's node and follow relation. You can do this with a place, a date, a picture, anything you remember in relation to what you're looking for. The third search strategy is to check all members of a list, like children, God, tag, or type. There actually are other search strategies, but for the sake of time, I'll stop here for this introduction. So, the brain is a very is very good for local display around a node. The limit is that at points you need to get the big picture to take stock of what has been done and what can be explored further. In the brain, it is difficult to visualize distant relations, but graph visualization enables some of our specific cognitive skills that help put things together by giving them, I'm so sorry. So I was saying, I can't talk. Let's see if I have something to chew. I don't know. So sorry about that. I'll try and keep going. So yes, I was saying that visualization enables some of our specific cognitive skills that help put things together by giving them their symbolic place. Therefore, it helps understand. Visualizing how things relate actually is part of the understanding process for any subject you want to learn. Here is an example of a large visualization for all my direct ancestors, for those I found information about. If a portrait is available, it is important to associate it with the person for visual identification, which becomes essential when the number of persons in the database increases. Dates and places of birth, death, and marriage are useful to situate both people, both in time and also geographically, to see, for example, which ancestors migrated to or from my own region of origin. This is how I found out some branches of the family did not move from one village since before the revolution, when others moved to the US at the end of the 19th century. That is, if you look at them carefully, dates and places of birth, marriage, and death give you an interesting first glimpse at what your ancestors' life has been, especially if you relate parent and children information, which is easier to do on a graph visualization. And so open source Grams application allows to produce such a visualization, but my data was in the brain, so I needed a way to automatically transfer it. Among Grams' different possible import formats, the easiest to produce seems to be CSV. That is the good thing with the graph structure. No matter the complexity of the graph, you can always pick a selection of node labels, properties, as well as relation types and properties to produce the table structure you need. Grams CSV import takes a list of person with gender, date, place of birth and death, a list of family objects that are created to each couple with marriage date and place. We don't have such a node in the brain structure, but we'll see in a moment how it can easily be created in the Neo4j database. Finally, you need a list of relations between families and the children of the couple. Let's say we have Jean and his parents, Annie and Pierre. This is how it looks like in the brain, with the corresponding nodes and relations in a Neo4j, in the Neo4j database. The brain export has a list of nodes with a unique ID and a list of properties. Then you have a list of links with the ID. Here comes the relation I was talking about a moment. I thought they would come earlier. So now you have the relation, the node, and the JSON for the links with the ID of the two related nodes with the link properties. In the brain, types are encoded as a specific kind of node related to all thoughts of that type. In Neo4j, it is more efficient to convert those nodes to labels. Therefore, persons from the brain are nodes with a person label in Neo4j. Tags are also encoded as nodes in the brain, and they are left so in Neo4j. For example, nodes for deceased people are related to the deceased tag node. Nodes for people with a portrait in the brain are related to an attachment node with a file name as a property. The whole path to the file can be reconstructed from the brain export directory. As we've seen in the previous slide, for Grams, we need an extra family node per couple. So we can use the graph topology to match a node labeled person and related to two other person nodes with a mother, a father relationship, to create a family node with a family mother, family father, and family child relations. This is a Cipher query that does that. If this is the first time you hear the word Cipher, just think of it as a database query language that is based on graph pattern matching. The two sets of relations with and without an intermediate family node are kept because they're both useful in different contexts. The data transfer process between the brain, Neo4j, and Grams takes a couple of minutes. Since it's quite boring and we do not have that many minutes here, I'll skip the demo, just giving you an overview. First, you use the brain graphical interface to export to JSON. This produces a directory with JSON files. As just presented, we only use thoughts.json and links.json. Each thought has its own directory in which you find node attachment and portraits. Then you run a Python script to import this JSON Neo4j, JSON to Neo4j. And finally, you import reduced CSV to Grams. Generating visualization with Grams is done with a graphical interface. There are different options you can adjust, like the individuals you want to display the family tree of, whether you want children, parents, or both to be displayed. You can set a node background color for people with a certain family name, etc. Grams visualizations are very useful, but they have their limits. Coloring of nodes according to family name is very helpful to find your way in a large graph, but it's very tedious to list names and color code with the graphical interface. Also, given the way I've input women's name with spouse name first, it does not work well if you want a women's birth name to be used for coloring. At first, as I was looking for people's common ancestor, I had to do it with prints and color markers to visualize those relations I wanted to stand out on the graph. In short, it is frustrating not to be able to use the power of Cipher queries to precisely select what you want to display, like, for example, ignore a specific person's descendant to make another part of the graph more visible. Putting manually collected data in a database with a graph pattern-based query language allows for covariance checks and to detect missing information and manual errors. Based on the graph topology, you can also compute new information. The number of children a couple simply is the outgoing relation from the node. After discovering information online about part of my family, we had no idea. I wanted to know, and I wanted to know. I'm stressed because I see that we're getting short of time, which makes not things easier. So yeah, I wanted to know how many cousins my great-grandfather had. So you can easily calculate all this as well as more complex information with Cipher queries. Let me just quickly outline 2 examples of things you can do with the graph topology to extract specific information. We've seen how easy it is to drag and drop a death certificate URL in the brain to keep track of sources. This URL ends up as a location property of an attachment linked to a node with a deceased value for the name property. So a pretty simple Cipher query will get you the list of sources for death certificates. In a similar way, some regex pattern matching on the URL, you can extract the list of the genealogy website accounts that have been used as a source of information, which makes it the right moment for me to thank all people who share online archives and civil status registers that they digitalized and typed in. This project would not have been possible without these online resources. So now let's see what we can do with Bloom to visualize such a use case. Let's search a person, say my grandfather. The text displays his year of birth and generation. I'm 0, my grandfather is 2, etc. With scene action that are parameterized Cipher queries, I can display his descendant. You can access more information about each person by displaying the node properties and explore relations that connect to its neighbors. For example, you can see that my grandfather has 4 brothers and sisters, and that I've recorded one of his godfather's relation. If you add his ascendants, the display starts to be very difficult to read, especially because parents can be displayed very much apart. And if you display an even larger set, it gets even more messy. People in a line can actually be from different generations. So Bloom hierarchical algorithm is not very appropriate in this case, probably due to the fact that it does not take into account the topological specificity of a genealogy graph. There's a clear distinction between vertical relations, mother, father, child, and horizontal relations, like spouse, brother, and sister. Let's now look at the other graph model with direct father-mother relationship and no family node. Let's use the 4-space layout and find cousins who married each other. This is the graph topology for cousin. They are children of 2 brothers and sisters. So this is the Cipher query to mark the 4 relations involved to graphically identify married cousins. You match the children of brothers and sisters, and you check that the children are married. If so, you set a highlight property to red for relations involved. Now, if you refresh the data in Bloom, You can see here, for example, a brother and a sister whose children got married. This is done with rule-based graphical settings. Unfortunately, you have to manually set color with the graphical interface. The property value cannot directly be applied. In this use case, Bloom seems more appropriate to explore a limited number of nodes. Let's look at Elvish, whose one of the oldest ancestors are found on one branch. With another scene action, we can display the direct line between him and me. The enclavement of the valley where these people lived probably is the explanation why both my grandfather's parents, as well as a whole bunch of people from the valley, descend from this same guy, Lineage. Louis here had a sister. And she married a guy with the same last name as her. This is something I find very annoying with Bloom. Whenever you add or remove nodes from the display, all nodes get automatically repositioned. I really wish I could decide when I want automatic repositioning and when I want things to stay as I manually, carefully position them. The one thing I really like are action scenes. Let's use another one to find common ancestors to see if Helen's husband has a common ancestor with her. Well, not in the collected data, but Louis' wife also has the same last name. Let's see about her. And yes, there's a common ancestor between her and her brother-in-law. Visualization are useful to check data coherence. For example, as I was checking if the generation difference here made sense according to parent-children dates of birth, I realized because his date of birth was after his supposed mother's death, that I had one guy related to the wrong mother. And
Here is the URL to access the
was a bit too
version
yeah.
of
It's
Neo4j Explorer.
Yeah, this is a demo of what you can do with YWorks on the same use case. We have a local Neo4j database running. And so we connect to the database. First, we automatically get the database schema. And to extract information for display, we have two options. A graphic interface to select nodes by labels and property values. One feature I really love in this visualization tool is the template that you can create, not only to display any property value, but also to associate nodes properties to graphical representation. You can set the node background color according to a property, which means you can use all the power of Cipher to set the property in a very precise way that will be used for the background color of the node. You can optionally display a border or an icon according to a node property. Here, for example, the border only shows for nodes that have a highlight property set. And the black ribbon that indicates a person is deceased only shows if the death icon property is set. You can also display alternate icons according to the property value. For example, the gender icon contains the SVG code for the appropriate icon. I find it really great that in this way you can easily visually represent some categories that structure your data. Bloom has some of this, but you depend on the graphical interface to set size and color values. You cannot just use the value of the property. Unfortunately, in YWorks Neo4j Explorer, it is currently not possible to have relation templates. We will see a workaround to this in a moment. The second way you can extract information from the database is a Cipher query. which means you can do very fine-tuned pattern matching on nodes, labels, relations, and properties to precisely select what you want. For example, you can select a branch of your family tree by first marking a branch property for the nodes of someone's ascendant and descendant. That is, you match a person's node and set a branch property to true for all nodes related to it by any number of mother or father relations. In order to visualize the selected nodes with the template in your Works Explorer, a field property is set. Now in Explorer, you can use a query that matches all nodes that have this branch property set. So here are all of Jean's ascendants. The display is not optimal because the spouse relationship confuses the algorithm. It will be much better if you hide this type of relation. To update the display, you need to re-extract the nodes. Let's now set the property to add the descendant of all these people. Now here you can see descendants in green. Then we can add spouses, spouses' children, and spouses' parents. The color set to the field property helps visually keep track of how people have been added to the selection. You can also use the field property to have a color per family. The limits between families is a subjective choice. In part of the family where you personally know people, you may want a finer granularity for family groups, but no matter your choice, with a Cipher query to set the property, you can display exactly what you want. With these colors, I can easily orientate myself in a large graph display by identifying family groups that are meaningful to me. Here are 4 unrelated nodes, which probably means I should get back to the data collected in the brain and check things out. There probably is a manual input error, a missing link, or a link type. This is one thing visualization are good for. Even with this many nodes, defaults will immediately stand out visually. For now, let's just delete these nodes. You have different possible layouts, but this Explorer can turn the tree top to bottom. For this, you need Works online editor that you can open from this menu. Here you can change the layout with many different options. This editor allows to do something I miss a lot in Bloom, and that is to manually adjust nodes' position. Here, the colors immediately show that having these people so far apart does not make much sense, so you can move them to where it makes a more readable graph. It does take time, but you can get the exact display you want without starting from scratch, since the layout algorithm does some of the job for you. You have several graphical output formats. Note that for PDFs export, images need to be inline with URLs. There is a cross-origin issue. Visualizations can also be saved as a GraphML file. And the good news is GraphML is XML, so you can use XML tools to automatically adjust whatever you want to automate. With some Python beautiful soup, you can, for example, suppress those link in, link out display that do not make sense in this case. This is also how you can automatically color some relations according to property set with some Cipher queries. Here is, for example, how to show common ancestors of people with the same last name. And so as a wrap up, I'd say, oops, let's get to the last slide. Yeah, I say that with this genealogy use case, we've seen that graphs are very interesting to collect and structure information intuitively as it comes. Recent development of graph technologies allow to apply automatic formatting, coherence checks, and corrections on such manually structured data. This way you can get the best of both human thinking and machine processing combined. Different visualization tools are best either for local information collection and structuring or for large overview to make sense of complex data and distant relations. And with this, I thank you for your attention. I'm afraid I'm short for the questions, but I'll be around in the chat. So
very cool. Thank you very much, Veronique. It was very interesting. People liked it as well. So here, for example, Tony, great use case, very applicable, great flow of explanations. So it was nice. And also here, Walter, making the graphs vertical makes them much more interpretable for genealogy. It's nice to do with one click. And toggling the automatic rearrangement on and off is also a nice feature. So that we can only agree to. And then maybe we can do one question or another here, super cool from Brent. Is from Tony was that at 360 of the model, I think that's basically what you did, right? You showed us all the way around your genealogy model from basically from beginning to the end.
yes, I'm not sure I understand what it means by 3600.
So full.
Yeah, I was it was the full model from the model of the brain that is the applications model, and that's the same for whatever data you fill in. You have this structure with the thought types and tags, and you can extract that on different kinds of data, and then yeah, you had another model for grams. So Neo4j helped convert the models.
Cool. All right. Well, that is the end of this. Like Veronique said, if you have any other questions, she's around a little bit longer in chat for later on. Otherwise, the deck had her contact information. So thank you very much, Veronique, for presenting today.
Thank you.
Okay. So with that, we are almost at the final stretch of today. So I hope you're not tired. I hope you're not what is the right word? Fed up with graphs yet, I think. So we have more graph stories and more technical sessions until the end of the day. Thank you for clapping again. I'm encouraging you to do this after each talk, as we all specifically the speakers speak to their webcams in their rooms at home. It is always nice to see at least some appreciations for the presentations afterwards. So that is nice. You can also spend the remaining few minutes. Maybe it's time for a snack. It's 20:05 here in Munich, so almost time for at least for coffee time. It's a good coffee break. Maybe a biscuit or some chocolate and a cup of tea or coffee is probably a good time now. And yeah, I think we can continue on with our program now. So I'm super excited. I think this is the first, and I think it's the only group panel, or almost like a panel session I'm hosting. So for until now, we only had one guest at a time. Fika, exactly. Yeah, that's what it's called in Sweden. It's Fika time. So that's the coffee afternoon coffee with a cinnamon bun, kanelbulle during your day. So yes, what I was saying, so I have two guests now, so I'll add them in here. So I'm very excited to have Nicolas Merveille, Senior Consultant at Neo4j, as well as Alfredo Rubin, Consulting Engineer from Neo4j. And both of them together will give the talk RDBMS to Neo4j real-time data sync with Debezium and Kafka. So if these tools sound similar to you, then it's because we heard about them earlier already. So I think we get now another in-depth view of how to use this, especially with Kafka, to sync data from RDBMS systems into Neo4j, and then they will show us the pros, the cons, and the limitation of this approach as well. So I'm super excited. Nicolas, Alfredo, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you guys for joining us today, and let's talk about real-time data synchronization between an RDBMS and Neo4j with Debezium and Kafka. My name, as Alexander said, is Alfredo Rubin, and I'm a junior consultant engineer here at Neo4j. More precisely, I work inside the professional services team.
Yes, I'm here working for the professional services at Neo4j and helping customers succeed with their projects.
Okay, so in this session, we're going to talk about how we can integrate Neo4j with an existing architecture. Typically, when you have a graph use case, you want to replicate some data from a data store to Neo4j without having to replace any database or having to have some major changes inside your code base. We implemented this kind of technology for different customers right now, and we want to share with you some of the best practices we brought back from the field. So first of all, why it's so hard? This may sound trivial, but keeping data stores in sync is not easy to productionize. This is because things will go wrong at some point in production. You may have infrastructure issues, or you may have to do some upgrades and so on. Also, batch data replication is just not good enough if you want to have real-time streaming and you want to avoid too much coupling between the services in your architecture. This is where chain data capture comes in your help. Chain data captures, or CDC for short, is can you change the slide, Nicola, please? Thank you. Chain data capture, or CDC for short, is a technology that streams the events that occur inside a database at a low level by parsing the transaction log. So whenever you will have a creation, an update, or a deletion inside your database, the chain data capture system will get this event and stream it to an event bus. In this case, in our case, Apache Kafka. So many vendors offer this kind of CDC solution. However, we want to focus in this session on Debezium, an open source project. Debezium is built on top of Kafka. More precisely, is built on top of Kafka Connect, a component of Apache Kafka that serves as a data integration hub. The strength of Debezium is that instead of querying the RDBMS, asking for the updates, it reads in append mode the transaction log of the database. It's also easy to learn and set up, and most importantly, it's agentless. This means that you don't need any kind of agent installed in the machine where the database is currently running. And why is it good? First of all, it is reliable. Kafka offers an asynchronous and log-based message system. This means that if Kafka is unavailable, the data replication process will resume from the last transaction it read. And if Neo4j is, for some kind of reason, not available, the data replication process will resume from the last message the Kafka Connect consumed. Then this technology is distributed. Both Kafka connectors and Kafka brokers offer a good scalability. We can scale up and down easily our infrastructure without any downtime. And also Kafka offers a cluster mode that offers to our architecture a better resiliency and fault tolerance. Then this technology is fast. This is because Debezium has a high polling frequency of the transaction log, and it also reads in append mode, making it even more responsive. Also, Kafka is performant. The typical latency measured in the network, it's around 100 milliseconds. But this also depends on how much data you are flowing through Kafka. In the end, this architecture offers a great isolation because it helps us achieving loose coupling by removing the responsibility from each microservice to talk with each other by relying directly on Kafka itself. So let's now take a quick look on an example on how we can set up a CDC data flow. So everything starts from the source of our data, in our case, an RDBMS. And whenever something happens in the RDBMS, Debezium will see the event occurring in the transaction log and will produce a message regarding the event to Kafka. For the way Debezium works, we will have one topic for each table is subscribed to. So if Debezium is subscribed to 10 tables, it will produce 10 topics inside Kafka. Meanwhile, we have another Kafka Connect instance which has installed the Neo4j plugin that is also subscribed to the topics where Debezium is producing the messages. So when Debezium produces a message, the other Kafka Connect will consume that message and push some data to Neo4j. The final destination of our change data capture. And let's now take, it's also important to notice, that for the way the Neo4j plugin works, we will need one Cipher query for each topic the connector is subscribed to. So if we have 10 topics, we will have 10 Cipher queries to manage inside the Kafka connector. So let's now take a quick look at one example of a message that Debezium can produce. As you can see, the message is in JSON format, and this message represents the creation of a row inside a table called customers inside a MySQL database. We can understand this from three main fields. The first one is called OP, and it represents the kind of operation that of the event. In this case, it's a creation and from the C character. And we also have the before and after field. Before and after represent, as the name says, the state before and after the event occurred. So before a creation, we don't have nothing, represented by a null. And after that, we have something. In this case, a customer number, a name, a phone, and a country. The message also has other metadata that we omitted for this kind of session because there was just too much data. Before I leave the words to Nicolas, I just want to share with you some resources to kickstart your adventure with this kind of technology. We also offer an end-to-end example from MySQL to Neo4j, which I personally developed. I'm always updating that repository, so keep an eye on that. And right now we also offer a demo from a Mongo cluster to Neo4j. I will now leave the words to Nicolas that will guide you through some of the best practices we brought back from the field.
Thanks, Alfredo. So yeah, let's talk about a couple of things to keep in mind when setting up this kind of architecture. Delivery is usually expected. What's expected during normal operations is exactly once delivery, meaning one transaction or one change in the table will translate into one event, and that happens in order. So that you are guaranteed to have the same the messages arriving in the same order they've been inserted into the database. However, when things go wrong, sometimes it happens, it's possible to receive the same event twice. So keep that in mind. It means that within the Cipher queries you use in the configuration of the Neo4j Kafka Connect plugin, you need to use merge instead of create, and what goes along with it, the constraints to avoid creating the same entity twice. Transfers, usually database transactions spread over several tables, and that generates many different CDC events. In this example here, we have an order being inserted into the database. Then you would have 3 rows one in the order table and two in the child table. And that would generate 3 different events into 2 different topics. So you can have some cases where you could want to replicate only confirmed orders or convert the amount in another currency or whatever else. You can do that, and you can do some simple transforms in Cipher queries or in Debezium, but it's not necessarily the best place to do it. There are safer ways to handle this. This is very good for simple things. When it gets more complex than that, it's better to use Kafka to do that, because it's a very capable tool for doing transformation and streaming ETL. You could use, for example, KSQL to have a logical view over different topics, or write some custom transform code as custom connectors to apply some business logic. You can use CDC to replicate the whole content of a table. It's not limited to just reacting to some changes. You can even, at some point, replicate the whole database from scratch. This is called snapshotting in Debezium. However, keep in mind that when there's a huge amount of data to be replicated, this may not be the most performant approach. You could rather be using Neo4j import or directly use database drivers if you need high performance to do that initial load, because obviously it avoids the data to flow through the whole queuing system. That's faster. Transaction locking can be also an issue. We've been stating that we can have multiple instances of the plugin that write at the same time to Neo4j. So if you have heavy workloads, you may face a locking issue, updating the same nodes. The Neo4j Kafka plugin has a retry mechanism to handle that, but you might have to tune a bit the configuration to limit the amount of concurrency, meaning the number of instances that are currently running, or maybe address that as well in the data model. You could be willing to change that a bit. Finally, as a best practice, in general, when it comes to big data, try to have some mechanical sympathy. We've been seeing some JSON event payloads, and that can be pretty verbose. So it's better when you have a lot of data to use a more compact binary format like Avro to do that. Real-time replication, when you have this use case, it's important to keep in mind to monitor the lag, meaning the number of messages in transit through Kafka, because if it grows a lot, it means that you are running behind. And you probably want to set up alerting, so in case there's a hiccup somewhere or an infrastructure issue, you can react quickly to it. So keep in mind a couple of things for around deployment. There are different variants of the Neo4j connector available. First, there is the Neo4j Streams plugin. This one is now deprecated, so prefer the Neo4j Kafka Connect plugin. Make sure to pick this one. And even for that one, you need to pick the right version, meaning depending if you deploy on the Confluent hosted platform or within a plain open source Kafka distribution cluster, there are slight differences in the dependencies, and you want to pick the right version to make the whole thing work correctly. And last thing, around database configuration, you will at some point need to change it a bit. Debezium requires to have transactional access, some specific privileges. So configuration-wise, you need to adapt to that. And of course, this varies depending on your setup. If you use, for example, a hosted service such as RDS from Amazon, or yeah, you need to adapt the configuration to the database to use and the service you use. And I think that's it. Maybe we have some space for questions.
Thank you, Alfredo. Thank you, Nicola. That was very interesting. I hope to see a couple of emoji reactions now in chat, claps or hearts or thumbs ups. And we have some time for questions. So if anybody has any questions for Alfredo and Nicola, please type in chat now. That would be your time. Otherwise, I guess the usual ways that are always open are the community forums and the Discord server for questions around anything Neo4j related. Here we go. One question from Dennis. Let's take this one then. Do we need to worry about persistence in Debezium if we are syncing everything to Neo?
I can give it a try. So actually, Debezium is not persisting anything by itself. It's taking the transaction log content and sending that to Kafka. So the persistence is really happening within the Kafka topics. And that's where it's good, because you are actually guaranteed, if you have a cluster and HA, to not lose any content there.
Cool. Thank you for that. I see no more questions. I see lots of love for you too. So thank you very much for presenting and for your talk. Very appreciated. And yeah, thank you for speaking.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was that. So we have another short break between now and then. I now finally know. It took us how many time? Almost 24 hours until you finally, all of you, appreciate the emoji function in this app. So I encouraged you all the way, and I got like 2 or 4 from a couple of heroes, and now I see a whole flood of emojis. So I mean, at least we got it to work before the end of Nodes. So let's continue doing that for the next couple of sessions before Nodes is coming to an end tonight. So yeah, rerun exactly. We'll do it again tomorrow, and then we have we have more emojis from the first session on. Slow learners. I don't know. It's maybe it's with all these tools, with all these different ways to interact. I think it's you might be missing out 1 or 2 things, and also I hope you will you're concentrating on the content and don't want to mess around with the emojis in the chat. But it's always nice and always fun if you see those coming in. Especially for the presenters. Yeah, I think we All Nighters United. I don't know who is anybody around who really can say they stayed up since yesterday 5 p.m. So basically, yeah, this in 3 minutes we are breaking the 24-hour mark with Nodes. So anybody else? I assume, Felipe, you've been up since yesterday at 5 p.m. So congratulations, I guess. So yeah, it would be fun to see if some of you stick around. I mean, outside of obviously Michael, who's told me he's I guess he's sleeping over the weekend. I think. But yeah, cool. We have the next session teed up, so we can go there. With pleasure, I have the next guest here, which is Rick van Bruggen. Rick is a regional vice president at Neo4j, and his talk title is a developer's guide to building a graph project value case. So I think this was a little inside joke between Rick and Michael, that Rick always wanted to present and never got to present. Now Rick is on stage at Node, so I'm very, very excited. And in his presentation, he likes to teach developers or practitioners how to build a graph project value case and why building business cases can be so complicated, especially in the graph world, I guess. So very excited about this. Take it away.
Fantastic. Yes, Alex, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I have been asking for an opportunity to do that for quite some time. So yes, I am extremely happy to be here. It's one of those topics where, it sits between the technical domain and the business domain, and as people may know me a little bit, I've been with Neo4j for a decade now. So that, I sit between those two domains a little bit as well myself. I love business, I love sales, I love building solutions for clients, but at the same time I'm also someone who likes to hack with Cipher, and have some fun with that. So I'm in between those two things as well, and that's basically the reason why I wanted to do this talk, because what I've been seeing with talking with clients and talking with users is that it can be quite difficult to get a graph project up and running. There's some symptoms that we see time and time again. Like in the early stages of a graph project, everyone's like super enthusiastic and yeah, this is fantastic and this is so innovative and this is so new and let's get going with it. And then all of a sudden that enthusiasm seems to die out a little bit. And then all of a sudden you get these messages. Yeah, we're going to do it next year, or it's not a priority today, or we don't have a budget for it, or whatever, or the current solution is good enough. All of these excuses for not getting going with graphs, right? And that bothers me, not just because I'm a commercial guy. No, really, it doesn't bother me because of that much, really. But at the same, I really do get annoyed by that, because it feels like it is hampering innovation. It's really stopping us from making more progress. And then I ask myself, what do we know here? What is real and what is already material here? And there's a couple of things that we really clearly know from talking to people, from working with clients, but most of it is actually in the technical domain, right? So we know this, we track this, we understand this. Graph databases, graph platforms are primarily adopted by technicians, and they look for technical benefits. That's normal, right? And one of those technical benefits, one category of technical benefits, is actually more long-term oriented. It's all about ease of modeling or flexibility, or it's a natural fit for our domain, or those types of things. Like these long-term benefits that are real, right? But they're not necessarily driving like immediate decision making, right? Now, fortunately, in the technical domain, there's a second category of benefits that is actually very, very immediate. It's all about speed. Right? With a graph platform, you can do stuff that you can't do with other platforms because it's just way more efficient at doing that, right? It enables these workloads that we thought were impossible before, and all of a sudden they become possible, right? And because of that efficiency, there's obviously also hardware and operational savings that we can immediately quantify. Right? So there's these long-term benefits, right? And there's these immediate technical benefits, but they're both quite technical, right? Which is why it's important to try and realize that we also need to convert this into a business story, right? We need to try and relate those technical benefits to a value case that is more business-oriented, right? That people that have no technical background will understand as well. And very often that means that we're going to apply this. We're going to apply this to a very specific use case. And even better than that, we're going to apply it to a very specific industry, organization, and even person, right? Because we want to have a very specific conversation with those people around the benefits of implementing that technical platform that we offer, right? But here's the thing, even when we realize that, even when we do that, even when we apply these things that we already know, we still faced with a number of issues, and which is why I'd like to spend the next couple of slides and the next 10 minutes or so trying to explain what we don't know yet and what we need to think about a little bit more. Because reality is, and I'm going to try and peel this onion a little bit, right? Reality is that right now, in this economic environment, if you're going to spend 6 figures, on a graph project, you better have a value case. Simple as that, because otherwise you're not going to be allowed to spend any money. You might be able to spend 5K here or there, but you're not going to be able to spend a significant amount of money on the infrastructure that you need to build a graph project, right? The second thing is, that even if we as technicians, we realize that there's these technical benefits, that doesn't mean that the other side understands that the people that hold the purse strings actually understand that, right? Being right is not the same as being understood to be right, right? We have to explain this. We have to articulate this to these people. And of course, the technical value just isn't the same as the business value. We have to get to know the business results, the business impact that this technical value is bringing to the table, that it's enabling. And then the last point, which is probably the dearest to my heart, I've been living by this for a very, very long time, is that we should realize that our decision makers have a very, very specific way of dealing with uncertainty. In fact, humans have an interesting way of making decisions in times of uncertainty. When you're buying a graph database, when you're implementing a graph project, you're doing something that you've never done before. Most people have never done this before, right? So as a consequence, they're making decisions with lots of uncertainty, right? And here's something that I'm hoping people have heard about already. Nobel Prizes have been given for this, and it's really, really interesting behavioral economical research, right, which is called prospect theory. When humans are faced with uncertainty, right, and this is not up for debate, this is just science, this is proven, right, they always underestimate the value and overestimate the risk or overestimate the costs. That's how we are wired. From the earliest days in the savannah, we were wired, we were grown, we were evolving to be like this, right? When we face uncertainty, when we don't exactly know the data, we're going to behave like this, right? And this is why, when you buy something new, when you buy something that you've never bought before, and you're faced with that uncertainty, you're going to actually be reckoning with this. My personal story here is always the same one. It's about this beautiful little car. This is the first car that I ever bought. Opel Corsa, right? Back in the 90s. When I just graduated from school and had my first job, and needed to get into the commuting game. It took me months to make up my mind. It took me months to make up my mind about, what car I was going to go and get. Why? Because I had never bought it before, and I was being faced with uncertainty. That's just how this works, right? And there's some really interesting research and some really interesting literature about how to apply this when you want to build a value case, right? So I have read a lot of books about this, and the best summary that I've found is in a book called Selling is Dead by Mark Miller, right? It's actually almost 25 years old now, but I still think it's super, super interesting because it applies to how humans deal with prospect theory, deal with uncertainty when they want to buy high technology, right? What Mark Miller basically says is this very simple equation, right? If the perception of value, PV, is not significantly greater than the sum of the costs, right, the monetary costs and the perception of risks, right? Then people are going to decide not to decide. They're just going to postpone it. They're going to stay with what they have, right? Because of uncertainty, if this equation doesn't hold true, they're just going to postpone the decision. And this happens all the freaking time. You know, we see this enthusiasm at the beginning of the discussion with our users, right? And then all of a sudden they're like, yeah, maybe, you know, next year, that type of thing. So if this holds true, if the perception of risk and the perception of and the costs need to be smaller than the perception of value, then what we need to do is we need to try and influence that. We need to work with our stakeholders. We need to work with our colleagues in our organization and try to influence this perception of value and this perception of risk. So how do you do that? Right? How do you build this case? And how do you influence these two factors? Well, I think that much of this is actually down to reducing the uncertainty by making it explicit. Right? Make it explicit that what the value is. Make it explicit what the risks are. And of course, you know, make it explicit what the costs are going to be. And you should realize that both on the risk side and on the value side, you're going to have quantitative factors, right? Things that you can jot down and that you can calculate and that you can objectively find hard measures for, right? That are not going to be easily disputed. But there's also going to be qualitative factors, you know, soft factors, right? That are going to be less measurable, right? Including feelings and emotions, right? So we're going to have to deal with those. We're going to have to deal with those. And how do we do that? Well, I think the first thing that we do is we have the explicit conversation with our stakeholders, right? We have to help them. We have to help them, and we have to help them create these value cases by having a conversation. You know, they don't always know the answers to it, but at least then we know that they don't know the answers, right? And we're always going to ask them, you know, how are you going to justify this? And ask for specifics, right? And the key word, the key magic word that I've always used here is why. You know, why are we doing this? Why is this use case so interesting to you? Okay, because it will change the way we do things. Okay, why does it change the way we do things? Oh, because it will allow us to follow a better process. Okay, why will it allow us to follow a better process? Oh, because we won't lose that much time. You see what I'm doing here? Right? I'm constantly peeling the onion. Why? Until we get to something measurable, ideally. Until we get to something that we can write down on a piece of paper and say, you know, this is why. This is why we're doing this. Right? So this is the most powerful word in the world. You know, when you're trying to uncover these graph value cases, you know, you want to ask questions. You want to engage in a conversation with the stakeholders and find out why. Another really powerful phrase that I'd like to suggest is, you know, how are you doing it today? Okay, so you have this idea of this new use case. You know, you think graph technology might be really interesting. How are you doing this today? Right? And dig into those processes. How do they work? Where are the issues? Where are the challenges? How do we improve this? How does the technology help with those improvements? You know, have there been any highly visible incidents, for example? Right? How are you doing this today? And who is impacted by those existing ways of working? Maybe it's other groups, maybe it's customers, maybe it's external people, maybe it's internal people, maybe there's a really important merger and acquisition, a critical business initiative that's going to be impacted by this. Okay, so how are we doing this today, and who's impacted by this way of working? And hopefully we will find specific factors. We will find specific factors that we can use to influence the perception of value, like, for example, reduction in hardware, shorter response time, real-time capabilities, fewer support costs. You know, there's no limit to what this might be, right? And same thing for the perception of risk. You know, hopefully we will also find, you know, specific ways to do that, right? We can, you know, show them other case studies. We can have them call people. You can work with a partner, you know, whatever it is, right? So there's specific ways to enable this. I'd also like to point out that their second big way for you to build this graph value case, right? Aside from having the conversation with your stakeholders, asking them why, asking them how they're doing this today. The second big way of doing it is really to dig in and to do your homework, right? And prepare for this explicitly. Don't assume that someone else is going to do this. So I would offer and I would recommend that you talk to people. That you talk to people that have done this before at the FOJ, in the community. How do they do this? Do they have examples? Do they have inputs, right? And you can also rely on stuff that we have actually prepared. Obviously it's in our interest to enable you this way. And we've worked with, for example, Forrester Research, right, to build something called a TAI study, Total Economic Impact, right? So this is how you can actually look at some examples that Forrester has validated that basically says, this is how you justify a graph project. And we've actually done some spreadsheet work for you, right? We've actually tried to summarize this in a couple of Google Sheets. You can get these from your local Neo4j contact if you want, for recommendation engines, for master data management, for cybersecurity, for all these use cases, we have examples of how you can do this, right? So I'm going to wrap up. I'm at the 15-minute mark, I think, and I'd like to wrap up by saying, please don't stick to just the value, the technical value, right? Think about the business impact, right? Think about the fact that, people are always going to underestimate the value and overestimate the costs, right? And that this quantification step of value and risk is a really, really great way of reducing that uncertainty. Write it down, make a document out of it using, for example, the template that we can share, the Forrester template or a simpler version of that. And please, like Emily used to say, don't be a lonely document, right? Don't do it on your own. Connect with others that have done this before and use the material that's already there. With that, I'm going to wrap up and thank you for the opportunity of doing this talk.
Very cool. Thank you very much, Rick. Lots of love in chat. I hope now everybody understood how the emojis work. So I like to see them now. We had a couple of comments. So I'll post one in from Chris. Chris says, prospect theory is fascinating. As a business technologist who has 100 million plus business cases, this is so true. One good technique is foot in door. Instead of huge business cases, do small business cases that build on success.
Yeah.
That's a good...
Walk before you run, right? I mean, that's a really great recommendation in any case. And I had one of my earliest mentors that used to say, if you want to eat an elephant, don't try it in one piece, which is, it's obviously a really gross way of saying that, you walk before you run. But I think this is very true and build on successes like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very cool. There is one funny one from Matt. They call it the I'm not pronouncing it. So high interest and stall.
Yeah. That's a really good one, Matt. Yeah, I'm going to remember that.
Constantly peeling the onion is very important. So a couple of people also say that. Yeah, lots of love, lots of clapping and thumbs up. So really good. I see you now got it to work. It's great. And then, there is maybe one tip from Stefan here. Very huge. It doesn't really render here in the stream, but if you want more, you could always check out post number 1 of how to make sound strategic decisions under uncertainty. Is that a podcast? I'm not 100% sure. But
you know what, Alex, if I may add, myself and Stefan, we actually had a lot of fun in full pandemic working on a set of podcasts and articles, and they're available at graphvalue.com. There's some good material there.
Sounds good. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Rick. Need to wrap it up for the next one. Thank you for presenting today, Rick.
Thank you.
Okay. So here we go. We have well, a couple of minutes left. So I'll remind you, I guess, to stay hydrated. So don't forget to sip a little bit during this afternoon stretch. And yeah, next up we have Fabio. Fabio Montagna is a lead machine learning engineer at GraphAware. The next session is called Temporal Graph Analysis. And Fabio will, in this upcoming session, will talk about the experience with horizon scanning over a graph of medical research papers. So sounds very interesting. I'm super excited about this next talk. So yeah, I think we are ready to go. And yeah, Fabio.
Hello everyone, I'm Fabio, lead machine learning engineer at GraphAware, and today I'm going to show you our temporal graph analysis. Graph never stands still. They continuously evolve over time, right? And well, when we can capture the time in our data model, how we can really analyze this temporal evolution. We want to know what is going on into our graph, right? Where the graph is changing, where it's not changing, if there are trends that we can use to make prediction, or we can detect interesting pattern. In general, we want to know if we can get useful insight out of this graph evolution. So to answer this question, let's start from the data. We analyzed this COVID-19 data set. It's a collection of updated scientific publication about COVID-19. And this is a pretty interesting data set because a lot of things actually has happened in a relatively short amount of time. So it's interesting to have a look on it on a temporal perspective. When you ingest the data, the COVID-19 data set, you get more or less this kind of graph or knowledge graph. We are interested mostly on this central part. So let's have a look on what we have here. Okay, down here we have papers, which are nodes that are representing, the scientific publication. They get published continuously over our temporal line, so we get track of it in this published time property. Up here, we have another type of node, which is the author keywords. The author keywords are keywords chosen by the author to best reflect the content of the document. This is the definition. We are interested about that because, with author keywords, we can get the understanding of the author of their own work, right? But what does it mean? It means that if we have a paper that mentioning 2 author keywords, it means that at least the author believes that these 2 topics are relevant together, right? They are actually making a scientific work about that. But if at the same time we have other papers that are doing the same things, well, it means that, there is some agreement. But since, again, the paper get published continuously, the size of this agreement may change over time, can grow or shrink. Yeah, that's exactly what we are after. We want to get, how the scientific community understand about these COVID-related topics and how this understanding is evolving over time, right? Through the discovery that we made down the road. But let's get concrete, right? In this example, we have a couple of topics that are relevant together because at least one paper is trying to do risk mitigation using big data analytics, right? But while we have for big data analytics, we at least have many other papers that mention it. For infection disease risk mitigation, this is the only one paper we get on the whole data set, right? Mentioning it. So one more question, are they really relevant together or not? If we look closely on the data set, we may see that we have other keywords that really are capturing the same concept. You see here missing infectious, here we have an extra dash, but we basically capture really the same concept. And we would like them to get connected, And this relationship here actually do exist, not because of the data that we ingested, but because of the meaning of this keyword. We don't want to lose this connectivity when we do our analysis, right? Yeah, but this brings us to the huge topic of how one could cluster keywords in a knowledge graph, right? But luckily, two colleagues of mine actually had a talk about that. And so I will suggest you warmly to watch the record if you didn't attend, right? In the meanwhile, I suppose that we follow the instruction and we had our keyword properly clustered. In this case, that's what we get. Now we have these new green nodes which are representing cluster of keywords, as you can see here. Or if you want, slightly broader concept compared to what you can get with a single outer keyword, right? But I mean, for the rest, it's the same, really, it's the same. We are interested on, you know, the agreement, how the scientific community agrees about these two topics being related together, right? To make our life easier, we compute this concurrence graph. It's a projection, so at the end of the day, we have only one type of node, the thing that we are interested in, and you know, only one type of relationship. And since, again, paper get published continuously, you know, the strength of this relation is also a function of time, right? So with this concurrence graph, we can really start our temporal analysis. So let's dig it. The temporal analysis that we are proposing is an unsupervised process. It is composed by 3 steps. So let's go through all of them one by one. The first thing that we do is to slice the time. We compute this concurrence graph monthly. In other words, we select the paper that get published on the first month, and we compute the first concurrence graph. Then second month, second concurrence graph, and so on, right? At the end of the day, we have a bunch of graphs which represent snapshots, right? Which represent the state of the graph at that moment, right? On top of this graph, we run this feature extraction algorithm. It's called RefX. It basically gives you a topological feature at different levels, different scale. At the end of this process, for every node and for every time step that we have here, we have a vector which is going to describe, you know, the structural feature of that node at that point in time. Now, on top of that, finally, we apply this role extraction algorithm, which identify the roles every node is playing within its network, okay, and apply a label on it. Now, for us, role is really just you know, a tool to describe complex behavior in a simple way, in a synthetic way, right? Yeah, I can give you an example. Let's suppose that this network represents an interaction between people in a workplace, right? You can imagine that you have many different and complex patterns of interaction. But if you know that this specific node is the boss of the company, for example, well, then it's expected that he's going to interact with other people that are playing some role in turn, right? So the idea is that the role extraction algorithm can learn these roles, what role do exist in the network, and apply this role to every node, right? With this information now, we can do something very interesting. Is that like keep track a node, the same node in different time frames, and see what happens, what is going on. Is the role stable, like here, or is going to change? All right. We can spot a pattern. We can get trends. We can do all this kind of stuff to answer to our question. This is a real output that we get. And as you can see here, we have a mixture of roles, not just one role. And in this chart, you can see that, for example, the larger the bar, okay, the higher is the impact for that role on that node at that specific point in time, right? So we have a signal here. But before moving on to look at some interesting results, we have to make sense of those roles, right? The process is an unsupervised one, so we don't have a meaning out of the box. We have to look for it by ourselves. To make our life easier, what we did is to, you know, try to see how, say, role 2 evolves over time, and how, I don't know, page rank is evolving over time, and see if these two measures are correlated, right? And we do that for different type of graph measure for which we know the meaning, right? And we have this result. And with this result, we learn something. We learn that role 0 and role 2 are actually important roles. If you are an important topic in core 19, you are definitely high on role 0 and role 2, right? On the other hand, role 3 and role 4 are more peripheral, roles. And the role 4 is slightly better connected, to the node that matters. But with this in mind, every time a node is cross this line, cross the borders, we know that something has happened, right? Something important. So what we can do is to blindly put a threshold here and see what we get. And this is something, it's an example of the output that we get with this technique, right? This is the hydroxychloroquine. Okay, we have to search about that, but at the end of the day, we found out that hydroxychloroquine was something that was thought at the beginning to be a possible treatment for the COVID-19, right? But later with clinical trial, we understood that it was not the case. And you can see clearly the rise and fall of the interest of the community around this hydroxychloroquine, right? It's clearly here. Later on, you can see there is a spike, right? But there is also some role 3, right? You see these bars. So this means that, yeah, there exists some interest later on, or not of the same magnitude as before, but it's something that is most related to, to the periphery, to the network. Another amazing story that we get is this machine learning. I mean, machine learning for this data set, only for this data set, was not a thing at the beginning. You see, it was really relegated to the periphery. At some point, suddenly, between May and June, it was clear that, you have to cope with this machine learning because the amount of data that we got that got published over time is exponentially growing, right? So you have to deal with machine learning techniques in this field. And so we can see that there is a clear trend that is moving this machine learning topic from the periphery toward the center, right? And I can also give you something, some other detail. If you look at that, there is some red bar here that is virtually disappearing, right? Between February and March 2021, right? This is suggesting us that, probably the community was thinking about this machine learning technique at the beginning, at least, like, something useful, a useful tool that may be helpful to deal with the data. But later on, it looks like that it was clear to anybody that machine learning techniques is something that you need to have in your tool belt if you want to do some relevant research about the topic, right? And this is, again, written within the bars, right? There is a story in these bars. Now, what we did so far is to actually, put a blind threshold with no, user intervention at all. If you want to guide a bit the results, what we can do is do this neighborhood analysis. It's really, really simple. What we did is to select one topic, one keyword, let's say our subtopic, and look only at its surrounding, right? Then we can keep all the occurring nodes and sort it by relevance and compute these like top 20 charts and see how these top 20 charts evolve over time, right? And we did that, really. We did that for these two keywords that are SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19. Now, SARS-CoV-2 is the virus. COVID-19 is the disease caused by the virus, right? If you look at the, the graph that you get if you center these two nodes, the neighborhood of these two nodes is very similar. We have a 95% of overlapping. So we didn't expect any differences, in this analysis with these two topics. But if we look at the term that most frequently happen to be in this top 20 list, we got some surprise. We get, for the virus, we get serology, vaccine, spike protein, ACE2, that are really connected to the biological function of the virus and how you can detect it. If we move slightly toward the disease, we start to have something different, like, public health, epidemiology, mental health, telemedicine. That was not here, right? And they are mostly related to the treatment and the impact that the disease has on the public, on the general public, right? And this is kind of a remarkable result, I think, because we basically did nothing. And we started by literally two starting point that was very similar, almost overlapping, right? This means that, the analysis is working, is able to detect nuances, right? That are starting from something that is almost not distinguishable, right, by 95% of overlapping. Now, this temporal analysis don't have to be, relegated to this use case. There are many other use cases in which this type of temporal analysis can be very useful. In the example I gave you before, about the workplace interaction. If you are a huge corporation, you can use the temporal analysis to actually keep track of your key people, or to detect employees that need to be helped to develop their career, for example, because they are stuck in their role, for example, right? Something slightly more interesting, relevant maybe, it's if you have a criminal or terrorist network, you really want to use this temporal analysis to identify people when they start to play one type of role, right? And so you can have a closer look on them as soon as this happens, right? You know what I mean? Okay. So it can be used also for e-commerce to prevent scammy behavior, for example. Suppose that you have some of your loyal users that are selling their account to scammers, right? You will detect immediately. It happens, right? You will detect it immediately because they will change the role suddenly because of this new behavior. Or in general, you can analyze your customer behaviors, right? Every time, I think that every time we get human behavior that is capturing in your graph, no matter what, it's spilling to your graph, and you have some temporal aspect. This temporal analysis, role-based temporal analysis, has proved to be a very useful, extremely, useful tool to get, to understand what is going on into your graph. Yeah, and that's it. That's it. Thank you. I don't know if we have time for questions, but definitely.
Sorry, Fabio, I was too quick clicking that button. Thank you very much for your presentation. We have time for one question, maybe. Sure. From Prasnath here. How are the individual graph snapshots stored? Is the entire graph at any instant of time dumped and then reread to compute the various metrics?
Yeah, we did something like that. We have the whole graph stored in Neo4j, and when we compute the snapshots, we take all these knowledge graphs and we put that out of the Neo4j. We use NetworkX, for example, to compute RefX and Rolex algorithm, and then we store back the roles into the knowledge graph. So we get back and forth for it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And from Matthew, maybe we do this quickly. How can we get more information from you? Maybe I'll put this back on here. So this
definitely
is probably the best way to do it. You can email Fabio. You can reach out to Fabio on LinkedIn, and obviously, I guess, graphaware.com.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to hear about you, really.
All right, cool. Thank you very much, Fabio, for your time and for your great presentation.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, so this is it. The last presentation before getting into the Q&A. If you have a question for Emil, this is now really your last chance to get it in. If you want to do that, go to the event bracket in Hopin and click on the Ask Emil tab, and there you have the chance to add your own questions. You can also vote up other questions. So if you think somebody else posted a particularly interesting question, then give them a thumbs up. If you think you have a good question that nobody else asked yet, add it in. That's your last chance to hear what Emil thinks in, what is it? 20 minutes or so, 3 minutes. So, this is really truly the final stretch before the end of Nodes almost. So it's almost sad. I mean, I've been here hosting you and all the speakers all day long. So I almost will have probably some parting pains, I guess. But on the other hand, I'm also a little bit glad that it's probably over. It's been a long day for all of us. But the best is yet to come. So 2 more things here in the beginner track. So really really looking forward to the next session. So next up is my colleague Sasha. Sasha is a software engineer at Neo4j, and his talk title is Building Neo4j Ops Manager Lessons from Dog Fooding. So Sasha has been part of the product team, developing team that has worked on the Ops Manager. I mentioned it before earlier, and we heard about it from John in the beginning of the day. So this is a new tool we released recently, and Sasha and the team decided to use quite a few Neo4j frameworks and projects to build the Ops Manager. And during this this presentation now, he will show us their experience of using the tools, what they learned, and some tips and tricks. So I'm super excited for this, looking forward, and yeah, take it away, Sasha.
Thank you very much, Alex. And might I say, you're doing a fantastic job hosting this. So yes, let's talk about building Neo4j Ops Manager and the lessons we've learned from using all of our internal or tools that are available in the Neo4j ecosystem. As you've heard, my name is Sasha. I am a software engineer at Neo. Before I joined the Ops Manager team, I had the privilege of working in the Cipher team as well. And that's all you need to know for right now. So let's talk a bit about Ops Manager, or more concretely, let me redirect you and remind you there was a really, really good presentation from our product manager, Chris Shelmerdine, on the first day of Nodes about Ops Manager that I really recommend you watching. He even showed some things that haven't been released yet, so that's interesting. Just to give a short summary, Ops Manager is a new tool for administrators that can help you observe the state, the health of your Neo4j deployment by looking at metrics, for example, or it can do things like give you an upgrade path tailor-made for your Neo4j deployment from one Neo4j version to another one. So that's really, really nice and helpful. Don't want to go into more detail than that. Let's talk more about dog fooding. And dog fooding, as you might know, basically means that to eat your own or to use your own software. And Neo4j produces a lot of that, and the Neo4j ecosystem produces a lot of software. So like Alex already alluded to, we had the goal of using as much as possible to have more feedback loops there, to maybe file the occasional bug or feature request, make our own ecosystems better by doing that. And I can just say, it was a really good experience, and I love doing that. So what do I want to talk about? This is the general architecture of Ops Manager. You can see there's a host instance where your Neo4j is running that you want to monitor and administrate. There's this little NOM agent running on it, a little Go program that sends all the metrics to this NOM server. And that NOM server is also having a little persistence database. That is, of course, it is a Neo4j database. And I won't talk about user interface because I'm a backend developer and I know where my limitations are. So let's talk about how to use Neo4j to store metrics. That's the first thing I want to do. And then I also want to talk about how we can take what is inside that persistence and migrate them from between different data models. That's interesting, right? Then there's a tool called Spring Data Neo4j that makes our life in the NOM server so much easier. And to make it even easier to use Spring Data Neo4j, we also use the Cipher DSL. That is a still pretty hidden gem. So let's talk about those 4 things now, starting with how to store or using Neo4j to store metrics. And in the beginning, they said to us, well, Neo4j isn't optimized to store metric data. It's not really a graph, right? And they're right. But we said, well, let's see how far we can take that. Challenge accepted, right? So as you can see here, we have nodes. And they're not really related at all Every node is like 1 point for a specific value at a specific time. Not related, not really graphy. Let's look at the nodes. Let's look at the first data model that we came up with. You can see here in this little JSON representation that we have labels. Cool. So it's a metric label on all of them. Makes sense. There's an additional label telling you what kind of metric that is. So it's a histogram or Gaussian metric or whatever. And then there are certain properties. Which GNOME agent is that thing coming from? Which instant was that on? Obviously the name, the value, additional labels, the timestamp, really important. Pretty solid thing you would come up as a first level data model, right? You can see some of them are a bit repetitive. If you scale it up to like millions of nodes, you will have loads of nodes with like the same instance ID, right? Might be something you can optimize there. The real problem is obviously this grows indefinitely. So just pumping out new metrics like this means that, yeah, you will run out of storage space at some point. So you have to optimize for that a bit. And you have to just clean up old metric data at some point or roll them into aggregated ones. So we thought maybe we can improve this. And we did. We just recently worked on improving this. We still have one data point, one node per data point, but you can see now we changed around the labels and properties. The timestamp is now an integer, which doesn't look like it saves much. It actually does, and you scale it up to millions of nodes. But the most interesting thing is obviously that we now use agent and name inside the labels instead of properties. Why do we do that? Well, if we have the name property, the name as a property on every node, we have one property record on every node. If we instead use a label, we can just have a little reference on that node. It's probably an integer or something like that. Instead of that string property, which is really, really much more tiny. So we actually save just by having this label reference here on that node, on the node. And we also get rid of a few things. For example, if you see here, there's this label thing. It's basically empty. Why save it, right? And doing all of those things netted us, well, over half, an improvement of basically half the storage size. So that's pretty neat, right? So you can see you can store metrics in Neo4j. Pretty cool. But damn, I just now fundamentally changed the data model. So I need to write a program for the next time that will start, that will like knows how the old model works and translate that into the new model. No, I don't have to do that because I use Neo4j migrations, which our colleague Michael Simmons already gave a really good talk about. So I don't want to repeat that. I just want to give you some examples here. But you can do schema migrations and refactoring super, super easy. And there's a module for Spring Boot, which handily fits into our architecture. So let's just have some examples. And the first one, a Cipher-based migration. You put in some Cipher scripts, you execute them. It's done. You can do some index changes, so set up schema. You can actually set up data as well, which is super helpful if you do tests. You can pre-populate your test databases with that, for example. Really, really great. There are catalog-based migrations, which is basically you can set up schema without the need to remember all the Cipher syntax. Really handy. And there's something I really, really love. There are certain refactorings in there that are for you to take. And this one is my personal favorite because it actually creates the new form of database indexes that come with Neo4j 5 automatically for you. So if you haven't done that yet on your Neo4j 4, just running this creates them automatically. And if you then move your Neo4j into to Neo4j 5.1, for example, the migration will automatically kill your old indexes. So just running this once helps you immensely, just migrating your database to Neo4j 5. That's great, right? And then there are Java-based migrations, just a simple Java class, and through that context, you can just get to the driver running underneath and then do all the things you want to do with the driver. For example, I'm running a call in transactions query here, which I actually can't do on the other Cipher-based and catalog-based migrations yet, because as of today, Michael sent me a link of a commit where he made also that possible. So there's a tight feedback loop going on here, and I thank you a lot, Michael. Let's talk about Spring Data Neo4j. So we're on the server now, and we obviously need some kind of graph to object mapping, right? Why should we build that ourselves? So what we do, we use Spring Data Neo4j or SDN, and it gives us reactive programming. There's a really, really nice Spring Boot integration, and I will stress this one. There are no surprises. It's really what you expect. You have a Java class representing a metric, and you just have this annotation, which will translate to a label. You have some internal ID. I don't care about that. I don't need to care about that. And then I just fill in some properties. And when I want to create one of those, well, there's this reactive Neo4j template. I can just create this metric like I would any other Java object and save that to the template, and I'm good to go. And the same way, I can just retrieve it. I can take the template, say find by ID, and get that very data point back. Obviously, you don't want to do that with metrics ask for like a certain ID, right? So you can also have repositories and run Cipher queries on them, and then put them into specified methods. You don't have to read all of that, but you can just do that. You can also do that, just run Cipher queries on the reactive Neo4j template as well, if you like. But to run Cipher queries, you saw that was a string. And strings, Cipher and strings, yeah, sure, I can do that. But if I generate those things, it gets complicated. I need to do string concatenations, and no one wants to do that, and it will fail. And if the syntax changes, that will fail as well. And I need to go in and change strings, and everyone hates that, right? So that is where the Cipher DSL comes in, because this one uses a builder approach and is actually type safe. So my whole code gets checked at compile time to see if it actually still works, and it only generates valid Cipher constructs. That means that if the syntax changes and I just update the dependency, it will just do the new kind of query. I don't need to go in to change the strings. It's neat, right? So I have an example. We have this query where I just ask for any metrics between a certain start and end time in order by a timestamp, obviously. And this is how it would look like. It looks longer, obviously, but it's still the same thing. You still have the query here where you have the match on a metric, on this metric variable, which is basically just a node with a label metric named M. And I can reference that, for example, in the order by clause by saying, I want to order by this metric timestamp. And then I can have some where clause, which is basically the same thing as the other one. And that's that. I run the same thing on the repository or the reactive Neo4j template. I'm good to go. And that's the very quick run through some of the tools that we've used, the dog fooding that we did. Just to recap, data modeling is really, really fun in a graph, even if you don't have relationships. Neo4j can definitely be used to store metrics, even though it's not optimized for it. But if you have good index strategy, right? It's totally possible. Dogfooding itself is like a great source of feedback for finding bugs and making new friends. And the Neo4j ecosystem is really, really rich and really helpful. Like I showed you 3 things. We obviously also use the Neo4j drivers, the Prometheus endpoint in Neo4j itself to monitor the Neo4j deployment. We use Neo4j Aura for hosting our test databases in the cloud. And there's so much more in there that we didn't use yet. And I'm looking forward to using more of those things. Special thanks to Michael Simmons and Garrett, because they produced all of those free, wonderful things, tools and frameworks and libraries. And they're really quick when you have like a feature question or like want something improved. And please try them all out, especially Ops Manager, because we love to hear about your experiences. We love to have some feedback from you. So I hope to hear from you, and thank you.
Cool. Thank you very much, Sasha. Chat, you know what to do. I don't have to tell you, I hope. Yes, here we go. I remember now. One question, there's time for one question, I think, from John. How large have you seen the NOM database get number of nodes and size? Do you remember this?
Good question. I haven't seen any customer databases yet, so I can't say how it looks like in like the real world. And we're doing a lot of experimentation on how much we can fit in there, what's feasible. So I can't really answer that, because the things we try out is probably more than the real world will see. But if I'm not mistaken, there's some documentation how to spec your NOM server or the database that goes with it. And maybe my colleagues can help me out as well.
Yeah, no worries. Cool. Thank you very much, Sasha, for this presentation. And yeah, thank you all. Well, this was only a small little drip of the emojis. I was hoping for more, but I'll let it slide for this one. You have one more chance for a huge emoji wall, and I hope to see this after Emil's Q&A session with ABK. So this is your last chance to do it. Looking forward to the next session. We'll put up a short holding slide now, and we'll be back with the Q&A that's starting in 4 minutes. See you there.
Okay, here we are, 24 hours of Graph Talks concluded now. And this is the question and answer closing session. I'm ABK, Andreas from Neo4j, and I'm here with my good friend Emil Ephraim, also the CEO, right? And a founder of Neo4j.
Something like that, yes.
And he's going to answer some of your questions. There's a lot of good questions that have been lined up. We'll go through some of those. Before we get into that exactly, I'll just take you through a couple of slides to show, like, what the mechanism is for how we're going to get any questions answered. So if you have questions, please add them to the list there, or upload any questions you see that you like the look of. So again, this is the closing Q&A session with Emil and Andreas. If you're not sure who's who, again, there's a good photo of both of us. The orange coffee mug is the key for me, of course. And here's how things work. So in the virtual conference panel that you've got there, on the left-hand side, there's a tab for the reception. You click on that first. You then see on the sidebar, there's an Ask Emil tab that's available there. Click on the Ask Emil tab, and then just type in a question or upload a question that's already there. We may not get to all of the questions during this live session now, but we will answer every question that is asked offline later on. Somebody will follow up and make sure that any questions you've had that you offered to us, that we've offered you an answer. So that's the mechanisms of it. And now let's actually just get into the questions themselves. Emily, are you ready?
So ready.
Oh my gosh, 24
Fired
hours,
up and ready to go.
Okay, good. That's the energy we need. Okay. This question's been waiting for a while, and I'm so glad that we're finally going to be getting to it. This is about you personally, about your life, Emily. Obviously, you were the founder and the CEO of Neo4j. If you weren't the CEO of Neo4j, what would you do? What would be your focus? If there was an Emil clone, what do you think they would be doing right now?
That's a good question. Well, first of all, I mean, it's hard to even think about it because I've been doing this for 15 plus years now.
Yeah.
It's such a core part of my identity, right? And so even thinking about it is actually very hard.
Yeah.
And I guess playing out the counterfactual, like what would I have done if I didn't do this? Man, I guess I'll start off by saying it's like super unfair because I literally have the best job in the world. Like I'm just having a blast, right? And it's super tough and it's long hour and like all that kind of stuff, right? It's hard work, but just I'm just enjoying it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So even thinking about doing anything else, if I weren't the CEO of Neo4j, I'd love to be the CEO, I guess, of another graph database company. I mean, it's just what we're doing is so damn cool, right? And so rewarding in so many ways that it's hard for me to even think about it. Also, I'm completely useless right now. This is the only thing I can do. We talked about this in our last session. I started out somewhat decent at writing code and was one of the first 2 kernel developers together with my co-founder Johan, and wrote the kernel, and then over time became decreasingly useful as a code contributor, over the years until now when I'm post-technical and can barely write code these days, right? And so I don't think I have an employable skill set, at this point. So I don't have a good answer to that question. I think after a while, when you start kind of running, when you run a company, I've never been infatuated with startups. I'm infatuated with our startup, like with Neo4j, right? But there's a certain skill set and a fascination towards like with how to build and evolve a company like this. And so maybe the more relevant thing is I hope to be the CEO of this company for decades, right? Like I don't think of like when should we have an exit, because exit means you're leaving something. And like I think we have so very like meaningful work ahead of us. But at some point, I'm not going to be the CEO of Neo4j, right? And then what would I do? I probably would be advising kind of younger startups and doing stuff like that, right? But the counterfactual of what I would have done without Neo4j, I can't even begin to think about.
It's really hard to explore.
Yeah.
Okay, I love that answer. That's great. And in some ways, like, even though you didn't, your goal when this started wasn't to create a startup, it was an open source project first. Right? It's just for love of the thing, you needed to do the thing, and then you were the right person at the right time with the right technology, and it carried forward.
And a bunch of luck and serendipity and all that kind of stuff. But that's exactly right. Like, we didn't start out sitting down like, hey, we want to build a company. Right. What should we do? No. We ran into the problem ourselves. We invented a solution to those problems. And then we very, very arrogantly thought, we really were arrogant about it. We said things like, the world deserves this. And stuff like that, right? When we invented the thing. Yeah. And we said, all right, like now how can we get other people to enjoy the benefits of this? And our initial instinct was, let's donate it to the Apache Software Foundation, make it a top-level Apache project, and let's, work as consultants, help people implementing it, right? That was our initial instinct. But then after a while, we realized, it took us a long time to get there, but like, wait, wrapping a company around the product is actually a really useful way of being able to resource it properly. Right. And building a database, that's not something you do kind of as a hobby. Like, that requires a lot of work. And, we're here in the Malmö office, the engineering HQ of Neo4j. We have over 200 engineers working full time on that database. Like, there's no way we could have pulled that off with just some Apache open source project, no company, and a bunch of just us working as consultants, right? And so after a while, we realized, okay, the smartest way of get this technology, this approach to data, into the hands of as many people as possible, the smartest way of doing that is to wrap a company around it. And so that's how we kind of talked our way into ultimately becoming startup founders. And then that's now what I'm a career CEO now, I guess.
Well, so let's actually take, there's two questions I want to follow up with. And the first, so thinking about, okay, now you've created a company. It's not just a company, you've created a new category of database. This is a new kind of database that there were versions of before, there's different variations of, but like there's now a graph database is a thing that it wasn't before. Now there's a whole category, right?
Yes, we've created that.
We've created
you,
well,
me,
yes,
the people here, very much the people on this call.
That's right, that's right. And so this next question actually gets to, okay, so what's the, where does this go? Is the graph database going to be the new dominant form of database? And the exact, formulation here is like, do you think graph databases will eliminate relational databases and support the backends of most projects? So can we use a graph database for every business problem?
Yeah, it's a great question. And we touched on this in like maybe the last one or maybe the APAC, I don't remember which one of the previous Q&A sessions. And I guess I think of it in a couple of buckets, right? One bucket is if you have an existing application that is already backed by, let's call it a relational database, right? Do I see people en masse at large replacing that relational backend with a graph database with Neo4j? I don't. What I do see there is people running Neo4j side by side with that relational database for applications where they've accumulated a lot of connected data, of which there's an increasing amount. So more and more of those applications every year, right? And then you bring in Neo4j, you run it side by side with that relational backend, right? So that's not replacing it, that's not killing it, or whatever, however the question was framed. Yeah. In that first bucket, which is existing applications already written on top of a relational database. I think the more interesting bucket is the greenfield projects. So you're kicking off something, you're starting from scratch, you're sitting down, you're going to solve some kind of problem with code, you write an application. as part of that, you're putting together a technology stack. What programming language should I use? What web framework? What XYZ? What cloud platform? Right? And what database should I use? And most sophisticated, like most non-trivial applications, over the long arc of that application will use multiple database backends. Not 5, not 7, not 10, but more than one. But you usually start out with one. You don't start out with 2 databases or 3 databases. And I think if we do things right at Neo4j and in the graph database world, I think the opportunity is for Neo4j to become that first database that people reach for. And what I encouraged people to do in a previous Q&A session was, you're all watching this from a browser, hit Control-T or whatever, Command-T, pull up a new tab, go to images.google.com, and then you type in domain model, and you do a Google image search for domain model. And what you should see just about now on your browser screen should just be page after page of screenshots of people's domain models. Every single one of them is a graph. And that just tells you something about, if we make the developer experience amazing, if we reduce the friction, the practical friction around how to go from that picture of the domain model, expressed maybe in a programming language, go from that into the database, right? If we reduce that friction, you can see just how an amazing fit graph databases are with most domains, right? And so that's the opportunity, which is, that's a 3 to 5 to 7 year out, type of time frame. It's not a 3-month out type frame. And so then for those greenfield new projects, I do think that we can not eliminate, I think that's maybe the phrasing of the question, but minimize and over time reduce the amount of time that people reach for a relational database as that first database.
Okay. Yeah, that makes great sense to me. And there's a sort of a counter way of thinking about this, or counter question to that, which is, so that's graphs versus relational. Okay, there's this graph database that is Neo4j, but it is now a category of graph databases. So this is a question kind of along the lines of that, which is, over in the relational world, here's what we've seen. Is there a way to avoid having multiple implementations of graphs with different tools like has occurred in the relational world? Oracle, SQL Server, MySQL, variations on SQL, like how do we keep things sane in the graph database space?
Yeah.
Right?
Such an interesting question. I think we've seen time and time again in our industry, there's a tension between, let's call it centralization and kind of uniformity, right? We could also call it standardization on one hand, and decentralization and innovation on the other hand. And exactly finding that balance on that spectrum in different stages of evolution of a new category is very tricky. And so when we started out, let's the question was phrased around relational databases and SQL. So let's think about our query language, Cipher. When did we invent Cipher? 2012, 13?
It was early on.
Like,
2012-ish. That's right.
Something like that, right? And for the longest time, there were other graph vendors who came to us and said, you should open source Cipher. Like it's the best way. They would tell us this in private. It's the best way to query graphs that people have invented so far. People love the ASCII art. Here's how you draw a pattern over your graph. That type of a thing, right? And we resisted that. And my point of view was, no, it's too early. It has to be able to evolve fast. And forcing it to go in lockstep between all the different implementations out there would slow it down when it was in that elbow part of the S curve, where it's like there's a lot of innovation and exploration and figuring shit out type of a thing. Right? That changed in 2015. In 2015, I felt like, all right, we've figured out, not 100%, but maybe 80% of what the query language should look like. And that's when we said, you know what? We now encourage other graph database vendors to implement this. And so we were on stage in San Francisco, I want to say, at Graph Connect 2015, on stage with Oracle, a representative from Oracle. and we announced the birth of the Open Cipher project, which was us giving away Cipher for free to any other graph database vendor. It was actually a very counterintuitive thing. Like the internal discussion with some of my lovely colleagues in sales was some version of, when we're out and we're talking to customers, every single time Cipher is amongst the top 3 reasons for why the customer prefers Neo4j versus other graph databases. Not always the number 1, but it's always amongst the top 3. And you're giving that away to what's ultimately our competitors. Like, wait, dear commie hippie CEO from Sweden, why are you doing this again, right? And our point of view was always, you know what? We've gotten to a point now where the core of the language is stable enough. Now a rising tide lifts all boats, right? And getting us to speak a unified language actually is better for the space. And I think our role, our job as the leader in the space, the biggest player in the space, is to open it up and to give away a little bit more and give to kind of our competitors. Because the bigger narrative here is not, do they choose Neo4j or some other graph database implementation? It is, are they using relationships in their data, right? Are they able to build applications really fast because they have a data model that fits really well with their domain model, right? Are they using relationships in their data to inform their predictive models? That's the broader narrative. And having a unified language for that, it just helps everyone in the space, right? That Open Cipher project in 2015 ultimately led to the birth of GQL. And GQL is a massive thing, right? This is the first time. This is the first time in 40 years that the database industry have said, you know what? There's going to be a sibling to SQL, right? If you recall, you know, I'm taking us down in ancient history now, but like in the mid-90s, there was a rise of object databases, right? And there's like this surge of, and kind of the thought was that there's a bunch of object-oriented programming languages that came into vogue in the mid-90s. The relational model is a bad match for that. And so object databases will be the new thing. And they went to the SQL committee and they said, you know what, we want to standardize our query language. And the SQL committee said, nah, we're just going to incorporate some of your objecty stuff into SQL, right? And Oracle launched what they called an ORDBMS, an object relational database, right? Which is just Oracle with some, you know, syntactic sugar sprayed in there, right? To get, and there's a little bit more. You could do some inheritance of tables, actually. Like, so there's some more substance features, but basically it just absorbed into it. Early 2000s, XML databases, same story. SQL committee said, nah, it's not distinct enough. It's not a category of its own. We'll just add some XML support to SQL. Early 2010s, document databases, Mongo, Couchbase, those folks went to the SQL committee and said, you should support JSON. And they said, yes, we will support JSON in SQL. So wave after wave of innovation in databases has always ended up with the SQL language absorbing those features into it, with exactly one exception, which is graphs, where they looked at what we're doing and they say, you know what? This is a distinct, valuable category in and of itself, and it deserves its own query language. And so that's GQL, based in large parts, but not exclusively, but in large parts on Open Cipher. And so if I add this all together, right, we've been, remember where I started out with the spectrum of like centralization and standardization over here, and then innovation and decentralization here. We're somewhere in the middle. But I think the built-in premise of the question is, hey, it would be so much better for the space if everyone is using exactly the same query language. And I disagree with that premise. I think moving the entire space all the way over to exactly here, where we're all forced to use exactly the same language, I think is still wrong, because there's a lot of innovation to be had still. And so having us somewhere a little bit outside of that, where all of us are using GQL as the basis, but we're not beholden to only do exactly way to build features until it's been added to the GQL language, because the nature of standards, it's kind of the nature of democracy. It has to be kind of messy and slow moving and the least common denominator, right? And so that was probably a way longer answer than the question there intended. But there you have some of my thoughts.
But it's a fantastic answer. And like to your point then here at the end, like if if the standard covers 80% of what you need to do, and leaving 20% for variations, that's enough for vendors to have a great common interplay and for an ecosystem to go around it, and like flourishing can happen, and then there's still variation and you can still grow and innovate. I love that. Okay. That was fantastic. And Long, I'm going to give you, for the first time in these 3 sessions, an easy one.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to give you an easy question. Okay, let me see if I can even find it. It was such an easy question. Oh, and it was, yeah. So we've heard a couple of sessions about Neo4j 5.
Yes.
When is Neo4j 5 going to be out?
Neo4j 5 has already been released. It was released and announced last week, actually. So it's already available. Go to neo4j.com/download. I really encourage you to check it out because it's our biggest release in 3 years. And it has like such a breadth of features that like even flipping through the slide decks that describe all of them like takes you probably hours. I mean, it's just chock full of so much amazing stuff. So already available, neo4j.com/download. Download, play around, have fun.
Fantastic. Okay. I'm going to zoom out then.
Yeah.
So this has been 24 hours of graph technology conversations, in-depth technical conversations, product conversations, a lot of things to learn. Kicked off with this amazing keynote from Nicholas, right?
Yeah.
Nicholas and his social networks have been part of humanity for thousands of years. It's a lot to absorb. We've got people who are new to graphs, people who are experienced with graphs. What's your expectations? Like, after all of this is, all of this truth and knowledge is offered out to the world, what do you expect people to like, take away from this?
It's a good question. I mean, I guess speaking only for myself, I suspect some people in the audience might feel the same. I look now at the schedule, and I looked at it ahead of it and just got massive FOMO, right? Like fear of missing out. It's just I want to duplicate myself. It's kind of to the first question. Like I want to duplicate myself. I want to be in all the sessions, right? And 24 hours of content times 3 sessions. Like the engagement has been amazing on Hop-In, just questions and people introducing themselves and talking and all that kind of stuff, right? So I guess my first thing would be, hey, chill. I hope you've kind of drunk from the fire hose. Chill. All the sessions are recorded. They're going to be available almost immediately afterwards, right? Like so you can go and you can like rewatch the ones that you found particularly thoughtful, but even watch the ones that you weren't able to attend and see. I'm certainly going to do a lot of that. So that's kind of the first one. I think the second one is then this is you consuming and hearing and learning a lot of theory, but ultimately we're all practitioners in this conference. And this is not about seeing and learning and understanding. This is about doing. So my expectation and hope for all of you, thousands of you who have participated over these last 24 hours is, man, in your next project, you should base it on Neo4j 5, right? You should use AuraDB free, right? You should use AuraDB professional. You should use GDS. You should visualize your next data set in Bo. Start like getting your hands on this entire product suite is out there in between kind of open source download and cloud delivery. It's right at your fingertips. And it's freaking rocket science, quite literally kind of rocket science type power available for you. So don't just learn in theory, but actually get your hands dirty, start using it. And there's an amazing community, all of which you're a part of, that's available to help you out if you get stuck or if you have questions, anything in particular that you want to understand how to do better. There's a very thriving and vibrant community available, to ask. So that would be my hope and expectation from the people who have tuned into this.
Fantastic.
Session.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the 3 sessions we've had together. Thank you for the last 12 years. Looking forward to the next 12. And thank you to all of our speakers that we've had over the last 24 hours. All of your sessions, exactly as Emma has mentioned, they've been amazing. I think everybody has been just in awe of all of the content. The depth and the breadth of the content has been just truly outstanding. And for everybody who's tuned in, thank you for joining us. As Emma mentioned again, like, there's more to be had. Please join us out in the community. Come talk to us. We'd love to hear what your ideas are, what you've been inspired by, what your questions remain. Thank you for everybody for tuning in. Take care.
Bye.